their fourth and third consecutive Stanley Cup final, or they'll face the winner of the Dallas-Edmonton series. The Oilers currently up in that series, looking like we might have an Oilers versus Panthers Stanley Cup final. Over in the NBA, this one was over from the start. A superior Oklahoma City Thunder team just swarmed the Timberwolves from the opening tip. They cruised to a 124-94 win in Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals. The victory secured a 4-1 series for the Thunder and a berth to the NBA Finals. There, the Thunder will be the overwhelming favorites to secure the franchise's first NBA championship since it moved to Oklahoma City in 2008. Truly, no matter the opponent, this team is that good. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. And we got to clarify some stuff, Brian. How do you do?
Yes. What's up, brother?
Congratulations on becoming an NFL coach.
Man, you know what? I just ignore stupidity. Listen, everything that was done yesterday was said, and people like to just go what they want to go. And you know what I do with it? Let's talk about our next topic.
I think people are just excited. People love seeing you out there. I thought it was really, really cool. I was really, really happy for you. I'm also really, really happy the team knows to embrace you and the knowledge you can offer and to understand the true value of special teams and hard work, and not everybody has to be a first rounder and all those things. And I think you embody a lot of that.
Oh, I try.
And I thought it was very cool. But the amount of people I got asking me, so B-Mitch is a coach now?
Nope.
And they're like, is he off the radio? I was like, nah, man.
Man.
He likes golf too
He
much.
was just a person that was asked to do something, and I've always offered, and I'll do it over and over again if I'm asked. You know what I mean?
Yep. So I had all ears last night, and I got home, and it was like 9:30. And you know what I did, B? I don't do this very often.
What's that?
I went to bed. You know what I usually do?
Try to stay up?
No, I sit down in my chair. I fire up all 3 TVs. I watch. Last night would have been a good night because I could have watched hoops, I could have watched hockey, and I could have put Nats late night baseball on. And I usually pour a couple things. And I said, no, I'm gonna go to bed. Damn it. And I was in bed by like 9:45. And
I didn't go to sleep that early, but I did go early.
I read a little bit. I wanted to sleep
that game
right
was
away.
garbage. I'm going to sleep.
That was the other thing. So my wife encourages me. I'm a bit of a night owl. Like I can stay up, but she thinks it's better for my health if every once in a while I just go to sleep and don't stay up all night. B is locked into sumo wrestling on the TV.
The one guy was supposed to be 5'11".
He just looked at me crazy.
No, the guy one guy they said 5'11", 325, and the other one was 5'10", 310.
That dude on the right is way over.
They don't look like the same size to me.
Nah. The dude on the right
dude on the right, like he's about 6'3".
Yeah, and 6 bills.
Yeah.
We gotta do something about these sumo wrestling outfits. Like we gotta get.
Hey, bro,
that guy needs more clothing on his backside.
They've been wearing that forever. They're not changing.
That is, you get to see a lot of that, fella.
That's a lot of thong right there, boy.
That's why Cisco started writing the song. So I did check the score though before I went to bed. Like if it was a good game, I'm probably gonna sit up and watch it.
I watched it till I just said I'm done. But it was garbage.
Ass kicking.
Yeah. And they were demoralized.
Yeah.
Because, like, let's be real, they quit. The young guys came and started jacking up, but the starting 5, those dudes quit. In their eyes, there was no fight.
B, do you know what the Timberwolves scored in the first quarter? 9 points.
Yeah, it was awful, man.
It was 26-9 at the end of the first.
See, this is what yesterday when I took the Timberwolves,
They ended up losing by 30, but they only scored 9 in the first quarter.
Yeah, it was awful. I took the Timberwolves yesterday, and I will what we do. I heard it here first because I think athletes have heart and fight. I saw none of that yesterday in the Timberwolves. I saw quit. I saw okay. Listen, they all their whole game plan is get the ball and try to dribble, and they turn the ball over all day.
Especially against a defensive team like that.
Man, their coach, he's not good because they have no scheme. He doesn't draw up anything. You watch the Thunder, man, they come down, pass, open shot. You know, they always got hands in passing lanes and they're hampering you. They play real defense. But Minnesota, nah, bro. I'll just say this. I always said how Anthony Edwards was his dog. He plays both sides. Dude didn't play either side yesterday. He played no D, and his offense was horrible.
Finished with 19 points in 38 minutes. Minnesota as a team, 12 of 34 from 3. It was turnovers.
It was awful.
They had 21 turnovers. They got dominated in the paint. They lost on the boards. It was that's the kind of game that lets you go to sleep early, man. Yeah. And I don't know why, Brian, if these odds exist, because I guess we still don't know who OKC is going to play. I sure think the Pacers are going to close the Knicks out tonight, honestly. Maybe the Knicks show up in the Garden, but I think the Pacers are getting through. I bet the Thunder are significant favorites against either team.
Yeah. Last I saw, they were minus 650.
Damn! In the finals?
Dude, listen to me. They are playing.
To win the finals, yeah.
And this is the thing about it. When Shea went to the bench, the lead extended. That dude was Jalen, what's his last name?
They have a Williams, right?
Jalen Williams.
Yeah.
Bad. That dude could play some ball. You know, they have multiple people that play, but everybody is constantly.
Chet can play.
Yeah, bruh. Chet's a different dude. He's skinny. He's skinny, but you know what? He got some game.
The
but
length they have.
They play together, and I said that after that first game, discipline. They're very disciplined. And if you play against them and you don't stay true to your fundamentals and everything you're supposed to be doing, they're going to run you out the gym.
Here's a note about the Thunder roster. You ready for this, B?
Mm-hmm.
They have 3 dudes named Williams on their roster.
Mm-hmm. Minus 750 now.
2 of them are named Jalen Williams. They have 2 dudes named Jalen Williams. They have Jalen Williams, the starter that you were talking about, had 19 points last night. His name is spelled Jalen. Then they have another dude who I don't believe he played 5 minutes last night, named Jalen Williams, spelled Jaylin.
Yeah.
How the hell what do you think coach says? Just calls them 6 and 8? Yo, their numbers are kind of similar.
No. Have you watched the Jalen Jalen?
Yeah.
You watch him play, coach are not going to mistake the other guy for him. Believe me. There's no damn way. That dude can ball, dog.
And then there's Kenrich Williams. They
got some Williams on there.
They do.
I remember one time in my high school, the starting 4 were Williams.
Have you ever?
4 of the starting 5 were Williams, and the other one was Oliver. 4 was off of my street. All cousins.
That's crazy. Have you ever been on a team? You've got to be on a team with other Mitchells, right?
Yeah, Freddie.
Oh, in Philly, right?
Yeah.
I bet there was one Alpha Mitchell.
Lester.
But
nobody ever mistaken them for me.
What I think a lot of people don't know is that most people in the NFL just called you Mitch. There wasn't a lot of B Mitch. I feel like
a lot of them call me B Mitch.
But I feel like a lot of coaches, players referred to you as Mitch. Is that accurate or no? Was it split?
Most people call me B Mitch.
Okay.
Yeah, every once in a while you get some of the older dudes, they just say Mitch.
What did people call Freddie? Alligator arms?
B Mitch, is that your cousin? Nope.
Now, the hockey was good last night. I don't know how many people are still locked in. The Panthers won that game, and it was tied late. I know it was tied 3-3, I think, in the third, and then the Panthers, I think they got a late empty netter, but the Florida Panthers, man,
they're wagging right now.
Dude, they're in their third straight Stanley Cup final.
That would be defined as a wagon.
I think now 2 years ago they lost. Last year they won. I assume Edmonton Dallas is tonight, so the Oilers have a chance to.
One of those is going to like their second or whatever, isn't it?
What's that?
Championship. I think it'd be Dallas, right?
No, it'd be Edmonton.
Edmonton, okay.
Edmonton. If you remember, Edmonton and it was the Oilers Panthers last year in the Stanley Cup Finals. Florida got up 3-0. Then Edmonton won 3 in a row. Went to a game 7. It was a pretty cool game. Remember, we went with AD and watched it in Bethesda.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm here for an Oilers Panthers rematch. I will definitely watch that. McDavid is just electric. If that game's on tonight, I will watch some of that. And I wanted to make sure we mentioned this. The Nats last night kicked the Mariners' ass. Now, these games are coming on late because they're playing in Seattle.
Kind of hard to stay up that long.
9-0 Nats.
Mm-hmm.
James Wood hit another one.
Y'all.
And the kid they just called up, Hassel, hit one last night. So, for all the concern about the farm system, I don't know, they just called this kid up. And they're saying he's a good player.
Well,
and he went yard last night. I don't know what's up with the Nats. They're 5 games under 500. I think if you're putting them in the same category as the Colorado Rockies, you're doing us all a disservice.
That's wrong. That's wrong. They're not that. They're not like that. Rockies are horrible.
Right. They've won. I believe they're still at 9 wins on the season, and they've played 50 games. The Rockets are 9-47. They've almost played 60 games. So let's non-believers, you can check the stats. They're 9-47.
9-47, not that good.
No. Last year, I think the White Sox set a new record for badness, for lack of a better word, in Major League Baseball. And I think the Rockies are on pace to shatter it. So good luck with all that. Nats are on again tonight late. I think it's a West Coast roadie. So they have Seattle again tonight. Then they're in Phoenix the next 3. Then they go to Chicago. I mean, they're on the road. Oh, no, they're back home. Those will be fun series. Next week, you get the Cubs coming to town. That's usually a raucous bunch. The Cubs are good, too. So I imagine there'll be some sellouts in those games. That's kind of your roundup, unless Jeff has, darts to let us know about. I do know that, my man Jeff, we are going to open the phones for Bleep You at 1 o'clock, and it's going to be thorough. Or did we have to move that? We're doing Bleep You at noon. Okay. Bleep You will be at noon.
6 years in a row, Florida, Stanley Cup Finals run through them.
6 years in a row?
6 years in a row. You had the Tampa Bay Lightning 3 years.
Oh, the state of Florida. I thought you meant the Panthers.
I'm just saying state of Florida. And think about that. When you first think of hockey, do you ever think Florida?
Well, dude, there's a few different things. You ever go down to Florida in the winter? Packed with Canadian people. they want to get the hell out of Canada.
Well, I know one thing. I went to Barbados. I was sitting up here, and they always talking. I thought I was at a golf tournament, and all the people there were former football players. All hockey guys that go from Barbados to Canada.
Right. So I think as long as you get the right coaches and situations, Florida also has no state income tax. Listen, I understand the appeal of playing for your home country or whatever, but you're telling me I can play in Winnipeg or
you tell me
Tampa?
I could be, when I'm at work, I'm in the gym and it's cold. When I leave out of it, I don't have to deal with cold. I can go out to a beach. I think I'll go down south.
For sure?
Yeah.
All right. We were in Ashburn yesterday. The weather was god-awful, but we had a lot of fun. Today, we are 98 days until kickoff. Jeff, something wrong?
I'm cursing all of them out silently.
Are you just refusing to get in the stream?
I get into it. I mean, we got so much stuff going on. Hell, we'll get there.
He'll get there when he gets there, White Brian. Damn it. Why Why did Jeff have to come over to White Brian's
Because Jeff
microphone?
really think he's like Debo or somebody. I will bust his little ass.
White Brian, you can't just tell B. Mitch what to do? You need Jeff to stand up for you?
No, that I was telling B. Mitch to talk into the mic. Oh, I didn't think White Brian.
Believe
needed to
me,
say that.
this microphone catches it on all sides.
Why did you have to walk over to
there.
White Brian's mic to do it?
Because obviously, JP, my mic doesn't have to talk back.
Okay. We're getting to the
boy.
bottom of things here. We are on the stream. Currently, it's me. There he is. Bang. See? Ask and you shall receive.
Hey, man, when my face is showing, I get paid more money. I'm just letting the people know that's over the stream.
Bleep you, we're going to let my man Jeff lead off. So, Jeff, we're going to hold off on it. But Jeff had a hell of a day. And anybody that's ever dealt with
We got 2 days to discuss Jeff.
the DMV, the MVA, whatever it is.
We got to go with the golf course, too.
Oh, yeah, we do need to discuss
That's
it.
why he didn't come yesterday. He thought he was trying to make – he was no damn DMV. He was trying to avoid –
Trust me. No, that is not the reason. That will never be the reason.
I don't remember the number. Over, under 130.
over.
Oh, God.
He had 131.
I was about to say by a point.
By stroke.
By a stroke.
Yeah. Hold on. But this is the light at the end of the tunnel. The first 9, I shot 66. We redid it. We redid that 9 again. And I shot 65. That's progress. There is light at the end of the tunnel. It's a very long tunnel, but it's there.
Yeah, that tunnel about 800 miles long.
That's tough, Jeff.
Hey, you know what? I would just have to one day, I'm going to just keep every stroke.
That's what I'm wondering, because I have a feeling the cup's not in the hole.
I like Jeff. Jeff is the true, like when you go, let's say you go to Vegas and you lose like 10,000, but you win the last hand, that's all you going to remember.
Right.
Hey, man. You have a quick memory.
So, Jeff, can I hit my my putter a long way?
Yeah. That was
Yeah, I hit
crazy.
your putter for about 190 yards, dog.
With no tee. That was insane.
Yeah, I'm not thrilled about that, but that's cool.
It's easy. Just got to hit it dead center.
We're gonna get into plenty. We got Craig Laughlin joining us in just a minute. We want to talk about Locker has a really cool golf tournament coming up, and obviously everything going on with the hockey. We'll have time to get into it later, B, but how much did you enjoy yesterday? Just being out there.
It was fun. It was cool. You know, it's just like, anytime somebody show you a level of respect and you get a chance and you're talking to the guys that are receptive to what you're talking about, it was cool. And then I think even better, you know, Austin been around a long time. Because like one thing I was trying to let the guys understand, you know, people get so caught up in where you're drafted. And I told him, I say, Austin didn't come into this league with a lot of hoopla, but he became a superstar. But still have the wherewithal to say, I will return kicks and punts. Remember last year he was returning the kickoff for 100 yards, you know, although it was called back, but still he was out there getting it done. And I talked to the guys about putting the work in. Don't expect it, you know, if you're not going to work for it. So if you want to get it, you got to get it. And I also said, man, I agree with everything you said, bro. They need to hear stuff like that, you know? So it was cool to just have that communication and that connection.
I think it shows that this team is not dedicated to only trying to develop the first rounders. It's a legitimate 70-man roster now, and everybody that's there has a chance. Just got this tweet from C-Dub. He said, man, seeing B. Mitch on the field helping the team gave me a lump in my throat. It was another example of how this regime definitely gets it. I think that's well said. Here's what I'd like to do. Craig Laughlin joins the show next. We're going to talk to John Keim. At 11, we're going to open the phone lines at noon. We have a ton of audio to react to yesterday from Ashburn, and Peter Rosenberg going to join us at 1 o'clock. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's B. Mitch here. Summer is here, and I'm kicking it off the right way. As an avid cyclist, I want you to join my team for Bike to the Beach on June 20th. We're riding to support autism and disability inclusion. And trust me, this ride is a blast. It all ends with a beachside festival at the Beach House Hotel in Dewey Beach, which is just a block away from the ocean, right in the heart of the action. So let's ride together and make a difference and kick off the summer in style. You can join my team, Riding 30, That's RIDIN apostrophe space 30 at biketothebeach.org. That's biketothebeach.org. Join the day.
The Nationals handed the Mariners their worst loss of the season last night, beating them 9-0. James Wood, Luis Garcia Jr., Josh Bell, and Robert Hassel III all hit homers in the win. Playing his sixth major league game, Hassel hit a solo homer in the eighth. That was good for his first ever major league home run. Trevor Williams, who had a career low ERA in 2024, he struggled a bit to start the season. He owned a 7.45 ERA in May entering last night's contest. But the veteran right-hander was back to 2024 form, needed just 77 pitches to make it through 6 innings, only allowing 3 hits, all of them singles, and striking out 2 in the best start so far of the year for him. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan, fired up to get on the Rude Guest Hotline and talk to our man, the Locker, Craig Laughlin. Locker, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing pretty well. Getting ready, watching the Stanley Cup playoffs. It's been an exciting time, other than the Caps are out.
Yeah, they're out. But have you been impressed with the Panthers?
Yeah, dude. Florida's a wagon.
Yeah, Florida can really go. And Florida, the GM brought in some good pieces, bringing in Marchand and guys like that, I think really pushed them over the top. They're very solid all around, and their goaltender is world-class in Bobrovsky. They're going to be a tough out for whoever comes out of the West.
For sure. I almost don't want to think like this, but I'm curious. Obviously, the Caps kind of got run over by the Hurricanes. And then the Hurricanes kind of get run over by the Panthers. Is it too much extrapolation to wonder how far away the Caps are from like another cup run based on those results? Or is it a little more fluky different?
I think it's different. I think the Caps, as we all know, this season had an outstanding season. I think they, during the course of the season, they won some big games. They went through some big stretches with everybody playing at the highest level. The Caps at the time this season had 7 or 8 guys that had career years, and that's hard to manufacture in any sport. And in the playoffs, to me, they were simply shut down by Carolina's speed and forecheck. They couldn't get out of their zone, so then you're not producing, you're not generating offense, you're spending too much time in your own zone, and your legs get fatigued, your mind gets fatigued. It's hard to play defense. You love to play offense in every sport as a player, and to me, they just ran out of gas. And the Hurricanes are a heck of a hockey team, but it also shows you some of their shortcomings watching what Florida did to them. I didn't think Carolina had enough grit and grime to their game to match with the Kachucks and type of defense that Paul Maurice plays. They're a go-go team too, but they're also a team that has a tremendous amount of sandpaper in their game. Every stoppage of play, there's a face wash, there's a hit to the head, there's a push, there's a shove, they run into the goaltender, all the things that maybe had the Caps done some of that to Carolina, that might have slowed them down a little bit, and they just didn't have it in their tank after a long, grueling season that a lot of people, when you look at it, if you would have said at the start of the season the Caps would have been first in the East, I would be surprised if 1 out of 10 people would have told you that. So to me, the Caps had a great season, and they get through the first round, but they can't match Carolina's forecheck. That was the difference. Carolina is ferocious, but Florida, guys, is even tougher because of the crap they do after the whistle and in the corners and running into you. There's way more contact in Florida's game than what Carolina showed in the playoffs.
Can we get to the point and play that type of game?
I think we can. I think you're going to see some changes this season. I think you're going to see some forwards be moved out of town and some new forwards brought in. Again, the mandate here in Washington is to get younger, to get faster, and now you get somebody with some more grit coming in and things like that. I think that's going to play into the hands of the Caps. I don't think the Caps are out of the so-called Stanley Cup window, especially the way Ovi played. But again, guys, he's 40 years old. Can he duplicate what he did this year? That's another guy that had a career year. Can they put together 8 or 10 guys that have career seasons to push them over the top and get into the playoffs, number one? And number two, go long in the playoffs? To me, that's still up in the air, but I'm sure that, Chris Patrick and company are working on ideas to make this team even better after seeing some of their shortcomings against Carolina.
Well, and I was really impressed last year by kind of, they're in a tricky spot because they were trying to rebuild and give Ovi a chance at the record at the same time. And maybe rebuild's too strong of a term, but like, you know what I mean? They were trying to, they kind of had like competing agendas that they were able to merge, which was really hard to do. And I think some of these young dudes, Protas, Chikrin, like a lot of these dudes that'll only continue to get better, I think gives them a real chance at keeping the window alive with Ovi, Does that make sense?
I think so. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think, there's never now, remember guys, you can't say rebuild in Washington anymore. We're not in that mode. We want to continue to have a chance to win. And the mandate is let's spend to the cap. Let's get the best players. Let's put the best product on the ice and let's go for it. And that's what they did this past summer. It was amazing what they did in about a week in June to put this team into a playoff position, number one, to push them into the second round, number two, and to push them into this situation where they have a lot of good young players. Their stable is very good. So now they've got to make decisions on who they bring back. Are they going to bring back Beauvillier? Are they going to bring back Mangiapane? Are they going to bring back X, Y, and Z? To me, that's the $10 million question. How are they going to work through those type of things? Plus, they have some guys coming up on contract next year, like a Connor McMichael. He's still, he had a bridge deal, so now he's going to probably want big dollars after the season he had last year. So you've also got to work the cap. But the guys they brought in and signed long-term, like a Chikrin, like a Protas that still signed long-term because he jumped on the opportunity for a 5-year deal, they probably got him at a steal after you saw that he was a 30-goal guy. Can they replicate that? That's my question. Can they get the same type of stellar goaltending? It's going to be a tough season next year. Everyone's going to have them marked down as one of the top teams in the league now. And how do you get over the hump next year just to get into the playoffs in a very parity-driven league like we have now in the NHL?
Yeah, I mean, you are speaking the truth. And it also is difficult just because of the way the playoff scenarios are driven up, that it looks like Caps would have to face Carolina again if they are to advance. We're talking with our friend Craig Laughlin here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can give the Locker a follow at Laughlin18, Laughlin 18. Locker, I also wanted to ask you, I believe I think you'll be biking to the beach that day, B, but I believe I'll be broadcasting from your golf tournament. I know it's coming up in a few weeks, June 20th at Norbeck Country Club. Just tell folks kind of what you get a lot of Caps guys, a lot of people together for a really good cause, and what you hope to get done that day.
Yeah, it's one of two tournaments that we have for our foundation and rare cancers, and Norbeck has been a fantastic partner with us. When they came to me a couple of years ago with Al Koken's support, it was amazing to have another group of people to extend our golf tournament that we have in Crofton here in September to Norbeck. Norbeck is a fantastic course. We've never done it on a Friday, so it's a kickoff to a wonderful weekend. You get to work in the morning. It's a 1:00 start. We have pickleball. We'll have auctions. We have a lot of people coming. To me, it's a great course to get out and play, and we're so thrilled to be partnering with them once again to try to raise money for our cause. And to me, it's just great. I'm going to be able to get out there. I hope. I haven't golfed yet with my heart surgery that I had, the open heart surgery that I had, but they said I'm okay to golf now. So everybody on the other tees look out for me because my balls may be coming that way. But we're gonna have and I'm hoping you guys. I'm glad you're broadcasting for that tournament. We'd love to have you broadcast at our tournament on September 9th. I know it's in the middle of the NFL season, but man, we'd love to have you out here too.
I'd love to, Locker, but those Septembers get a lot trickier than the May and Junes.
I don't think we know if we're coming or going when September comes.
Yeah. Well, hell, September 9th. I mean, they play in
September 8th.
I'll be riding the bike
Monday,
your direction, Locker. You live that way going towards Annapolis, right?
Yes, right in it.
I'm going to be riding
from Annapolis.
I'm riding the bicycle from D.C. to Dewey Beach that day.
Ow.
July 20th. I mean,
That's
June 20th.
awesome.
June 20th. Yeah.
June 20th. I know I see all your Instagram stuff. You are quite the cycler, man. I do the Peloton. I don't move from my basement, but I love the fact that you're doing that. Tell me when you're around here. I'll get out in my car and see if I can find you.
Yeah, give me a ride. Okay, a couple miles.
Locker, I will not be riding a bike to the beach. I'll be hanging out at your tournament.
I know that's going to be great.
I did want to ask you on a personal level. Obviously, you know, the last, I guess, 6 months-ish or so have been challenging for you. How are you feeling now? And what have you kind of learned about
you
yourself? Yeah. Over this period where you've had some health struggles.
Well, it was a surprise, right? And right around Thanksgiving, when they said, "Hey, you need total heart surgery." It's like my doctor told me, he says, "Your heart now is ironclad." And I was like, okay, that sounds good to me. But I mean, the things I had to go through, I was so surprised. When you go in for a scan, I was healthy. And I'm just telling that to all the listeners out there. Make sure you get looked at, right? Yep. Make sure you get checked out. I had a scan. So now it's my aorta, it's my valve, it's my bypass that I needed, all these things. But it was getting through all that. And I knew there would be road bumps along the way, right? I had a problem with my lung, so I had to recover from that. I wasn't breathing very good with my left lung after surgery. It's just one of the things that can happen during surgery with a collapsed lung. So I had to battle through that. Then I get through that and I'm battling again. I was just actually, and thanks for asking, I was just in the hospital last week because they said I had a blood disorder and a blood infection. And I'm like, how is this happening to me? So I had to battle through that, and I'm still battling through that. And to be perfectly honest, I had to have a PICC line put in last week. It's in my left bicep, and I have to have antibiotics every morning that my wife administers for me. She's the best nurse in the world, and she administers that every day, and I have to do that for a 6-week span. So I can't really do a lot of the things I like to do. But I told them when I went in, I said, listen to me. I'm a big tennis guy. I want to golf. Put that darn thing in my left arm. So they put it in my left arm, so I'm allowed to play tennis. I'm allowed to work.
Your priorities, huh?
Yeah, priorities. I'm allowed to work out. I get on the Peloton every day. I still have heart rehab for another 3 to 4 weeks, which is 3 times a week, where they push you aerobically and cardiovascularly at a clinic in Annapolis. So I still have to do all that, but it just makes you look at life in a little different perspective, that you've got to take advantage of every day you're given and make sure you fulfill it. And that's what I'm doing. I'm enjoying battling through this. I'm going to get through this PICC line thing. It comes out July 1st. That's my next date. It's just like when I came back from heart surgery. My date was to come back for the Caps on that Sunday against Buffalo, and I made that date. And then my other date was to return for Ovetchkin, scoring 895, which I was able to do. So I've hit my sort of plans. And B. Mitch knows this well, that as an athlete, you go in and you set goals for yourself after you're injured, and you do whatever it takes to reach those goals. Mm-hmm. And I'm sort of in that mode now, that I want this PICC line out. I want to get back to my total life, taking cold plunges and saunas and all the things that I can't do now with my PICC line, having a few more IPAs than I do right now, and having some fun. And I'm not saying that, JP, you weren't an athlete, but I was just talking about being Mitch and I. That's all.
I get it.
He played guard and tackle. Guard that water tackle. Anybody got close?
Not offended whatsoever. We're just happy you're on the right side of this thing and
Exactly.
moving forward. And B and I say this all the time. Both the radio coverage here on the Fan with John Walton and the television coverage with you and Joe B and Smoke and Alan and Alexa. We are very lucky. And I think people sleep on the level of hockey fan Brian and I are, because we watch all of it and love the sport. And we're very lucky to have the coverage we get of the Caps.
There you go.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Really appreciate that.
All right, Locker. We will see you in a couple weeks. Maybe Beal ride his bike by. We'll find out.
Okay. All the best, fellas. Have a great weekend.
Take care,
All right, man.
That
See ya.
is
Bye.
Craig
Good
Laughlin
dude right there,
joining
man.
us on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can give him a follow at Laughlin18. Really happy his health, what is most important, is on the come up. Speaking of what is most important, if it's not your health, it's your home. And you gotta take care of your home. You gotta maintain that thing. And the best way to do it is working with our guy, Paul Henry, and Paul Henry's window installation. Listen, it's about to get really hot. Camera said it's going to be in the 90s next week, which seems hard to believe because it's been like 50 and rainy.
I
for
don't
a
need it
month.
to be like that on June 20th.
I bet it will be just for you.
Oh, please don't.
Dude, if you haven't redone your windows, you're nuts. Because one, your house is going to feel so much better. The cold air stays in, but your utility bills are going to drop because you get way less cold air leaking out them old cracky windows. You need to call Paul Henry's Window Installation. B and I have both worked with him, and he's done tremendous work at both of our homes. If you call this month, you get $125 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation.
Paul's done my windows, he's done my doors, but he does other stuff as well. He does roofs, and right now he's fixing my pergola. And one thing about it, I'm gonna tell you, he's a fair guy, because I had this pergola and some of the wood had messed up, but all of those poles are fiberglass. The fiberglass poles are still good, and they say that they could use those. Which, you know what? Most people come in and say, "No, we got to take those poles down." Paul said we can still use them, which brings the price down. And I think that's why I really like working with him. He's a fair guy, not trying to just come in and take you for whatever you have. So give Paul a call right now, and you'll get $125 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off doors. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice. Nope.
B just came up with a new strategy for the tush push.
Get you about 5 of these damn sumo wrestlers at 350. No, we get the 400, 500-pound dudes and just line them up and say, just attack.
I want to talk.
Then they'll start talking about injuries.
Right, for real. A lot I want to talk about from yesterday. And OTAs, it was a really good vibe. And
It was.
I think Dan Quinn has really built a real camaraderie, and that stuff really matters. But this just came across my radar, dude. The NCAA is trying to expand the basketball tournament, which is already now at 68?
They're tripping.
Dude, the guy just, the chairman of the NCAA, whatever his title is, just said his goal is to get it to 76 by next year.
Well, listen, man, I'll be honest with you. Everything is about the amount of things happening, not just necessarily the quality. It's the amount. People, listen, all these young kids that are watching all these podcasts, most of these podcasts are horrible, but they watch them and they're entertained by it. So if you can put basketball on when people want to see basketball, you make extra money. Because look at these other tournaments that pop up where the bad teams are playing in them and people still tune in.
What was the new joint that Fox launched in Vegas? Remember that thing?
I forgot the name of that one.
But it was a thing. And
Yeah.
I think with gambling, man, you got more eyes because
That's the whole thing.
people like
about it,
White
Jay.
Brian will throw 20 cents on it and feel like they got some juice.
Hey, it's about getting eyes on it. And if you can do that, you got your something good there, brother.
I mean, they've already kind of messed with the NCAA tournament enough, going from 64 to 68. And I'm sure there's people listening that remember when it was 16 and then 32.
Yeah.
The
NFL got bigger.
And dude, the thing
College football got bigger. What makes you think basketball not gonna push it farther?
You know how many teams are in MLS?
How many?
I'm asking, do you know?
No.
I'm not sure I know. I think it's 30.
30?
I think there's 30 teams in MLS. That seems like a lot to me.
I mean, with 30 teams in a whole league is okay. I don't think
so.
I don't think you got 32 in the NFL. You got 30 in the NBA.
Yeah, but I think there's a lot more interest in those things.
There are a lot of pockets in the United States of America that love soccer.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I think if you look at like Premier League ratings, like the English teams and then Champions League, which is the best club teams.
They're not Premier.
Like, I think there's far more interest in just watching the England teams in the mornings than watching MLS.
But they're not Premier. But like MLS, we know what it is. When the stars from the Premier League come to the United States,
they're washed.
When they're done with the with the leagues over there, and then they still get love here.
Some of my anger or bitterness with the MLS might be directly tied to DC United, which is just an absolute mess and has been now for a long time. The bottom of the Eastern standings, I just pulled this up. So Philly, I believe it's the Union, right? They have 33 points. Played 16 games. They've won 10 of them, B.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just let you guess the cities that are in the top 5 besides Philadelphia in the Eastern Conference.
Why are you going to let me guess?
Because I would never guess these teams existed.
New York?
No, they are 7th.
Okay. Seattle?
What Eastern Conference?
Eastern. Boston?
No. New England is 10th.
So you got Philly. That's Bon Jovi is involved with that team, I think. Raleigh?
No. There's a Charlotte team.
Charlotte?
They are 9th.
Okay. Well, you just tell me now because I don't know.
Cincinnati.
Okay.
Cincinnati has an MLS team. Then Nashville. Then Columbus. Then Orlando. A lot of MLS teams, B.
Right.
But DC United's embarrassing. They were once an awesome franchise. Please get back to it. I don't know what you're doing wrong, but you're obviously doing it wrong. Whereas the Spirit run an awesome operation. I'm guessing they have different ownership. I don't know, but that's my guess.
Mm-hmm.
But we pointed out the Rockies earlier, who are awful, 9-47.
Yes.
You want to know the Montreal MLS team's record?
Maybe not.
Yo,
If you say the way that you leading this is like they're worse than what the Rockies are.
dude, they've played 16 games and won 1. They're 1-10-5.
Not that good.
No,
Not that good.
They have 8 points in 16 games. When we come back, John Keim was out in Ashburn with us at OTAs. We're going to do a full hour of OTA talk. John Keim, then you're going to hear from Jaden Daniels. You're going to hear from Dan Quinn. Nobody go anywhere.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander scored 34 points, and the Thunder just crushed the Timberwolves 124-94 last night to advance to the NBA Finals. And the Panthers, they advanced to their third straight Stanley Cup final with a 5-3 victory last night, eliminating the Carolina Hurricanes. And we got some football news after comments went viral from a new book claiming that Caleb Williams and his dad had considered ways to get the former Heisman Trophy winner to avoid being drafted by the Bears. The quarterback is setting the record straight. He defended his commitment to the Bears organization, called these book excerpts a distraction. He said he wanted to address it for the first time. He spoke for nearly 4 minutes in an opening statement that didn't deny his initial skepticism. But he also shut down his dad's comments about Chicago being a place where quarterbacks, quote, go to die. He said that he and his dad are very close, and they discussed before the draft that he was excited to go to Chicago. And now that he's in Chicago, he is a very happy quarterback and is looking to change the culture. He said that this will be the last time he discusses these comments, but he wanted to set the record straight. From the Crop Medcat 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Going to the Rude Guest Hotline right now to talk to our friend, Mr. John Keim. John was at OTAs yesterday watching Jaden Daniels slinging around and Deebo Samuel. Not a lot of work for the big fellas in the trenches, but the skill position guys, you get to see a decent look. Johnny, what's up, bud?
What's up, guys? How are you?
What up, man?
All right.
Thank you for making time, dude. I'm curious, did anything stand out to you at all yesterday?
Yes, there was probably the best thing I saw was this like middle-aged man walking out of the field talking to the returners. That's what I love.
Very casual use of middle age.
I actually, and in all seriousness, I like that because you were out there talking to like Jalen Lane and KJ Osborne for a few minutes, man. And like, I just think that's helpful. So I actually like that. And I like that Dan Quinn did that. But the other stuff that I liked was watching the young corners like Mike Samerstill and Trey Amos. I felt like when I was able to watch them, like Samerstill looked really good inside, but I really like what I saw from Amos. And I know there's a long way to go. It's just a first impression, but there's a smoothness to him, and it seems like he understands well how to play man coverage. You know, with the eyes, the footwork, the one-handed jab, like the jam. So like all that stuff. And I felt like he moves well out there. So like those are some of the little things that kind of jumped out to me with them.
Yeah, I noticed that about Trey as well. Like some young guys walk in and they try to act like they are confident, and the other guys, they just confident. He's very confident.
Right. And like the other thing is there was one, he breaks well on the ball, turns with just, there's an easiness to his game. And, I liked him before the draft, and just the first impression going against some veteran receivers, it was good. And there was, how it is too with some of the young corners we've seen in the past, not just here, but elsewhere, they get grabby, right? Like I remember when Rashad Freeman was here, very grabby. Benjamin St. Juste, grabby. And that stuff carries over to that stuff. I almost said a different word, but that stuff carries over into games. And like you didn't see that with him. Yeah. You're not seeing him grabbing up around the shoulder pads by getting beat. Like it was just good to see, and I think he's going to be a help.
Dude, I love just the length.
Yeah.
The length you notice just walking and talking with the guy. Talking with our friend John Keim here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can give him a follow at John_Keim, Keim. Check out the John Keim report or read all of his work on ESPN.com. I thought the quote that stood out to me most yesterday, There are a lot of guys talked. It was clearly everybody's in good spirits. If you're not in good spirits in May at OTAs, you got big problems. But I thought when Cliff Kingsbury said, I know that I'm going to have guys mad they're not getting the ball enough. I'll probably get cussed out. And he's like, I'd rather get cussed out by good players wanting the football than just have bad players. I love that attitude.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, for
There's only
sure.
one
And-
football.
Right. And you know this too. If they're winning, there's less cussing because, you know, you tend to understand more, right? Like, you know, you're willing to, okay, I'll sacrifice this if we're winning. But if we're not, then that's when it gets even louder. But, you know, yeah, I mean, you know, here's the other thing. This is, especially in this end, like if you're Deebo Samuel, you can get paid after this year if you have a really good year. You know, and Terry's looking for an extension. I assume he'll have one before camp, but to kind of mitigate that. But like, you know, guys want to get paid, and so it matters to them. But I also would say there will always be people. You know, guys like Deebo, guys like Terry, like they want the ball because they know they can do something with it, right? But I think like one of the things that's been good here, even like with Terry, is never a guy that gets in. He knows he needs the ball, right? But he's not you know, when Deshaun and Pierre were here, they might get a little bit more upset, right? I think Terry handles it better. And I don't know how Deebo will do it. Again, I'm sure he's going to want the ball because he knows what he can do. But yeah, like the more talent you have, you know, Noah Brown's going to want the ball. And, you know, so I think, yeah, it's a good problem to have.
Yeah, they better care about winning. That's all I care about.
Yeah, and so that's one thing I felt like the group last year, especially in like the receiver room, especially guys like Zacchaeus, whom I really liked, but his focus was on, you know, what's my role today, right? And what's my role on this play or today? And like, I always kind of go back to the Bengals game where his role was not very big at all. And yet he was always like the first one off the bench, congratulating guys coming off and as happy as anybody after that game. And then other games, they needed him more and he produced. So like that speaks to a different level. You know, you talk about the culture or whatever, but like that speaks to a different level of selflessness. And I think that also helps. But, you know, like, if you have really good players and they don't want the ball, then to me there's an issue.
You got a problem there.
Yeah, but if you're winning, you know, you'll take a little bit less if you see like if you're Terry but you see Deebo Samuel making big plays or vice versa. Like, okay, I didn't get the ball here, but 17 just got 40 yards. What am I going to say?
Right.
You know, so like that matters too.
Totally. I think having the right understanding and the right approach is
vital.
Dude, I think you really see it. And we've heard this stuff. And a lot of times I'm pretty hesitant to buy into any of it. But the camaraderie, the brotherhood, just the vibes, whatever you want to call the energy they have going is really working in Ashburn right now.
And for sure. And you saw it last year. During this time is when you started to see it. Like you didn't know. I just remember thinking at the time, like, boy, it's too bad they're not further along their development because they seem like a really tight team, and really tight teams do really well.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like, oh, well, you kind of underestimated the impact of Jaden Daniels, and then a lot of other factors, right? So you know, it obviously helps. And we saw it. Like I just remember last year, Andrew Wiley telling us. I think this I don't remember. It was like OTAs late or early or one of the mini camps, but just talking about how like, yeah, you know, he came over to talk to the media like an hour or two after, or an hour and a half after practice. It was a longer time. And so not everybody was still there, but what he was saying is like a lot of players were still in the locker room. They didn't want to leave.
Mm-hmm.
And like, that's like, okay, when they want to hang around and be around one another, that's pretty good. And, you know, I think like they have a lot of stuff going on in the building right now. Locker rooms being renovated. They're having to basically change and shower in the bubble, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's not, you know, conducive to happy campers. And yet, you know, doesn't sound like there's a lot of complaining about that. because, first of all, they know the locker room's being renovated. It's temporary.
Yeah.
But secondly, it's like, I think because they actually like being out there and around one another, I think that really softens the blow. But it's also like, it's the kind of guys it's the kind of guys you're bringing in. They're pros, I think that really matters.
Totally.
I think the fact that they see also, let's be real, this damn owner cares about us. This front office,
for sure.
they are basically trying to give us everything we need. We may as well go out there and get it done. And like I say it all the time, Jay, it about that when you get a team that seems like a family, they don't want to let their brother down. You get those teams that everybody just have their little cliques, they can give a damn about the other person.
Listen, that's the one thing I remember hearing about when, this, playing for Joe Gibbs the first time around especially, and just what you would hear from guys who played in that era is like the Hogs. I didn't want to let Russ Grimm down. I didn't want to let Bostic down, the guy next to me. Your position group, those guys, and the camaraderie that was fostered was unique and rare. And that's why I said, like, when I saw it last year around this time, like, again, it's like, oh, it's too bad it might be wasted, and it wasn't. And because, like, you saw what they did, and it's hard to quantify, like, when does that matter? Where does that matter? Well, I think it's the preparation you put in and holding one another to, like, hey, you know what? You're not putting in the work that you need to put in to keep up with this group, right? And it's the way you can talk to someone else in the room. And then, like, I want to do my work because, the guy next to me is doing his work. So I've got to keep up with that.
Yep.
And I think, like, that does go a long way. And it's, you get late in games and you can rely and trust the person next to you. And I think it matters. Like, how many wins it led to, I don't know, but I think it led to a 12-5 season. I mean, clearly Jaden Daniels is really good, but he could have been really good and they could have been 9-8 just as easily.
Yep.
Dude, I also think as much as, like, it's like they're just playing at a super hot craps table and they've got bets on the 6 and the 8 and it just keeps coming up 6 and 8 because I think AP was a home run. I think there were legitimate questions, but Dan Quinn ended up being the absolute right guy. And then you draft Jaden Daniels, who has all the physical tools, but what we've gotten to know in the year since he's been here is his demeanor and just his work ethic and just who he is off the field.
Phenomenal.
It's unbelievable, man.
Well, that's where, like, even again, I go back to last year because it's that first impression of this entire situation has carried through. And the first impression with him is like, yeah, we know he's good on the field. We know, what the arm talent is. You saw it in college. You saw the athleticism in college. But what you didn't know about him was the work, or at least to the level that we learned after he got here. Like, you knew that he did stuff because throughout the process, talking to people else, talking to people who coached him, whatever, like, you knew that, okay, this guy works, but you didn't realize how much and how much as, like, people close to him call him a football nerd and how much and that in a very good way. And, because the film study he does and, like, how much you're not seeing him on Instagram posting pictures of him dragging tires around uphill. You know what I mean? Like, because that
sounds
not
so
how
specific, John.
Oh, it's very specific. And, but because, like, when you're posting pictures of yourself and watching film isn't as, like, ooh, look at that, right?
You're supposed to be watching damn film.
Yeah, right. But he does all that. So when you hear that, like, to me, the best stuff with him last year, and again, is carried through, is what you heard and what you from others, more so than even what you saw, because what you heard was he's getting here at 5:30, 5:45. It's not performative. He's there working, doing the walkthroughs 3 days a week with Tavita and Cliff Kingsbury during the season at 6 a.m., right? Like, that kind of stuff is why he's going that people can sit there and say, like, why will he have a long career? Because of that. Yeah. Like, that's why. And because the talent is what it is. But, I remember talking to somebody several years ago talking about another quarterback. It's like, well, he's got a lot of talent. He goes, well, what does that mean? Like, they all have talent. So what separates those from the others? And what separates Jaden from others is all the other stuff he puts in. He puts in the requisite amount of work. If I had Logan Paulson said this to me one time, I was like, you can't, doing all that doesn't guarantee you're going to be great, but you can't be great without doing that.
There you go. And I think what happens is that, he doesn't just mess around with it. That's his like just like a diet. They say don't go on a diet, have a lifestyle change.
Yeah.
Football is his life. That's what he does.
Yeah.
I saw a post he posted, and he told his mama happy birthday. You know what I mean? Everybody else posted crap.
He's in the Terminator movies, how the Terminator is sent back in time with one sole focus, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jaden Daniels is a football Terminator. Like, football is his sole focus, man.
Well, look at how happy
and that's
he
how
is
he's
on the
supposed to
field.
be.
Right.
Look how happy he is when he's on the field. Like, watching him compete, like, that's what he likes to do. And he even called himself yesterday, like, some people get in there that you start chasing fame and you start chasing other things. And that's one of the things he talked about yesterday, is like, he's an introvert. Like, he
doesn't like going out.
Yeah. Like, he's as happy just kind of sitting at home watching film. Like, like that's what it is. But that's really, really good for this franchise because it's why, like, I mean, I don't know, like, that's the number one thing you can build on with him. And because the other stuff is great, but if you didn't have that, there's a ceiling as to what you could do.
Yep.
Talking with John Keim here.
100%.
Check out the John Keim Report. Read his work on ESPN.com. Of course, Keim joins us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Johnny B and I have talked about it at length both yesterday and today. These are voluntary practices. You did have 3 veteran players miss yesterday: Lattimore, Tunsil, and McLaurin. I'm super dismissive of McLaurin and even Tunsil. The Lattimore one I find a little more curious. I'm wondering where you land on all of it.
Yeah. Well, first of all, with McLaurin, this is what he did the last time. Well, when he was looking for an extension the last time, he missed OTA practices, was there at the mandatory mini camps. And so, he's going to handle his business, right? And Dan Quinn talked about what a great offseason he had because he had been here up until last week. And he knows the offense. What he's going to, that very few guys are out there doing more than what he's doing to better his game. Like, every year, the question after the season is, okay, what is it that you're going to work on this offseason to get better? Because he always has an answer and he always goes and attacks it. Mm-hmm. So, you don't like this one. I remember when Deshaun Jackson was here and missed OTAs all the time. And yet he come into the season, he's going to get 50 some catches, 8 to 10 touchdowns, and be the exact, every year same guy because they come into shape. He can't, the playbook. With Tunsil, this is what, my understanding is, like, he missed these in Houston. Okay. You obviously would want guys here to build up, like what we talked about earlier, that camaraderie. Like, this is when you do that. And I know he's been here for some of the stuff, but this is when you do that. So you can't just say it's important and then dismiss it if someone's not showing up. But, we know the talent level. We know he's really good. We'll see. And I think with Lattimore, somebody asked me this on a YouTube page or something like that, where, like, what concerns you have with this? Like, well, my concerns remain the same whether he's here or not. Is he going to stay healthy, and what level can he play at? And I don't think we're going to get that answer right now, right? So if he were here doing it, if he's looking great, okay, the question still remains: can he do it in the fall, and will he be healthy? Because those are the 2 big questions that we all have about him right now.
Yep.
As long as he comes into camp, I think the mandatory stuff you've got to be here for. Yeah. As long as you're doing your stuff there and, et cetera. I think the other thing that helps is this is what we were talking about earlier, is a very close team. And, I think Dan Quinn talks a lot about getting to know guys on a personal level and trying to connect with them that way rather than just football, and trying to understand, like, what makes them tick, et cetera. And I think, like, you would think that mitigates some of this. I don't know, but I don't know. The other thing is too, with the corner, it's definitely a solitary position.
Yeah.
Although one thing that they did talk about, like, was his adjustment to the defense. Well, this is a time where you can get kind of more adjusted to the defense. But again, my concern with him would still be the same if he were here or not. What is his health and where's his level? Yeah,
I'm with you on
if
that.
he stays healthy, he'll be good, I think.
Yep. Until they make that thing mandatory all the time, I'm not really caring.
Johnny,
It's
Yeah.
voluntary, man.
Yeah.
they set it up for these types of things to happen, and
But you know what the league does? They get a lot of coverage.
yeah,
That's all they care about.
they know what they're doing. Keim,
Yes, they
thank you
do.
for the time, dude.
All right,
Always.
Thanks, guys.
Be cool, man.
All right. That is our friend John Keim on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can give him a follow at John_Keim, Keim. We come back, you're going to hear from the man himself, Jaden Daniels.
Hey, it's B. Mitch here. And on June 20th, I'm riding my bike from D.C. to Dewey Beach, and I would like you to join my team. All right, we're riding to support autism and disability inclusion. And trust me, this ride is an absolute blast. It all ends with a beachside festival at the Beach House Hotel in Dewey Beach, which is just a block from the ocean, right in the heart of the action. So let's ride together and make a difference and kick off the summer in style. All right, you can go to biketothebeach.org right now and join my team, Riding 30. That's RIDIN apostrophe 30. That's biketothebeach.org. Biketothebeach.org. You can join today.
The last remaining piece from the New England Patriots' 2-decade-long dynasty is calling it a career. David Andrews, a 2-time Super Bowl champion and 8-time team captain, is retiring from the NFL. Andrews spent his entire career with the Patriots, who signed him after he wasn't selected in the 2015 NFL Draft. Andrews played in just 4 games in 2024 after suffering a shoulder injury that required surgery. That injury ultimately led to the Patriots releasing him in March. So his time with New England didn't really end the way that he had hoped it would, but he said that he harbors no ill will towards the Patriots, and you can be sure the Patriots will be celebrating his career. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Jaden Daniels spoke yesterday, and when Jaden talks, it matters, folks. I wanted to start here, B. Were you surprised by, I don't know if you stuck around for his availability or not. Jaden obviously has added a little bit of weight, right? And I think you see it in his shoulders and his arms.
Mm-hmm.
But he's also a year older in an NFL weight program. He puts the work in all capacities.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think we should be acting like this is this.
And he felt exactly like what you're saying. He wasn't thrilled with it. And he's like,
I don't think he minded, but he just thought it was silly.
No, he didn't mind. He didn't like it. I'm telling you from what I know.
Yeah.
So he's like, I told you I was gonna go work out, and I went and I worked out in the gym.
I personally, as a reporter that was in the room, I didn't ask him about that. I asked some other guys kind of joking around, and Johnny Newton gave me an awesome answer. I was like, Johnny, you think 5 looks bigger? He's like, man, I saw him bench at 350. And then he just started dying laughing. Like, I think as like a silly sidebar story, it's cool. But I think he got like numerous follow-ups. Like, can you tell us how much weight you added and stuff? And I'm like,
but like when we first started talking about it, my mindset is, as you play in this league, you will get bigger.
Right.
Because you're going to be in the NFL program, you will be getting older. I came to Washington, I was drafted, I was 195 pounds. My first year, I played at 202. The next year, I was 209. Then I was never under 216 again.
And you generally lose weight over the course of the season.
Yeah.
I don't think fans always understand that. Most guys lose weight during the season because they're getting grinded to a halt, and you can't eat compared to the work. The only way you gain weight during the season is bad weight.
Yeah. As the people that's doing the wrong stuff.
Right. So Jaden talked about a lot of interesting stuff. I think perhaps the biggest thing is there are 0 changes to this offensive staff. Mm-hmm. And you add some players. I mean, things are always going to change somewhat. I want to start Landini with number 6. Just talking about the relationships Jaden has specifically with Cliff Kingsbury.
I mean, the main thing is just being comfortable. Like I said, familiar with the play call, familiar how you call plays, and you know what we're trying to accomplish, playing and play out.
That was the abbreviated version. But I Jaden just has such a positive kind of aura about him. Mm-hmm. One thing I asked him, and I think this will be number 3, Landfill, is I described him earlier. He's the football terminator. Like he's so singularly focused on ball. And that's a great, great quality. But at the same time, I think anybody, whether you're, Bill Gates or
you should be,
or a quarterback, like I asked him if he had to like almost challenge himself to unplug for a little while. Number 3, Landfill.
Jaden, for a guy like you that is just so focused on football all the time, Do you have to force yourself to unplug a little in the off season?
Yeah, I think I did. Obviously, you want to get back to it after how the season ended, but it's good for you to kind of unplug and find different ventures and live a little bit.
But then he goes on to explain that, like, he's not, he's just an introverted dude. And
some people just don't like to go and do all the time, but they have things that they very much enjoy. I like to jump on that bike and go ride. That's not fun for a lot of people. It's fun for me. You know what I mean? I go play golf. I can play golf right here on a bunch of great golf courses. I don't have to always go on the trip to play golf. But other guys have to always go on the trip to play golf. Jaden, he takes it like Art Monk and Darryl Green. I said this before. They would take a week or two off and then they were right back at football. And I wasn't that way at first. I took 3 months. Then I jumped back into it. And then I got to the point of week or two, I was right back at it. And I guess that's why my focus is like it is today.
I think everybody finds their way to do it, right?
Yeah.
There's no one.
If it works for you, keep doing it. Don't care about what other people say.
But I think one thing that works for Jaden is just his mental focus and just his. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago with all the silly stuff that gets said around Jaden and his mom. And my point is, you've got a young quarterback who's a star, who's really grounded, that's close with his family, and we act like that's a problem.
Yeah.
And then
society basically tells you when you become a level of star in their eyes, you're supposed to get away from your family and then let them be the people that you're close to. To hell with that. One finger salute to that.
Jaden is just himself and comfortable with who he is.
Yes.
I mean, I've never been the type of individual that I could say looks for fame. I'm a very introverted individual. So I just go out there and live my life how I live it. I don't really go too many places. I didn't before that, so I don't think that's going to change for me either.
I don't think it's going to change for him either.
I'm with it.
I think it's
hey, it's probably best. There ain't nothing out there but trouble looking for you, dog. So do what you do, how you do it, and don't let other people try to influence you to do what they want you to do.
Much has been made a lot by a guy named Riss Cussel about primetime and international games and how bad that is for the team and how much of an inconvenience. And
that has to be a bit. You can't really believe that.
Jaden got asked about playing a lot of primetime, a lot of national games. Number 10, Landini.
I think that mantra still stands. I don't think we're looking at it as we play a Monday night or Sunday night. We're just looking at it like, we're playing this opponent this week on a Sunday, on a Monday. It doesn't matter if we play them on Tuesday, Wednesday. Like, we're just going out there and playing football.
The mantra comes from Dan Quinn, who says, anybody, anywhere, anytime.
I'm with that.
I mean, I that's the right mindset.
Like, I know we would go play Philly at the vet all the time. And the reporters will always say, man, you worry about that turf? And a lot of people are like, yeah, man. I'm like, can I ask you a question? Are they playing on another surface? No. I said, well, why the hell do we care? If we had to play them in the parking lot, long as we play on the same damn surface, that's all that matters.
Cold games,
but you don't think
games.
about it? No, I don't think about it, because if they got to do it, I'm going to do it. If you think about the turf, guess what's going to happen? You're going to get your ass hurt.
Cold games, weather games, rain games.
Don't make a difference.
Both teams are on the same field, man.
As long as we're on the same field, we play on the same surface, I can care less.
What about a rebuilt offensive line for Jaden in year 2? Obviously, they traded for Laramie Tunsil. They draft Josh Connerly, numero 11. Onse, I think.
Yeah, I mean, those are good additions that we brought in, and obviously with Adam and his side of the building is doing. You got to trust them with everything that's going on. So obviously I'm excited. Those are two great individuals, and we got even more that they brought in. So I'm excited to, get to work with them and still progress and, get ready for camp.
I think Jaden's excited for all the new people, and he'd be excited if they didn't change anything. Like, that's just how the dude's wired.
Mhm.
It's a different dude.
I think a lot of times what you don't understand is when you're in it, you don't see it like everybody else sees it. You know, when you're in it, you understand what happened. And now you just start thinking about how we're going to work this thing together. It's not the individual anymore. It's just a person, a piece of the puzzle who was just put into that place. It's not necessarily the name of the player, what they did, what what they've done. It's like now, okay, when you step into it, you got 22 pieces, 11 pieces when you're on offense. And you go, okay, we need to fill these with some legitimate spots. Right now, he got some more spots filled with legitimate pieces.
I just saw this line from the chat from Eric on the YouTube stream. We went from Ryan Fitzpatrick and David Mayo to Jaden Daniels and Bobby Wagner. We deserve this as fans.
I'm with that.
How big of a difference was your rookie year to your second year, B?
It's a big jump. Because, like, when you come in your first year, you're trying to fit in. You're trying to figure out what you're supposed to do. You're trying to learn all your stuff. But that second year, you now know. And now you're beginning, like you had Santana talk about it a lot, when you develop that routine. But Jaden has a routine already. So, but his second year now, he's going to be more familiar with it. He doesn't have to learn his teammates in his body anymore. It's there. Now you just go and act. Like I always say, I always use this example. When you jump on a bicycle, do you ever say, I got to push my right, my left? You just do it, right? And when football gets to be like that, and it starts in your second year, but around that third year, you're on autopilot.
I asked Jaden what it's like in the OTA, the offseason process, where you're not learning the playbook now.
Mhm.
You're just implementing.
Yeah.
Getting on the same page with the guys. There's some guys that played with me last year, some new guys, so trying to get them.
Cut out again. The haters. They can't stand us. Who are we, the commanders?
The commanders.
Jaden went on to say, I want all my receivers, all my options to view things the same way I view it. And I think that's what this time is perfect for.
Mhm.
Not to mention they're going to have 6 weeks to do it.
They got some time.
When we come back, you'll hear from head coach Dan Quinn. Phone lines open at noon, folks. Shout out to Anagata DeVita. Not sure this might be a debut on our program. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. Have we ever played this, Landfill? Now, we have played Dan Quinn before, but never what he said yesterday. One funny way to start the presser. Obviously, at this point, I think anybody who listens to our show has seen Dan Quinn's commencement speech at Salisbury University, where he finished his speech with "Let it bleep and rip." And so DQ always makes a kind of an opening statement and then says, for questions. And John Keim is like, "All right, you ready to let it rip?" And we all just laughed. It was entertaining.
He told me yesterday, walk with me and say, "Hey, I ain't bring you out here to just stand around. Get your ass to work." I said, "I got you."
Levy, it'll be cool if we could find what DQ said about B. That's not on the sheet, but I'd like to dig that up. But we could start with, you can choose how you want to feel. I'm out of the business of telling people how to feel. But as Dan Quinn very much said, everything is different for each player when it comes to voluntary practices and some guys that weren't there.
It's not one size fits all for everything. And in my opinion, this has been a fantastic offseason. And it's not just the players, it's also the coaches too, John, to say, can we level up, and to level up, what do you look at? What do you want to change? What do you want to keep the same? And so the offseason has been excellent, and so I've been in touch with every guy on the team. And so I've really enjoyed this time. I also have some, stronger relationships than you did maybe a year ago with everybody being new. And now it's that blend of the year two players, to go through with it. It's one of the things I do enjoy about coaching. Like, if you can get to know the man before the ball player, it helps take it and push it a little further. And so for the guys who are the year one, the new players here, not just a rookie, but a new free agent that may have joined the team, getting to know them and watching them practice today for the first time. Like, you could see guys work hard in the strength and conditioning, but it's another thing to see the speed of processing and on the field. And so today we just did some 7-on-7 and some 2-minute, and then we'll add more team as we go. I like to ramp it up, as opposed to doing everything all at once day one.
Not one size fits all, B.
It's not. And I think Jimmy Johnson explained that a long time ago. Remember when Jimmy Johnson, they said, what would you do if Michael Irvin, Emmitt Smith, or Troy Aikman fell asleep in a meeting? After he had cut a guy for sleeping, he said, "I'll get him a pillow." All right? Same thing when it comes down to voluntary minicamp. OTA, not even minicamp.
I think Bill Parcells had some pretty famous quotes on Lawrence Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
I don't treat everybody the same, but I treat everybody how they need to be treated.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the Terry stuff, I hope there's not a fan out there with a concern about Terry McLaurin. I think that would be incredibly misguided. Laramie Tunsil just doesn't do the voluntary stuff. I think he's been in the building a bit.
I said this when I was on the executive committee with the union. I said, y'all got to stop letting people be able to say voluntary and then try to hold people accountable. If it's voluntary, then damn it, he don't have to be there. If he wants to go, he goes. But if he gets to a certain level and he don't go, okay.
The only thing I have found, to me, just really important is these are not holdouts, and in no way should that be phrased as a holdout. This is a guy that is missing something that's voluntary. It's optional. DQ, though, I really liked. Let everybody hear I asked him about Sam Cosmi because we haven't gotten an official update. Here's your official Sam Cosmi recovery update.
Yeah, Sam is doing excellent. Like, he has really put the work in. He's hitting all the markers that he's supposed to. We're not going to miss one step along the process. But it starts with him, man. Like, just the everyday intensity that goes with it. And there's a work mindset that comes out of that. And, that's important because that's who Sam is. And he's off to a really strong start, hitting all the markers he's supposed to up to now.
That's all you can hope for.
That's
Number 3, Dan Quinn talking about Jaden Daniels, kind of just the dude after what was an absolute whirlwind successful rookie year.
He's an amazing teammate. The amount of work that he puts in that goes unseen here, to get ready to play, to learn it, to teach others, to connect the guys that's going through. There is no flinch in Jaden Daniels. He is an absolute, as focused and relentless as you could about getting better. And so that's why I said for us around here, man, we appreciate that. And there's a lot of things that, he and the rest of us are really digging in hard on to say, all right, can we get this better? And if he does that, I do that, others do that. We thought collectively, and there's a lot of space we can get better at.
Got to get better every day, man. No matter
when
what.
you get a quarterback like that, everybody got to up their game.
Last one, and I think this is so important. Number 5, what the Commanders did this offseason, basically keeping everyone on their staff. A couple minor changes here and there, but this just doesn't happen. And I think it speaks to a few things. I think it speaks to the culture they've built, the team they've built. Everybody's thought that they can get better and maybe really contend for something that matters, hardware. And I go back to ownership's commitment to the team. If you don't think you work at the nicest place or you're not paid the right amount, you're going to kind of look. Nobody was really looking. Number 5, landfill. Dan Quinn talking about keeping his staff together.
It's a really big deal. That's why I did lead off with that intentionally, because I don't think we've got a chance to really talk about that as much as I thought we would, because looking back for me, it's pretty rare. And we've also added in Brian Schneider, somebody that I've had some experience with, who is also another true heavy hitter on the special team side. But I guess it fast tracks some of the things that we understand, but it also allows us probably to get a little deeper, than we were in year 1, to get closer, better understanding of one another. And that's been a big deal for me. So year 1 to year 2 for a player is big. It's for coaches, it's big too. And so, I really appreciate that.
We appreciate it too, Dan. Here's what else we appreciate. Giving folks an opportunity to get some stuff off their chest.
There we go.
We call it Bleep You Thursday. We come together as a community for fellowship in being mad at things. It could be something big. It could be something small. It could be something trivial. It could be something alive. We're going to let our guy Jeff Walker lead off because Jeff had a hell of a day yesterday.
Yes, he did. Little bro.
Bleep You Thursday happens now. Phone lines open now. Jeff, press the button. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067.
New England Patriots wide receiver Stefan Diggs was not present at OTAs yesterday, but he was still the first player head coach Mike Vrabel addressed during the question and answer session. A video of Diggs partying on a yacht and handing off what appeared to be a substance in a baggie to a woman went absolutely viral on social media this week. Vrabel was asked, of course, by reporters, and he told them the team was aware of the video and that he wants his players to make great decisions on and off the field. Mike Vrabel then added that any conversation that he's had with Diggs will remain between him and the club. Sounds like he definitely got a talking to, or if he hasn't yet, he will. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
I don't drive a Ferrari. Don't mean it. Mitch and Finlay 1067 The Fan. It is time for Bleep You Thursday. People have been calling for it. We got to let Jeff get some stuff on his chest, but the phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. I'm going to let my man Ronald in Waldorf lead things off. Ronnie, who you mad at, buddy?
Yes, sir. All right, how you doing?
Good, buddy.
man.
How are you?
I'm good. I just wanted to say, bleep you to whoever in the Lerner family is in charge of the purse strings and will not allow our general manager to field a professional baseball team. This guy has absolutely ruined the taste of Major League Baseball in our mouths here in the DMV. And I want to say, bleep you to the Lerner family. If you just want to make money, then just run your business. But if you want to satisfy the fans, please give us a good product on the field. Thank you.
Yo,
right, man.
well said, Ronald, and very well said this week with all the BS people are trying to come at Rizzo about. Also, just sell the team. You said you wanted to sell it. Sell it. Don't just hold it in purgatory, man. Like, if it's not earning how you want or whatever, just sell it. Let somebody else spend the money. Thank you for the call, Ron.
Yep.
Yes.
Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. All right, Jeffrey.
Yes.
How you doing, bud?
Well, I'm tired. I've been at the NBA for a majority of my day and morning yesterday and today, all because someone was not competent enough to do their job correctly. I feel as though, like, if you work at the NBA and you mess up somebody's like records or anything, you should receive a point on your license. Because so man. Tuesday night,
what happened?
Tuesday night, I'm driving home, and I don't even know why this cop pulled me over. He tried to say I had a rolling stop, but I didn't roll and stop through the stop sign. I'm definitely not while a cop is behind me. That's stupid.
You saw the cop.
Yes. So he pulls me over. He's like, license and registration. He comes back. He's like, Mr. Walker, do you know you're driving on a suspended license? I'm like, suspended how? He was like, must ain't pay no fines. I said, there's no way. I've paid every fine from Maryland's MVA.
These are not parking tickets. These are
I had like 2 speeding tickets, but these tickets were from last year. I've paid my tickets. So I'm like, okay, I'm right down the street from my house. Can I just drive home? He's like, no. I'm like, okay. So my roommate come pick my car up. I go home. So go to the MVA in the morning. So I call the MVA. I'm calling them. You know, it's always a line outside of the MVA in the morning. Yeah. So I'm calling them while I'm in the line as soon as the doors open and just trying to like get someone on because I don't know why my license is suspended. So they give me a number. I luckily get an appointment and they schedule my appointment for 3:45. But the thing is, I didn't know my appointment was at 3:45. I get my number. I'm
Oh,
waiting.
so you just went in the morning?
Yes, because that affected my whole life right there. So they give me an appointment, but the thing is, they ain't say like, yo, here, take this appointment, come back later. They give me the appointment. I didn't know it was at 3:45, so I'm sitting in the MVA from 8:30, 9 o'clock to 3:45 for them to say, oh yeah, the tickets that you paid, I don't know why they weren't updated in the system. I have all the receipts. So then the day is about to end, and they're like, we'll wait on, we got to wait on a certain facts tomorrow, some paperwork. We got to wait on that. Come back tomorrow. I'm like, come back tomorrow? I've been here all day. So this morning, what I do? Up at the crack of dawn, I made sure I was like the third person in the NBA to go in there, check, make sure my license is straight. So I want to personally bleep the officer first. Because, dude, I was right down the street. Like, you could have escorted me home if it was that much of a problem. 2, bleep the person who didn't put my tickets. Yo, y'all got my money. What else do you want from me? You almost got my car taken. I'm glad the cop wasn't, I'm glad the cop wasn't a bad man. Was like, yeah, we gonna have to tow it. I'm glad he was like, yo, you could bring somebody here. But yo, that I feel bad for anybody that, really have to go to the NBA because they are not there to help you.
Nah.
They are there to hold you the entire day.
To the DMV, they sure in the hell try to make you mad.
And
then have problems.
Then, like, to make it worse, this one lady had her baby.
I'm getting emotional now.
She had her baby in the NBA, and the baby, this baby just wanted to cry. I think God was just like, yo, cry to tick off Jeff right now. This baby did not stop crying for nothing. The mother picked the baby up. The mother gave her a pacifier, the bottle. It would not stop crying.
The baby didn't want to be in the NBA.
I didn't either. I wish I was that baby. That baby was crying for me.
Are you saying bleep you to babies, Jeff?
Yes. Bleep the babies too. Bleep everybody who was in that NBA yesterday.
Yo, the vibe of the people in the NBA are like offended that you are trying to get something done.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The DMV, whatever you want to call it.
The bank, the post office. I'm like, why you have this
Post
job?
office for sure.
If you're going to be that pissed off, stay your ass at home.
I wonder if bankers have changed a little now that like more stuff is COVID. Like at post-COVID, there's more banks are closing. It's probably between AI and like office
still
closings.
rude as hell.
Yeah.
And I understand, like, sometimes, like most times when people go up to the NBA, they probably late on something. They was being irresponsible. But the lady I walked up to had an attitude, and it wasn't even my fault. It was theirs.
I'm sorry, bud. That when you texted that Tuesday night, Jeff has sent some wild texts, and I was just like, oh, damn, he's about to go through it.
Yeah, when you left from the golf course?
Bro, yeah, I went from the golf course to the grocery store to go home.
Damn, so you shot a 165 and then got pulled over? That's a tough couple hours right there.
It wasn't a 165, JP.
Was it a 166?
It was 131.
Oh, my bad. It was a 65 and a 66.
Yeah.
No, it was a 66, then a 65.
Sorry.
We got to put it in that order, so I had some improvement.
Right.
Yeah.
My bad.
65, 66, tomato.
Sean Sullivan on Twitter says, bleep you to the Bamas that egged my car in the Hyattsville library garage on Tuesday.
Damn.
Who is egging people's cars at the library?
You're egging cars.
That's wild. I mean, at the library?
That's somebody he knows.
I want to say, bleep you. Listen, I understand that sports are all just a cash grab, but for a long time that was limited to professional sports, and now college sports is just all in.
You're starting to sound like Chris Russell.
I'm not I don't want the NCAA tournament expanded. It's at 68 now. It's going to go to 76. It's only a matter of time till it's 132. Whatever, I'll watch it, I guess. So that's what they want. The college football stuff bugs me. I think we're not far away from the college football playoff being 20 teams and 12 of them are from the SEC and the Big Ten. I don't know. Like, I'm not naive. I'm not pearl clutching. I don't expect I'm not up here talking about amateurism. The kids should get paid. I don't know. Why are Cal and Stanford in the ACC? None of it makes any sense. Matt is in DC. Matt, who you mad at, dude?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I got a twofer. Number one, bleep you to whatever reason that Landfill and Jeff don't have their own shows by now. We're gonna look back on this era. It's like the Shanahan coaching staffs. Like, can you believe B. Mitch and JP had Landfill and Jeff on their show? I mean, it's like, oh my goodness. Like,
you should email the Cluster Buster. The world needs a Landfill and Jeff program.
But I also
They'll
would
kill
like
each
to give
other.
out a little. I would like to give a little support to the learners.
Ooh.
We're sitting here. Yeah, we have a World Series. We had a great run. They did sign in my opinion, the greatest national so far in our history to a big contract, Mr. Strasburg. And that, unfortunately, he had already recreated himself once, and it turned into a different kind of completely dominant pitcher than he was when he entered the league. And that, we all know what happened there. But instead of signing, Soto and Rendon and all this kind of stuff, all this money, now we've got good young stars and Wood and Abrams and Ruiz, and we've got some good young draft picks coming up as well. We're about to enter another great era where they can add and modify and increase.
My question would be, do you expect them to add and modify and increase? Because you're not wrong. They did spend, and they got a World Series title. You're not wrong about that. It's what's happened since.
We spent some money and made it happen. Not all those things worked out. I think it's actually, when you look at Major League Baseball, there's so many teams who spend so much money for so little return. I actually think they're probably correct when it comes right down to it. So spending money to spend money doesn't seem to work out. I mean, look at the Yankees. They've been obviously very, very good almost every year, but they don't got no titles. So I tend to trust them. They've got good management in place. And
you are an optimistic fella, dude.
Not spending money don't help either.
I would add to that, go Hoyas, as far as being optimistic.
I mean,
I think you're drinking.
Thank you, Matt.
Somebody just called me.
Deep that goes.
Appreciate you listening, bud.
Jeff, somebody just called me and asked me how many golf balls you have left. The one with the 1-800 on them.
I got like 2 boxes left, 2-3 boxes left.
You mean 2-3 sleeves?
Sleeves, all right, yeah. Use the jargon. 2 or 3 sleeves.
I don't think you have 2 or 3 sleeves.
No
way.
You
lost 3 of them yesterday, and you had lost some of them before yesterday.
Nah,
you should stop playing those.
Only 4 of them in one box.
Nah, but I was playing other collected balls.
Jeff lose the ball where they won't be calling into the station,
dude. When I tell people that are trying to learn how to play golf, and sorry to the driving ranges out there, go to the driving range and buy the big bucket and pour half of that in your golf bag and just play range
He's already
golf.
done that.
Oh, really?
He lost those already.
I plead the 5th.
Landfill, are you excited about a potential you and Jeff radio show?
Yeah, we'd crush it.
How do you think the workflow would go?
Oof. It wouldn't be great.
Would you think Jeff would have perfect attendance if he had his own radio show?
Hell no.
The Jeff and Landfill program.
I think he would be on time for like the first week and a half. And then issues might start.
I think if it starts on a Monday, I think by Friday there will be his car gets stabbed or something happens. I don't know what it would be. But you guys, listen, if the Cluster Buster's listening, you guys have my full support. Give Landfill and Jeff every night from 7 to 8 when we don't have games on. Landfill, you in on that? You come back to the station?
Yeah.
That's not prime nap time. Oh, boy. There's a billionaire on the line, folks. Our friend Jera. Hello, Jera. How do you do, sir?
I'm doing fine, Finley, Brian, Walkers, and I can't get up Landfill. Hey, listen, I just want to say one thing. I came on a little strong last time. I do not want anything and I mean anything, to happen to my man Charlie. Because every time he calls in, I feel like my IQ is just increased by 30 or 40 points. But anyway, hey, listen, I wasn't going to call him, but Walker, you bleeping the NBA, how rich is that? You got to be the worst driver in the world. I mean, all I know is you probably got to take a loan out to pay all the stuff. But here's Smith. You didn't do a rolling stop. They caught your tag on their little readers. And he realized he had a big fish in a small pond. That's why he pulled you over. It wouldn't have mattered. You could have put your blinkers on. You could have done everything. They were going to pull you over. But for you to bleep the NBA, they make you go through all that as a deterrent. That make they go through all that pain. You could get your damn near driver's license renewed without even going in the office now. How you do it, I don't know, but it's been done. So they do everything to keep your ass out of there. You're doing everything to keep your ass in there. Anyway, listen, pay your damn fines and you won't have to deal with a cop that's pulling you over for apparently no reason. He had every reason.
He had already paid the fines. They didn't update it.
Well, then here's what happens, Brian. Don't do all that crap and have a damn lengthy record already in there. They couldn't expunge all that in one day. That's why he got his ass in trouble. Hey, listen, y'all have a great day. Hey, Brian, I can't wait till you get in the Hall of Fame.
Appreciate you, bro. Thank you, man.
Thank
y'all
you,
have
Jared.
a great day.
Thanks for the call, dude. One day I would like to have a discussion about just parking tickets accrued. Now, listen, I'm no angel. I get some parking tickets. I get some speed camera tickets. Things happen.
I have.
But Jeff's...
I got one I got to pay right now.
I just had to pay one. What do you think of this? My beautiful, darling, brilliant wife. The speed camera ticket came in the mail. She just handed it to me. I opened it up. I said, this is your car.
Hand it back to her. Yeah.
Jeff, can we ever...
She didn't hand it to you because she thought it was yours. She handed it to you because she think you go pay for it.
Can we ever disclose just ballpark figures of you versus the DC Parking Authority?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Also, we've heard from the Cluster Buster about the possible Jeff and Landfill program. It was a 4-letter response. You care to guess what those 4 letters were? Nope. Let's get one more in here. My guy Vic is in Akakeek. Vic, who you mad at, dude?
What's up, fellas?
How you doing, bud?
What's up, brother?
So, I'm good. I am a long-time North Carolina Tar Heel fan. My brother and I actually started liking North Carolina. He started liking Duke. We didn't even realize it was those two teams playing. We were fighting, and 5 years later, Chris Duhon misses the front end of a half-court shot. So with that said, bleep their athletic department because they keep re-signing or extending Hubert Davis. He is too nice to those kids. And our organization is a laughingstock now. Duke is not competing with us for recruits anymore. They're getting all of them. Our 5-star players are going to other schools. They are transferring. And it's not because all the kids are soft in this generation, blah, 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 blah. Yes, I know this generation is different than the generation I grew up in. But Hubert Davis is too nice. Hubert Davis, he screams defense at his press conferences and gets mad because you ask him critical basketball questions, but he doesn't hold his players accountable to the point where we will play like Roy Williams coached when he played Bill Guthridge or Dean Smith with effort, basketball intelligence, not turning the ball over, rebounding the ball, and having a point guard that doesn't turn the ball over and just wants to shoot all the time. I'm sick of it, and we're going to suck for 4 years because Duke is going to get better, Connecticut is getting better, and the ACC is going to continue to revolve and have better teams every other year, and we're going to suck for 3 to 4 years, and I have to watch my brother scream in my face, Duke, 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 Duke.
Well, Vic, to look on the bright side, at least you have an incredibly stable and normal situation for Carolina football with Coach Belichick running that thing.
No, I'm not a fan of North Carolina Tar Heel football. Drew Peppers was a dog when he played there, but that's it. Listen, let me explain.
Well, at least Coach Belichick's just bringing nothing but good information and a positive spotlight to Chapel Hill. I
could care less about North Carolina football for the rest of my life. I am mad because me and my brother were 9 and 8 years old. The water blue team was playing, and they beat the brakes off somebody, and they were real precision, had a lot of precision. They were real organized, and they did everything right. And then the Sky Blue team was playing the week after that, and they beat the brakes off somebody. So the 2 weeks later, these two teams play. And the Sky Blue team beat the brakes off the Water Blue team. And my brother said, if you touch my face, we fight. And I said, we won. My tip of my finger touched his face, we started fighting. 5 years later, Duke and North Carolina played, and Joe Forte had 25. We did not know what we were fighting over. And since that day, it has been an all-out war about Duke and North Carolina. Now I got to hear him scream, Duke.
So is this really a bleep you to your brother?
Yeah, you bleeping your brother, right?
No. I don't have.
All right, we got it very hard out here, bro. Take care. Thank you for the call. When we come back,
Monica say, with the eggs being so high, why the hell somebody egging cars?
It's a great point, Monica. You're an idiot if you're egging cars with the cost of eggs right now. You'll hear from Louis Riddick when we return.
Mike Leach, one of the most innovative and interesting personas to ever walk the sidelines of a football field, is now eligible for the College Football Hall of Fame. The National Football Foundation announced that it is revising the minimum career winning percentage for coaching eligibility, taking it from a 600 winning percentage to 595, opening the door for Leach to be inducted beginning with the 2027 class. His career winning percentage currently sits at 598. He was so close before, a career record of 158 and 106. Leach is currently considered one of the greatest coaches, previously not eligible for induction. However, he will be with the 2027 class. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Hey, a spirited edition of Bleep You Thursday. Thank you to all those involved. Louis Riddick, worked for the Burgundy and Gold. I don't think it's a secret that he cares for the organization. I think he's also kind of campaigned to become the general manager a few different times.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what keeps Louis from getting back into the league. He obviously hasn't yet. Doesn't mean maybe he won't someday, but I do think he's a really good commentator, analyst. I think he provides good insight as a former player, former front office guy. And Riddick hasn't been shy about what he thinks of the Commanders and kind of the way the NFC shapes up. This is ESPN's Louis Riddick talking about the Commanders as far as NFC threats to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Right now, who do you think is the biggest threat to Philadelphia in the NFC?
It's Washington. It's Washington, Green, because they're making all the right moves. Look, I know we want to conveniently say, well, Jaden Daniels can't have another season like he had last year. Well, why not? Why can't he? Did Cliff Kingsbury go anywhere? No. Did they add some protection on the offensive line? Yeah. Laramie Tunsil and the drafting of Josh Connerly are huge. It's huge. It all started up front with them anyway. Debo Samuel, that acquisition is huge because we know he's a multi-tool player. And we know that a guy like Jalen Lane, who they draft from Virginia Tech, he's an absolute stud in terms of his ability to add another speed component to go along with Terry McLaurin. And really, you know what? Here's the biggest thing. If they hit on Trey Amos, the corner that they draft out of Ole Miss, and we saw Washington just get obliterated in the NFC Championship game by Philadelphia through the air on the perimeter. If Trey Amos can be that dude, I'm telling you, everything is looking up for Washington. Everything is looking up.
Everything is looking up. I tend to agree. I thought it's Amos, Trey Amos, like famous Amos. Have you?
What do you got, Amos?
Yeah, I
hear a lot of people saying Amos as well.
I don't know what is accurate. We're gonna have to get to the bottom of that.
Just ask me directly.
Yeah. Next week I'll ask.
I just call him Trey. I said, "What's up, Trey?"
That's a good workaround.
Yeah. You have to say the whole name.
What do you think is the biggest hurdle for Washington kind of remaining, like getting back to the NFC title game? Like
I believe
it's hard to do.
I'm not going to say necessarily a hurdle. I just think that having the offense have a legitimate season again. I believe the offense, as I've said before, everyone talks just about the defense. That offense scored in one possession games in 6 games straight, which means the defense was giving them enough, holding teams back enough, or just being there to give them an opportunity to still win. But if the offense can stay effective and keep the defense fresh, the defense can play a lot better. So I think, as much as people think it's about the defense, I think the offense getting close to where they were last year is most important.
I think if they could run the ball better, man.
Yeah.
They started running the ball really well.
That would
And
make
they
them better.
really fell off.
That'll make them better, wouldn't it?
Totally.
Yeah.
I think the second half of the year, Jaden was their primary runner. And I don't think that's the best, most efficient type of offense. You never want to remove Jaden's legs from the game because he's such a threat, but you'd love to maintain whatever that looks like. B-Rob, Eckler, Bill, Chris Rodriguez. They got a lot of dudes. They got a lot of options.
That Bill with that kills me.
I love it. I think if they could run the ball better, makes them more efficient. I think Debo as a runner,
if they could run the ball
a piece of this
with their with explosiveness, that makes another team become so one-dimensional on the offense to where now your defense has a chance to exploit them.
Sure. I think.
And now with Jaden's ability, Debo to be able to do it from anywhere, Terry what he did last year, still Zach is still they now.
I saw Zach yesterday.
They can be a hell of a problem for some people.
I think people really sleep on the way Zach Ertz takes care of his body, like just the amount of work that dude puts in. I got asked last night on All Ears. We do like a mailbag segment if I think Cliff will carve out more of a role for Ben Sennett, and I have a couple thoughts on it. One, I think Sennett's a really good blocker, and fans don't really value that because, they want to see offensive production. And specifically, the dude asked me, do you think he could have more of an H-back type role? And I think he could. I think he has the skill set for it. But I think they're going to, if you're going to build creative plays with somebody in the backfield, I think those are going to Debo.
See, I think what people got to get over is, this is the NFL, people. Coach don't have to carve for you if the person in front of you is still carving up people. You get what I'm saying? So Ben Sennett is going to have to take a major step for them to want to carve out something for him. And I think he's going to get there eventually. But if you got somebody in front of you playing like Zach has played, it's going to be hard for them to carve out for you because he's still performing at a high level. It's like everyone wants somebody to automatically just be thrown into it and be what they want them to be. That takes time. And if the dude in front of you is available and accessible, you're going to have to wait a little longer.
Agree with that. I looked at some numbers just at this is not win totals or any of that. This is just teams to make the playoffs next year. And I think it's kind of interesting looking at these numbers. The Bills are the safest bet to make the playoffs. And I think
out of all the teams
in the NFL, you look at that division, they got 6 games against the Jets, the Pats, the Dolphins, and the Bills have made the playoffs, probably 5-6 years in a row.
What about the damn Chiefs? They live in the playoffs.
So the Chiefs, the top 4 teams are the Bills at -750, the Ravens at -550, the Eagles at -400, then the Chiefs at -380. I think with the Chiefs, it's just that they play in a much tougher division, is my guess.
They've won it how many times? 10?
I think he said 9 times in a row.
Yeah. So I don't know.
These are just the odds. I'm not. So, but it goes Bills, Ravens, and maybe Bills is higher because more people will bet it. We know that these aren't always direct correlations to what is the best team or whatever. Bills, Ravens, Eagles, Chiefs, Lions. That's your top 5. This, I don't get it. People are like, oh, well, last year they were injured. They got a bunch of dudes that get injured.
Who was injured?
The 49ers have the 6th best odds to make the playoffs at -200. You know who got better this offseason? The Rams. I don't know that the Seahawks definitely got better going from Geno to Darnold, but I'm a big believer in Mike McDonald and that coaching staff. I think their defense will be way better. I think the Cardinals were pretty damn plucky last season.
Yeah.
The remaining incredibly high expectations on the Niners.
People when they like Jay.
Bucks a -175, and then you've got 3 teams at -160. The Bengals, the Commanders, and the Rams.
Okay.
So the Commanders are a favorite to make the playoffs, just ahead of the Chargers, the Texans, the Packers, and the Broncos. You think that Commanders number is about right?
I think it should be a little higher. I think they're better than what people are going to give them credit for. But everybody's still talking about that sophomore junk.
I don't see it, man.
I don't see it.
like, remember after Baker's rookie year and those progressive commercials where you never stop seeing Baker Mayfield?
Mm-hmm.
Or obviously we saw it with Robert here. Jaden has done none of. There's zero for me to think.
The commercials don't faze me at all. It's like I look at what they've done around him on the team. Like normally when teams have a quarterback that plays very, very good, they do nothing. They basically have went out and improved their squad. You got your coaching staff back. And you've given him more tools, more weapons. So I think he's in a better situation than a lot of guys that had those great years. Look at my man C.J. Stroud last year. He ended up back in the playoffs, right? And both of his top receivers were hurt throughout the season. He still ended up in the playoffs. But people call that a sophomore slump. For him to get back to the playoff with his top two receivers hurt, that's a hell of an accomplishment.
I'm not expecting any sort of sophomore slump. Now, last year they got the bounces. This year maybe they don't. But I think sometimes in life you create your own bounces. I think their aggression on fourth down leads to the long drives. I think Jaden isn't a turnover-prone guy. So there's some of that, if you want to say like, oh, the football gods were on their side, maybe they were. But I think a lot of that was them creating their own opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
I would be – Peter Rosenberg's coming up at 1 o'clock. We'll preview this Knicks-Pacers game tonight with him, among other things. I do want us to just have a conversation about what the hell Pittsburgh is doing. But it doesn't make sense. I just think – I don't know that the Commanders are the biggest top contenders to take out the Eagles. I think the Lions will have something to say about it, even though they lost both coordinators. I think the Rams are quite good.
Losing both coordinators will hurt.
Yeah, and the Rams have won a Super Bowl. It's like people like to gloss over that.
Mm-hmm.
I think the NFC will have real contenders, but I think Washington's absolutely in the conversation. When we come back, what the hell is going on with the Steelers?
Hey, it's Brian and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? Adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best. They've installed new systems in my home, and I felt the difference instantly.
The best part, these systems are whisper quiet. With Rude, you get no more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind and a good night's sleep. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in the most extreme conditions. I'm telling you, since I got the Rude system, my house has never been more comfortable. It's comfort and performance perfectly balanced. And you can save a bunch of cash, man. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right. B. Mitch and Fenley, 1067 The Fan. All right, I don't really know a lot about this event, but it has caught Brian Mitchell's eye every time it comes on. In England, there's a giant hill called Cooper's Hill, where I suppose it's a very long tradition where they roll a giant log of cheese down the hill, and a bunch of these British dudes chase it and just get knocked out. They just it's a steep hill, and they just get rocked. B, how do you feel about these cheese seekers?
I think they're crazy as hell. I mean, you're running down a steep hill behind the cheese is rolling on the ground too. You're not gonna eat it when you get to it, are you? And then guys are flipping.
An 8-pound wheel of double.
But they
Gloucester.
are flipping around. Dog, somebody is. I would like to see the list of injuries on that little deal right there.
Do you know what the prize is, though, if you get it?
What's the prize?
You want to guess?
$25,000.
7 pounds of cheese.
Okay, you get 7 pounds of cheese. You're going to have constipation, and you're going to have $45,000 worth of injuries.
Didn't a YouTuber win it this year?
Maybe.
So what do you do with the cheese?
I don't know. I just seen
you got 8 pounds of cheese.
One
What
dude
the
went flying
hell?
down the hill.
But my question, I just saw a dude flip.
He was in like black or something.
About 15 damn yards, laying on his back. But how many injuries do you have after you get this cheese? You probably can't carry the cheese home.
I would have done that in college, but now, nah.
Yeah, you're very,
nah, not now.
very mature now. Specific to the cheese, though, B.
There's no money. No money is involved.
Started in 1826.
Probably where they should have left it at in 1826.
I bet back then people were starving and going hungry, so they're like, "Yo, I'll chase you for that." Cheese.
People had their own gardens and everything back then. They probably had more food than we do. We depend on everybody else. They were making their own.
All right. I just saw something online. Can I just say this? Okay. I saw a report. I think it's from our boy Barcel Nate. Saying that Alex Ovetchkin, that there was an email that Ovi announced. It was basically, there was some email that said announcing it's Ovi's last season. Caps PR just put out a statement saying unequivocally there has been no decision. This is from Capitals PR. No decision has been made on Alex Ovechkin's future following the 2025-26 NHL season. An email was sent.
It came from by a name Tony Wolak.
Hold on, that's who posted it. That's not who it came from. Here's the actual information. An email was sent from an individual with the corporate sales department that mistakenly alluded to next year being Alex Ovechkin's final year. So Tony Wolak posted it. That's probably not where the email came from. Here's what happened. Somebody trying to sell a couple extra things, and they're like, yo, it's probably Ovi's last year. And then it gets screenshotted, and then that becomes the story. I think we all believe it's probably Ovechkin's last year. It's the last year of his contract. He said he wants to play one more year in Russia at the end of his career. But I do think Alex gets to be the dude to make that announcement, not Tony Wolak.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm glad we cleared that up.
Or whoever in the office that sent the wrong information that would tell you that, they need to stop sending emails.
Yeah.
There you go.
I did want to play this real quick because I want B to hear it. Terry Bradshaw, obviously a Hall of Fame quarterback for the Pittsburgh
I'm with you, Terry.
Steelers. Terry Bradshaw went hard. Just what the hell is Pittsburgh doing waiting around for Aaron Rodgers?
What do you think about possibly Aaron Rodgers being the quarterback? That's a joke. He shouldn't. That is just, to me, is a joke. What are you going to bring him in for 1 year? Are you kidding me? I mean,
that's not the Steelers' way, right?
No, man, that guy needs to stay in California and go,
Thank you.
somewhere and chew on bark and whisper to the guys out there.
100%. These guys on the show, Mr. Bradshaw, know I'm not a fan of his. We've been around each other personally, and he was not a kind person.
Now he does not. I had to go over and introduce myself to him. He's not. I had to go. Hey, Aaron. I'm Terry Bradshaw. I know he knows me, but I just felt like I better tell him who I am. Yeah. And not, you walk in there and you get in his presence and you feel like it's going to start snowing.
I love Terry.
What?
That's Louisiana right there. They don't give a damn.
What are they doing? Are you surprised?
I'm not. I'm surprised that Tomlin hadn't said anything. I know it's not Tomlin's doing.
You think?
Tomlin is not deciding on waiting on no damn Aaron Rodgers. That's front office.
Who's the GM? Omar Khan, I believe.
That's the front office. It's damn sure not Tomlin.
Wouldn't you? If I'm the Steelers and I think my defense is good enough to compete, because I think they
I
do.
wish they were on Hard Knocks and we could see some meetings in the back. I bet you somebody's getting cursed out by Tomlin.
Do you think there is an agreement in place for Aaron to come and he just doesn't feel like dealing with OTAs? And
First of all, if you're a quarterback going to a brand new team, and I don't care what level you are, you want to be a leader, you need to come there. The quarterback going there is totally different. You know, he has a history of screwing up teams and being selfish. I would think that any coach, after watching what he did to the Jets, you got the defensive-minded coach, Tomlin defensive-minded, got that man fired to bring in his dude.
Salah.
You know, so, man, if anybody on that team needs to be concerned about him.
I don't say this lightly. If I was Pittsburgh, the move to me is obvious.
What?
Call Atlanta. Offer a fourth. Say, we'll pay half of Kirk's salary. Whatever Kirk isn't as far as playoff success, Kirk has limitations, right?
Yeah.
And maybe you're concerned
But
about
can Kirk deal with? Did they get rid of Pickens yet?
Yeah, they
Okay.
traded him to the Cowboys.
So they got rid of Pickens, and then you got Debo there now. Who's the other receiver?
No, DK.
DK. I'm making that Debo. DK. What? Kirk? Yeah, Kirk can
Kirk's
do
a
something.
pro. He's going to show up and be a pro.
But he can't get you over the hump, though.
Yo, but Mason Rudolph can't either. That's who they're starting right
still,
now.
I mean, I can pay Mason Rudolph less money than I'm going to pay Kirk. If I'm not going to go somewhere, then I'm damn sure not going to pay top dollar to not go somewhere.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have to pay it all. Atlanta's going to have to eat a bunch of the
They
money.
have to eat some of it, and probably what they going to eat is still you're going to be paying him more than you paying Mason Rudolph.
Sure, but I think
They
Kirk
should've
is
just
significantly
kept
better than Mason
Russ or
Rudolph.
somebody else instead of dealing with this Aaron Rodgers.
They had
crap.
Russ. They didn't want him.
I said they should have
They
kept
had
him.
Fields. They didn't want him.
Yeah, no, now they got Aaron Rodgers.
The Steelers have been such a well-run organization for so long, and this just seems bizarre. Maybe they
does.
really like this kid, Will Howard. I think they're going to let Rodgers come in whenever he wants, and it just doesn't seem very Steelers-ish.
No, it doesn't. And I think, see, this is where I'm at with it. You've had veteran players on that team already talk about the displeasure of, if he's going to be a Steeler, he needs to come here and do it the Steelers way. What's the big defensive lineman that said that?
Cam Hayward.
Yeah. So, listen, man, you basically setting up problems.
Bizarre behavior for the black and gold.
Mm-hmm.
When we return, our friend Peter Rosenberg joins us from New York. We're talking Knicks Pacers, do or die for the New York Knickerbockers.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. An email went out to Capitals season ticket holders, and the biggest thing that showed up, October, the start of Capitals hockey, and in red text, Alex Ovechkin's final NHL season. Now that got tweeted out and picked up by multiple sources, but the Capitals have put out their statement. Capitals PR put out a tweet that says, quote, "No decision has been made on Alex Ovechkin's future following the 2025-2026 NHL season." An email was sent from an individual with the corporate sales department that mistakenly alluded to next year being Alex Ovechkin's final year. So Capitals PR has cleared this one up. No decision has been made on Alex Ovechkin's future following the 25-26 season. That thing that is going viral right now on social media claiming that it is, there is no truth to that statement per Capitals PR. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life lifetime vehicle coverage. All of it's just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Plenty for us to discuss. ESPN today put together an interesting article on Trey Hendrickson. I get asked, the actual football question I get asked the most. We do that mailbag on all ears, like I said. Every week I get a question about pass rusher.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people are more focused on, are they going to add a free agent? There are free agent. Clowney's still out there. I mean, there are dudes that are still out there. Generally, the guys that are still out there are going to be over 30, that have not been super productive. Doesn't mean they can't produce. Von Miller has been super productive. I don't think Von Miller wants to sign until
after training camp.
Until after training camp. I think Von Miller, if he signs, is going to sign like August 28th, wherever that is. Zadarius Smith. Judon hasn't signed anywhere yet, right?
Not that I know of.
I'd be kind of interested in Judon above a lot of these other folks. But Hendrickson remains the most intriguing storyline. ESPN put this big story out with information from, I think the guy's name is Ben Baby, that covers the Bengals, and then Jeremy Fowler, who's kind of like a step or two down from Schefter, but still very much wired in around the league.
Yeah.
So I wanted to read from Fowler kind of where this goes next. And this is interesting. So what is the buzz around the league regarding Trey Hendrickson? Especially knowing that 4 pass rushers this past season signed for $34 million or more. Myles Garrett, Daniil Hunter, Max Crosby, and Nick Bosa. Hendrickson, I'm reading now from ESPN.com. Hendrickson not only wants proper market value, but he wants long-term security, which means a 1 or 2 year deal probably won't suffice. Some around the league believe Cincinnati will figure out a way to keep him. I can't see how they let a great player go for a draft pick, given the pressure to win now, one NFC executive said. Trade talks have cooled with the belief that Cincinnati either didn't get an offer, including a first-round pick, or it rebuffed engaging trade offers in March, which is consistent with what I've heard, that, to get a trade done, you got to have somebody willing to trade, and there wasn't a willingness.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like this is contract extension or bust, at least right now. I'm quoting now. I still think they can come to a compromise, getting him above that $30 million threshold while covering themselves, another NFC executive said. The age is something that must be a factor for them. If no deal occurs, I've spoken to several people who believe Hendrickson very might well follow through on his promise to miss games or even the season. He's extremely dug in, a source said. That's per Jeremy Fowler. Where do you land on this Hendrickson stuff? You were in the league a long time. You know that money can change opinions in a hurry, but we also know
we just saw it happen with a man in Cleveland.
Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
Hell, we saw it in Cincy with Chase
but
and
the thing of it is, like, listen, man, Cincinnati has a history of not paying people. Players know that. But a lot of players know it, but they don't understand it until they get into that situation. Trey Henderson right now is in a position where guys of his caliber don't end up. And sometimes you got to show them, okay, I'm not joking about this. They can say, oh, we'll just not, we will find you, we'll do whatever. But you know what? You still can't build a team. He's going to still build your books. So it gets to the point where are you going to keep doing that? You know, and yes, it's a lot of pressure on the people, the front office and the coach to win. And if they see, now, this is the thing. Ownership has a history of not paying.
Yeah.
So do they use somebody else as a scapegoat?
Now, to localize this, there is plenty of thought the Commanders should go after Hendrickson. That's not just.
I felt they should.
That's not just fans. That's people that are informed and recognize kind of the hole on the edges for Washington and what Hendrickson could bring. I think people also recognize Terry McLaurin needs a new deal. I think McLaurin's deal would. I think DK Metcalf's contract he signed in Pittsburgh would make that pretty. There's an easy framework for where Terry's deal has to land.
Yeah.
Now, keeping in mind a McLaurin deal or a Hendrickson deal, both would be extensions. So the new money is kicking in next year in 26. So it really just allows some fungibility with how these numbers would work within the salary cap, because you're talking about money for next year and beyond. And if you load up the bonus money, you could spread that out over the length of the contract, et cetera, et cetera. If you had to pick, get Terry done, keep him here, make him a lifer, trade for Hendrickson, or do both. And I think it's easy on the surface to be like, do both, be awesome. But you're then talking about probably committing $70 million a year to two dudes, knowing we're only 2 seasons away from a Jaden contract extension.
I understand that. But
and the Jaden contract extension doesn't hit till 2 more years after that.
I don't care.
Would you be in on get both done?
Hell yeah. I mean, if you have a owner who's willing to spend it, because what you got to do is the guarantee, you got to put it up. If they got that money to put it up, I'll definitely be willing to do both.
Landini, get the Terry deal done, trade and get a Hendrickson deal done, or do both, knowing you're committing a lot of money to two dudes that will certainly be in their 30s when those deals come to fruition.
Mostly they have to get the Terry deal done. That's number one. And, you know, I wouldn't be opposed to the Hendrickson deal, but have to get the Terry deal done. That's the most important thing.
Would you want them to try to chase both?
Sure.
Knowing that commits a bunch of cash to two dudes.
I don't care about the bunch of cash, Jay. That's what the NFL is about, paying people a bunch of cash.
Salary cap goes up every year by like $15 million.
Probably got to pay Tunsil soon, too. Just add that.
We'll figure it out. You see the Eagles figure it out.
I'm guessing I know where my man Jeffrey's going to land on this.
Of course,
sign the whole league.
Of course, we keep in touch. And yo, I'm with B and Landini. The salary cap increase. Oh, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Let's get them on. I wouldn't be mad at it. But on the other hand, if they say, well, we're going to just handle Terry's contract extension and work with what we got going on here, I wouldn't be mad at that either.
And if we're really going to get into the weeds on this, if you're looking ahead to next year, there's no more guaranteed money on Deron Payne's deal, no more guaranteed money on Marshawn Lattimore's deal. You probably do have to re-sign Luvu, assuming he's a long part of the future. But you're still in that window, man, because even keep in mind, Jaden Daniels' contract extension today is May 29th, 2025. The earliest they can get that done is the 2027 season, like the 27-28 season. You got to play 3 full years, and it's an extension. So the huge, massive money
doesn't come till a few years later.
Doesn't hit the books until 29.
Yeah.
So I think you could make an honest run at this. I very much believe. I'll let people chime in if they want.
Let's just be real about it, though. Some teams seem to have the wherewithal to figure it out. Some teams don't. I like to believe this team can figure this out if they want to get it done. Before, I wouldn't dare say that they could have done it with the other ownership. Now, I believe they can get it done. The other ownership had no money to be put away for guarantees and all. That's why they couldn't sign no damn body. This one here, it's a lot of money in that group that owns this squad. Lots of money.
I don't
and
know.
They got a lot of liquid free money, too.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. There's 3 lanes. You get the Terry deal done. The other part of Hendrickson is you got to give something up. Like, are you willing to do whatever that is? Do you want Terry, Hendrickson, or both, knowing that really starts to chunk up a lot of your salary cap for the future? We haven't done this, but I think there are some people that have concern paying McLaurin market value. I am not one of them. I think that's kind of nuts. Market value is market value. Terry,
what did he do last year?
Terry's the top of the market.
What did he do the previous years with mediocre ass quarterbacks? Then when he got a legitimate quarterback, what did he do?
Terry worst season was 919
He's a top
yards.
of the market receiver.
This is rookie
Why
year.
the hell shouldn't he get paid top of the market?
In the last 5 seasons, he's gone for at least 1,000 yards. A lot of those with really subpar quarterback play. Last year, he had 1,096 yards and 13 touchdowns. Led the league on go routes. I think those that are concerned with paying Terry what the market bears, I think there's just weirdly, I wish I had a better word for this, like
haters.
I think there are people that are just so focused on being like football hipsters and knowing more than others that they're like, oh man, if you look at his PFF numbers weeks 8 through 11 against left-handed cornerbacks, it just, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't track to me why you would have any concern about a dude like McLaurin.
Yeah.
I think
a guy that produces and doesn't cause problems.
Not only doesn't cause problems, but is a straight up leader.
But
he's
see,
everything
that's
you
where
want.
People confuse me at. When people do their job the way your job's supposed to be done, there's always somebody want to hate on that. You have to be an ass for people to think that we got to go and fight for you all the time.
Taking your calls. Hendrickson, it seems like he remains an option. Do you want them to chase Hendrickson? Do you want them to get Terry done first? Do you want them to try to do it all? Our guy Drew's on the line. What's up, Drew?
Hey, I think this is a great discussion, and I think people need to get used to it. When we have good players and we have good players that want to come here, then we're going to have good contracts. And, if I look at Philly, they're not afraid of any of this stuff. But I agree, Landfill got it right. You got to get Terry and Jeff. You got to get Terry done first. Then you get Hendrickson, and then you keep building. I mean, we got to put some more trophies in the trophy case, and now's the time. So go for it all, and let's keep going. Don't stop.
All right, man.
I like that, Drew. Thanks, buddy. Always good to hear from you.
Sure. Take care, guys.
I don't know that going for both of these dudes is really that realistic. I also kind of maintain, I think the Bengals are kind of full of it. I think they're going to get to the finish line. I think they're going to get to the finish line. Like, I think they're going to try to force Hendrickson's hand and see if he'll actually sit out. We're taking your calls, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Do you think Commanders' top priority needs to be getting Terry McLaurin's deal done? Does it need to be potentially chasing Trey Hendrickson, which implies they haven't tried, and since he is not has been a real partner in this, you think they should try to get both done? Is this, we talk about being a real contender to knock off Philly. Is this the kind of stuff that real contenders to knock off Philly do? Go get everybody you can. You know what I mean?
Yep. They got a loaded staff, a loaded roster. You got to have one too.
Now, Philly did draft a lot of their guys, but they traded for guys. They traded for A.J. Brown. Zach Bond was a free agent.
Yep.
Like, sometimes you got to
make it happen.
Let's go to Kenny in Lorton. Kenny, what do you think should be the top priority, dude?
Hey, fellas, definitely get Terry locked in. He's put in his time and service, and he deserves to be compensated. But at the same time, I think Adam Peters and the staff might have enough to work something out with Hendrickson, as well as the scuttlebutt I've been hearing about Jalen Ramsey. I wanted to know if you guys have been hearing about that.
So the Jalen Ramsey stuff I've heard seems to be driven from like social media rather than like people wired in with the league. The one thing I think specific to Jalen Ramsey is there's this conversation, we're going to move him over to safety. Corners get paid like 4x than safeties. I don't think Jalen Ramsey's interested in going to safety.
Not right now.
He's not that late in his career. I think Ramsey's going back to LA. And I think he'll get released, over the weekend by Miami, and I think he'll be back with the Rams. I don't know, but you know what? I don't even. For a long time, there was the conversation. Anytime some big name got released, it was like, Washington should get him.
Yep.
Now, not all of them are going to be fits, but I think if you're a contender, you want to be in the conversation for all of it.
Yeah.
800-636-1067. Bob is in Alexandria. Bob, what should the priorities be? Terry, chasing somebody like Hendrickson? Where do you want him to go?
I mean, they should sign a pass rusher, like if they could, but realistically, you might have to go with somebody that's a free agent currently. Hendrickson would be nice, but I don't really understand how that saga is going to end. I feel like that could even bleed into the season, and then maybe circumstances are different, but it doesn't seem realistic. Obviously, I think McLaurin is going to be the priority. It's just it's a story because he's not there, but this is probably going to get done in August or something. So, I'm not worried. I feel like they got to get a pass rusher, but Hendrickson might not be realistic right now.
All right.
Hendrickson might not be realistic right now. I think that's fair because I think since he wants to see if he'll actually dig his feet in. I think he will, though. Thanks for the call, Bob. Appreciate you, man.
He should.
I think he will. We're going to keep these phone lines going. Jeff, what did you want to add in here, man?
Well, most of the people were saying that they didn't want to give Terry the market value because of his age. But Smoot said something last season that really stuck with me. He said, we don't care about Terry age. He hasn't lost a step. And one thing that Terry has is breakaway speed. You have yet to, once he get out there and get on you, you're not catching him. The only way he's getting caught is if he's tracking the ball down. That's it. So I would give him the money.
I mean, the stats are the stats. He led the NFL on go routes.
The man's good,
in yards
bro.
per catch. We're going to keep the
It's
phone lines
amazing
open.
when someone is that good and his own fans don't give him complete respect.
Keeping the phone lines open, 800-636-1067. McLaurin, Hendrickson, Ramsey. You want the Commanders to go all in mode. You want them to take their time, build this thing. Talking to you, nobody go anywhere. It's Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitch here. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $20 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Should have bought that fucking jacket and shit with me today. So I should have brought my fucking blazer with me. I gotta go back home now and get this shit.
Where's your event?
All of them.
I might have one in my car.
I can't
What size
fit,
are you?
I can't fit your fucking jacket, dog.
42 regular?
42, motherfucker. I'm a 46, 48. Jay, I do this here. And your shit will rip up.
Sure would.
You thought I was a 42? Damn, I must be looking.
but
I must be looking good, dog. You like this motherfucker's crazy.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Capitals PR has put out a statement saying that no decision has been made on Alex Ovetchkin's future following the 25-26 season. An email went out to season ticket holders that mistakenly alluded to next year being Ovi's final year. There is no truth to that. Happening tonight, the Indiana Pacers need just one win to reach the NBA Finals. They already have 2 of them at Madison Square Garden in this series. They can finish off the New York Knicks quickly, just like they play, but the Pacers like their games fast. They need to not get ahead of themselves. That's the message head coach Rick Carlisle said, especially for a young team. Also happening tonight, the Dallas Stars are back at home and on the verge of their season ending with the Western Conference Final for the 3rd year in a row, especially if they don't start scoring goals again like they have all season. Dallas is back at home for Game 5 tonight, down 3-1 to the Oilers after scoring only 2 goals while losing 3 consecutive games. Will the Oilers close this one out? Probably. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B's feeling it.
I like this song. I like what you're trying to say, Landfill.
You always got to think subliminal messaging with Professor Landini. All right, man. Simple question. This Trey Hendrickson thing is not going away in Cincinnati. The Bengals are kind of dug in. Hendrickson now seems legitimately pissed.
Should be.
Could Washington use an elite pass rusher? Hell yes.
Mm-hmm.
Does Washington need to take care of their own house with Terry McLaurin? Hell yes. Can you do both?
So
our friend Kerwin texted me.
I'll
Said,
ask you this question.
Okay.
Are they one player away from being where they need to be?
No.
Okay. So
they're close, though.
They're close, but they're not one player. And I'm just waiting for the calls to come through.
All right, let's go to our guy Dan is in Fairfax. What up, Danny boy?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
What's happening?
Thanks for calling, bud.
B. Mitch, I wanted to say it was an honor to meet you at Rudy's. I know it was quite a while ago. But
I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, the other day, somebody said that you were truculent. Well, when Howard Cosell was talking to Muhammad Ali and he called him truculent, Muhammad Ali said, yeah, if that's good, that's me. Keep being truculent.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But, Terry McLaurin is my favorite player. And, I really think that they should concentrate on signing him. I like Hendrickson a lot. I think did he get 17 sacks last year? So, but I think the price would be too steep. So I think we just concentrate on Terry. But thanks for taking my call, guys.
Thanks, Danny. 17 and a half, I believe, in each of the last 2
He can make their
seasons.
lives miserable, though.
Dude, people have this, concern about it's not your money.
Yeah.
As long as they can. And these are contract extensions, so the money wouldn't hit until 26.
Yep.
Let's go to Nick and welcome. Nick, what do you want him to do
fellas.
here?
Where's welcome?
I tell you what, this is not going to be a very popular phone call, but I'm telling you, I think we're closer with the defensive end to where we need to be. And as of 2 years ago, people were still on the fence if Terry McLaurin was the number 1 receiver. Now, don't get me wrong, I love Terry McLaurin. But the bottom line is a great quarterback came along, Messiah came along, it made Terry McLaurin that number 1 receiver. And who's to say he can't do that with a kid or a free agent and do the same thing with his arm and the way he plays football? And I noticed people were like, oh, this and that. I love Terry McLaurin. But 15 to 17 sacks a year, that's closer to me to getting to a Super Bowl than having We have wide receivers, fellas. You know, like I said, 2 years ago, he wasn't even considered by most commentators to be in a one receiver in the NFL.
I don't.
You know what?
I don't know
People
that
also say that Jesus wasn't the right one either. So I don't buy what the commentators say. He was getting 1,000 yards with bum ass quarterbacks.
I agree, Brian. But what makes us closer? What makes us close to the Super Bowl?
So get rid of your top receiver and you take a step back offensively and go get you a defensive end. So guess what? You're still not where you're supposed to be. You took a step back to come back to where you possibly are, or still be farther back to what you are now.
Not if you have a young receiver coming up.
Nick, can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
If you look at what Cincinnati's doing, they clearly chose to pay their receivers and let Hendrickson be pissed off, right?
Yeah. It's been a terrible organization for years, going back to Paul Brown.
They've been in a Super Bowl in the last 5. Listen. I very much disagree with you about Terry McLaurin. If you're having a broader position value debate about an elite D end versus a receiver, I can hear that. I don't put Terry in the same company. It seems you do.
It's hard to coach football with your heart. Bill Belichick, he did it. He's at people, brought new people in, wound them in, and that's the way he won the Super Bowl.
Yep, and when Tom Brady left, he couldn't win.
Like I'm a hater, but I love my football team. Don't get me wrong. But not any guy. Some guys can come in and get a lot better and make up, but no one's going to come in with 12, 15, 16 sacks, man.
But it's not automatic that he'll do it again this year either.
I appreciate the call.
My thing is listen, to be honest with you, like you said, a guy could come in and pick up. Somebody could come in and be that guy too. But I don't think it's easy to go get 13 touchdowns either.
I like I said, I agree. It's a tough argument, man. But sometimes you got to play football, coach it with your head, not your heart. And believe me, I'm a Redskin fanatic, man, and it hurts for me to say it. But I'm trying to get a Super Bowl before I leave this earth, man. That's where I'm at.
Listen, man, it's a good discussion. Thanks for the call, all right?
All right, buddy.
Yep.
I don't think we agree, but it's a good discussion. Yep. Let's go to who's been on hold the longest. Paul's in D.C. Paul, what do you think, man?
Mitch, man, I school these cats. This dude just said what he said, man. Listen, Terry McLaurin has been putting up numbers without a serious quarterback, but people forget he hasn't even had a number 2 receiver to take the pressure off him. You're talking about T. Higgins and Jamar Chase both had each other. So that's number 1. Number 2, ask him what was New England's best season when they went 19-0. Who did they have on their team that made them to go past the stratosphere? It was Randy Moss.
Cats been running like Randy Moss.
Yeah,
Randy Moss. Randy Moss
they
made
did lose
Tom
that year.
Brady so much better. So all these cats, listen, we made the championship with Terry McLaurin. We ain't do nothing with Hendricks yet. So all that they talking is bull crap, man. We signing Terry McLaurin. If we get a rusher on the edge, then we get one in the draft that's much younger and a lot more vibrant. If we can get Henderson, of course we would want him. And I would dare to say you might want to trade Deron Payne for him and a pick. Man, I will give up 2 future first-round picks if that's what it takes without subtracting from my team because we're that close, like you guys said. At the end of the day, the only reason B-Mitch why they don't like Terry McLaurin is because he doesn't fit their physical eye trait that's prevalent throughout the league. If this guy was 6'1" or 6'2", like Jefferson in Minnesota and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, they'd be like, pay him. But
now, I just
come
think
on, man.
I think you're nuts at this
point. If he was
point.
drafted in the first round, they wouldn't be saying this.
Jamar Chase is 6 foot tall, by the way.
but that's the problem with people. People just think where you're drafted. He was drafted in the 3rd round, but he's performing like first rounders.
My
better than a lot of them.
And guess what? No matter what you say, this guy is a top 10 wide receiver.
Hell yes.
You'll be hard pressed to find that anywhere. He's been on your team. He's been loyal. He's been dedicated. No problem. Man, that's priceless right there. These people crazy. Man.
Paul, it's a great call.
I'm with you, Paul.
That Pats team went 18-1. They didn't quite get to 19-0. Oh God, White Brian celebrating. Thank you, Paul. We haven't heard from White Brian in days. He was wearing his pink shirt though. Don't think I didn't notice.
Yeah,
Bill
Piggy.
Old Piggy.
You ain't my man with the pink, huh?
Something about the pinky. Bill is in Delaware. Bill. Where do you
What up,
weigh in,
Bill?
dude?
I say you got to take Terry for sure. That's your first priority. Forget Hendrickson because you got to trade away draft picks for him. I think Adam Peters does great in the draft room. And go after Ramsey because if you have Ramsey, then you have Lattimore, Ramsey, and Sanderson as your cornerbacks. That gives you a lot more time to get the line pressure on the quarterback.
Yep. Got Amos as well.
I'd rather somebody getting pressure on the quarterback than somebody on the back end. But I hear you. Ramsey, it might not cost you a pick or anything because I believe, frankly, he's going to be on the market in a couple of days. But we'll see. Good call. Thanks, Bill. Appreciate you, bud. All right, let's go to Jordan in Hagerstown.
What up, Jay?
What up, Jordan?
Hey, fellas, what's going on? Hey, I just had to call in to address that drug addict that was talking about Terry McLaurin's not a number one receiver. Okay? The guy has had no quarterback his entire career and has done nothing but perform at the highest level. I mean, I can't understand where this guy is coming from.
It's a great call, dude.
I
love that you called him a drug addict. Joe Benitez on Twitter said,
"Oh boy,
give Terry whatever he desires. He went through Dan Snyder, he went through Ron Rivera, and now he deserves it all."
He was a class player throughout that.
No,
I'm saying throughout all that, and
right.
He still is. Yes, but you know what? I believe he's going to be taken care of. You know,
I do too. I also like. To me, the conversation is: do you think they should swing big and get this all done? I don't know. The problem with Cincy is...
See, I think sometimes you don't need to stretch yourself thin. I mean, I've watched this team, and I'm telling you, a damn good offense makes a defense better. And last year, we talk so much about they scored six last possession scores to win games. Why were they able to score 6 possessions to win games? Defense wouldn't give them up a lot of points. Although they weren't like top 3, they still didn't give up a lot of points.
Kerwin texted me and just said, responsible spending, please. Something to that, man. I think you got to get Terry's deal done. I think they will get Terry's deal done. I don't think we need to stress about this. Now, if they decide they can walk and chew gum at the same time and get Terry done and trade for Trey Hendrickson.
Can you do that?
I'm not mad at it. I don't think Cincy wants to trade him. I think he ends up wearing a Tiger helmet, a Bengal helmet. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Jeff, what's good with the Pink Panther? People are asking. Joel Corey does a great job. Former sports agent, writes for CBS Sports now. His last two tweets have just happened to be about Terry McLaurin. He says DK Metcalf is the latest relevant wide receiver data point for McLaurin's deal. I've been saying that for some time. He also he just tweeted about Laramie Tunsil. He said Laramie Tunsil was the first O-lineman to get $20 million a year and then $25 a year. He figured getting more bites of the apple with shorter deals is the best way to maximize income. His two veteran deals have been 3-year extensions. He's in year 2 of a 3-year deal. He's got $10 million guaranteed this season. I think there's no way he plays the 26 season without a new deal. I'm curious to see what happens with this year's deal.
Yeah, we'll see.
Fun day, fun conversations. We got some stuff to take care of for tomorrow, and it's going to be a fun week. We've done well. OTAs make things a lot more fun, just stuff to get through and discuss. We do have some hoops tonight. We do have some puck tonight. Excited to watch both of those. The Nats remain on the West Coast. God bless you if you're staying up watching those games. It ain't happening for me.
It's hard.
9:40 first
I have
pitch.
a 6:30 appointment every morning on the treadmill. I can't stay up and watch it.
Yeah.
Late.
Damn. Saturday night. The first pitch Saturday night is 10:10 p.m. Usually Saturday games are like afternoon. Even if it was West Coast,
I can tell you right now, I won't be watching it.
I don't know that I will be either.
That'll be a couple hours after I called Mitch to wish him good night.
You won't get an answer, dog. Don't worry about it.
That's right around when Landfill's waking up.
I hope nobody really needs me at this time right now while that's going on, because I'm not answering the phone for you.
We should all call Jeff and wish him a good night. But I don't. Jeff on the weekends with the clubs. Jeff, what time
you call Jeff and you answer the phone? You won't be able to hear him anyway. You be in the middle of a club.
Jeff, what time are you getting to sleep on a regular Thursday, Friday, Saturday night?
About 3:30, 4 a.m.
What about you, White Brian? What's the average bedtime?
7:30.
2 o'clock.
Whoa!
AM?
Yeah.
Oh, you working?
What?
When you're not working, what time you go to sleep?
I work nights on Friday and Saturday.
When you're not working, what time you go to sleep, B?
12:30. Whenever the late games end.
So you're staying up watching baseball this time of year?
No, basketball.
Okay, so you're like tonight you're gonna watch every
Game
second.
Knicks Pacers will be over early. Damn 12:30.
Yeah, I'll
starts
watch
at
Knicks
8 o'clock.
Pacers
Dude is off by
inside the NBA.
10:30. What are you talking about?
He's got 20-cent bets, man.
Then it starts at 8:30, and that's off by 11:30. 11 o'clock, 11:30. What are you talking about, B?
Maybe
12:30. What you doing after you get off and watching the game, dog?
I told you he's wearing his pink shirt. He's a regular Romeo. Takes a while. He like low and slow is how they cook things at the White Brian household.
Every time something, look at his face.
Yo, he did get a haircut.
He just got all flushed. Look at him.
Did you get a haircut?
Like 2 days ago.
That's messed up. You didn't let Chris Russell cut it. He's an expert.
The man is smart not to let Chris Russell cut his hair.
If you had to pick one person at the station to cut your hair, White Brian, who would it be?
Me?
Probably be Mitch.
Not me? Who would be last?
Jeff.
I think Jeff would actually be decent at cutting hair.
I was gonna say it's crazy because I learned how to cut hair growing up.
You cut white dude's hair though?
Bro, I didn't cut, especially in college. I didn't cut Hispanic people hair and everything, bro.
Okay.
All right.
I let Grant Paulson cut my hair one time.
You shave it?
No, it was a terrible haircut.
Yeah, you stupid.
Get White Brian a high top fade.
What did he say? Cole, you stupid.
Let's make some bets, Landini.
Holla. Gather around.
Pacers in 5, baby.
Ooh, J-Dogs.
Hey,
WB, where do we stand?
You're taking the Pacers as how?
Everybody is 1-1.
Jeff is laying the points. Are you taking the money line?
Money line, baby.
All right.
Jeff be talking gangster
The Pacers are underdogs somehow.
Hey, look, they about to win.
Plus 4.5.
And Hollibucket's going. Give him the choke sign again.
The choke sign in the Garden is vicious.
I got to go Pacers plus 4.5.
How different would this look if the Knicks had just closed out the first game?
It'd be way different.
I mean, I guess it'd be 2-2, which is obvious, but all of it would look so different. All right. 2 out of 3 aquarium voters go Pacers.
Pacers.
Whitest Brian?
I'm taking Tommy Paul in the French Open.
Who?
Is that of the Paul family, like the YouTubers?
No, not the same Pauls. He's from Jersey.
Okay. White Brian, sticking with his name, White Brian decided to bet on the French Open when the Eastern Conference Finals are on tonight.
222.5. No.
What do you think, B? There's puck if you want puck.
I need the under. Give me the under.
Brian Mitchell goes under 220. That is high scoring. I just got a zag. I don't really like it. Give me the Knicks to win. Zagging on no ass. Thank you to everybody. Listen to the program.
I'm not going to do that. I'm going over.
That's it.
Over, and I'm going Brunson
There it is.
over 28.
There it is. 28. I see it at 30.5.
Giving him over 30.
White Brian, what is
I don't have to take it at 30.5. I could buy it down and still be under.
Now you're just buying down.
Yeah, I want that
props?
28.
I'll give you 30.
I take 28.
28 is not the number. I'll take 22. Give me the
JP,
over.
You go look at this, you go look at FanDuel. You can bet you can take it all the way down to 15. You just got different odds.
Right, but
Hey, I got Brunson over 8.
I'm going 28 and the win. That makes it automatically below the 200 threshold we have.
That man
Wait, you want the
choking.
Knicks too? So you want the over the Knicks and Brunson 28?
No, I want no Nick.
I'm taking Knicks plus 14.
Y'all do that the hell y'all
Give me
want.
the Knicks plus 3
I
touchdowns.
know what I'm doing. Landfill bet $1, Brian bet 20 cents. I ain't
And
listening to
Jaden
them.
Daniels going to throw a 3-point bucket.
Jeff, that wasn't even
Jeff
funny.
ruined the joke. We had a good thing going.
Everybody was doing something,
Jeff
made
just
it
made no
good,
damn
and then
sense.
Jeff came up and talked about something.
Thank you to everybody that
I'm
listened.
good.
Thank you to Craig Laughlin. Thank you to John Keim. Thank you to everybody that called in. Good discussions today. Grant, Danny, who we got in there?
Stallion.
Grant wasn't here. That's why Brian didn't get him to cut his hair.
But like, is it Danny solo? Danny and Toby?
Yeah,
Danny
it's
and
Toby.
Linnell? Danny and Toby.
Yeah.
Danny and Toby coming your way next. We'll be back tomorrow. If you made it this far, I owe you a beer.
favorite to become the new Mississippi State in 2015. O'Connor has been the head baseball coach at Virginia since 2004. Now, despite reaching the College World Series in the previous 2 seasons, Virginia failed to reach the tournament this year after posting a 31-25 overall record, 12-18 in conference play. Now, understandably so, O'Connor was really disappointed in his team's exclusion from the tournament. Speaking of baseball, this time on the major league level, the Nationals take on the Mariners in a late-night rubber match tonight after beating Seattle 9-0 last night. 9:40 p.m. is first pitch with Mackenzie Gore on the mound. As always, make sure you tune in right here, 106.7 The Fan, to listen live. And we're clearing up the rumor mill. Capitals PR has put out a statement that no decision has been reached on Ovetchkin's future, after reports this morning said that this would be his final season. Now, these reports did come from an email that was sent out to season ticket holders indicating that this was his final season. However, Capitals PR has said no decision has been reached on Ovi's future past the 25-26 season. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
This here's a radio program. It's Grant Nanny on 106.7 The Fan. No GP. He's out, man. He's out this week. Toby is in. We got a good one for you. I like shows like this. We're going to hit you with bursts, right? We're not going to do one thing for like 7 hours. We got a lot. We're going to pepper you. Fast and Furious, but not like the stupid movies. Good. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. Something that, is repetitive and you want that, right? Like the same thing over and over?
I don't want Vin Diesel muttering his way one line at a time through another 90 minutes of nonsense.
It's about family.
They're like, we can't give this knucklehead more than 7 syllables.
I've never seen any of those, by the way.
Here's the thing. See one of them. It doesn't matter which one. Then you've seen them. Thanks, Vin. Good take, buddy. I have no idea what we're going to do. That's the best he can do. He one time said, I am Groot. And no, I'm kidding. Where was I? Oh, yeah. So we got a leaked email or something. I don't know if it's not leaked. It went out, but then
it was an email that meant something that didn't mean it. That I have no idea.
And then the Caps are like, nuh-uh. We'll talk about that here in a moment. We got a rumor. Here's the thing. We should be complimented. I'll explain that to you at 2:45. We should be thrilled. Talking about the local 53, the football team. You're going to be linked to everybody. Anybody that's slightly gruntled, not even disgruntled, gruntled, Topes. Washington's going to be linked to. It's cool. Caleb Williams, the guy that went in front of Jaden Daniels. Anyway, he had a response that's actually dividing fans. I think it was Seth Wickersham, wasn't it? The article? Yeah. Seth Wickersham wrote a piece with some jaw-dropping details about how would you say it? The reticence of Caleb Williams and his camp to go to Chicago.
Yeah, like finding any way, legal loopholes, anything, not to go there. So thankfully, we don't have to deal with that.
And Caleb Williams addressed it. And again, it's sort of torn people into 2 distinct separate camps. We got Post Malone tickets at 4. Talk about breakouts on offense and defense. Caps fans, we've got a couple segments for you as well. But I want to start real quick on the hardwood like we did yesterday. Just give some flowers super quickly to Oklahoma City. What a weird thing for me to say out loud. Because I grew up without an Oklahoma City as a basketball team. Mm-hmm. And now it's just kind of normal. The should have been Supersonics, but they're not. This is their second trip to the finals now. They did it with that big 3 of Durant, Westbrook, and James Harden.
They should have made it. They were up 3-1 in the Western Conference Finals against the Warriors. And they should have made it the second time. You're right. Yeah.
And they're back again. The MVP of the regular season, SGA, MVP of the postseason so far, according to every analytic and every number that we've got. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, your thoughts on the Thunder going?
It's so impressive to see what they've done because when you look at where they're at, they're kind of what you dream about. Like when you go in and you play 2K or you play Madden or any of these things, you try to build with superstars and with great players, and then you also want to have every draft pick, and you want to have everything imaginable. And when you look at where OKC is right now, they kind of have all of that. They have multiple first-round picks in the next 3 drafts. They were absolutely dominating everybody at home this year. I saw that Bill Simmons had tweeted out that they were 8-1 so far in the playoffs. They've won those 8 games by 51, 19, 43. 7 was a real close one.
These are playoff games.
Yeah.
I mean, this isn't second game of back-to-back when someone's on an overnight road trip.
32, 36, 15, and 30. They're at home, and their 9 home games are a plus 231. It's just insane.
Nuts.
How they're just dominating everybody. So it's been impressive to see the way that they built these things. And I think the NBA, they found their next superstar. I don't know that. I think they kind of wanted to crown Anthony Edwards, and they're kind of forced now to take over and just say, SGA, man, it's you. MVP, the way that he's leading this team now to the NBA Finals, and regardless of who they face, whether it's going to be the Knicks, which is unlikely, or the Pacers, they're heavily favored to win the NBA Finals. So what a run for OKC.
Couple other details. And, listen, it's not the marquee matchup that the association wants. They want a couple of big markets or a couple, superstars that everybody knows. Boston, New York, LA, Miami, Golden State. We know the drill. So ratings-wise, it probably won't be as good as it could be. But for the league itself, the overall health, this is one of those, eat your vegetables because you're going to get the benefits. They needed this. OKC doesn't pay the luxury tax. This potentially, if the Pacers get to the NBA Finals as well, it'll be the first time since they implemented this format, the 2 teams that don't pay the tax are going to meet in the finals. That's a huge deal. The Thunder are the blueprint for how to tank and how to rebuild. They tanked. It worked better than anybody's tanking has ever worked. They got the league MVP. Every player in the rotation is under contract for next season. The 4th youngest roster in the association at 24 years of age. The 6th lowest payroll. 4 first-round picks in the 2025 NBA draft. And it goes on from there. They are, in addition to the dominance that we've talked about, and they won by 30 last night, ho-hum, they remind me on the pro level of those UConn teams where you feel like you're going back and forth, and you look up and they're up by 20. And you go, how the hell did that just happen? Yeah, I mean, there are obviously big shots and moments, but it's like this boa constrictor. They just squeeze you and squeeze you and squeeze you. They're unstoppable. How about the future future draft picks for the Thunder? 2025, well, that's this year. 2 first-rounders and a second. In 2026, 2 first-rounders and a second. 2027, 2 first-rounders and a second. Come on, man.
Just insane.
This is a clinic. They should teach a class. Executives should go to that class. Unbelievable. They got a great chance to win the whole damn thing. I hope they do, quite frankly, just to reward this kind of excellent front officing, this excellent behavior. We got one of those guys here in town with the Wizards, Will Dawkins. Let's go, man. You were part of this thing. Take some of that secret sauce, open the restaurant, and let's get to work. If only you didn't get boned so hard, sir, in that lottery. You did. I trust you're going to find the best player available. There are fewer good players available, 5 to be exact, before you pick at number 6. There are 5 players I'd probably rather have than the guy you get at 6, but we can talk about that later. So let's get to the Caps here real quick, and most specifically, Alex Ovetchkin. So here's what happened. I didn't see the initial email or message until this afternoon. All I saw was the Caps PR statement. So apparently what happened, the email, this is from hockeywriters.com. The email to season ticket holders reads, October, the start of Capitals hockey and Alex Ovechkin's final NHL season. And it goes on to list the accomplishments. We know them, the goal record, yada, 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 the whole 9 yards. Well, the Capitals have since walked that back. The PR staff has said, let me find the, pull up the tweet here. No decision has been made from Caps PR about an hour ago. No decision has been made on Alex Ovechkin's future following the 2025-26 NHL season. An email was sent from an individual with the corporate sales department that mistakenly alluded to next year being Alex Ovechkin's final year. So no further statement. So I'll tell you what I think in a second, but what do you make of this?
Yeah, I mean, it's something where you can probably put 2 and 2 together that it's looking likely that next year is Alex Ovechkin's final season. Getting that email out today, seeing that blurb kind of felt like, okay, I'm not surprised by this. It's not like it came out of left field and you're like, whoa, what? He's going to be done? No, I mean, everything kind of points to that being the final season. And, it seems like from what they're saying, at least the PR staff is saying, and maybe this is right or not, who knows, but it sounds like they we're saying that the salesperson kind of put 2 and 2 together, like we have here on the radio. I've talked about this plenty of times as well. Like next year might be it for him. And they said, well, here's how we can sell a few more tickets. Here's how we can make sure we get butts in seats for not just big games against the Penguins, big games against the Hurricanes again, big games against the Rangers, pick your team. Instead, we're going to fill every single home game. Because, by the way, if it is Ovi's final season next year, every single home game should be sold out. Everybody should be in the building. Any chance you get, I'm going to make an appointment that I'm over there a couple of times to see Ovi in his final run if that's the case. But you also want to give Alex Ovetchkin, the greatest goal scorer of all time, one of the greatest hockey players of all time, an opportunity to say it himself. And so who knows? I don't know that the salesperson is wrong in assuming this. No one's announced it. The team hasn't announced it. Maybe we see at some point that Ovi does announce this. I think it's just getting a little bit hasty, and the PR staff is like, whoa, whoa, whoa. He probably hasn't even fully made his decision yet, by the way. I mean, the offseason just started for them. If he comes in next year, feels good, and halfway through the year, he's still rolling, he's still on a 40-goal pace, and he's like, you know what, maybe I give it one more go-round. So I don't even know that he's made his decision. I just think when you put 2 and 2 together, it looks like next year could be the end for him, and this salesperson said, well, let's see if we can get a little hasty with this, and PR staff's like, whoa, whoa, chill out a little bit.
So the context clues are important. And again, you said something that I want to stress. I think it's very critical in all this. This is obvious and for anybody, but I think it still needs to be said. Every player should have the right to decide when they make their retirement announcement, let alone what he's meant here, and let alone sort of the culture of hockey surrounding some of the reverence and respect that peers have, but kind of that hovers around hockey. He deserves the right to make the announcement on his own time, and he should. So whether he wants the PR tour, not PR tour, whether he wants the celebration tour, hey, this is my last year. Every time he goes to an arena for the final time, he gets his flowers, he gets his commemorative puck, or commemorative stick, or a goalie pad from someone that he beat for a bunch of the goals, whatever. He's earned that right, and that's obvious. So that should go without saying, but I said it. So, phase 2 here. I think it's real. I think they know. And they're trying to protect. I don't think anyone's done anything wrong here except maybe sales guy Sammy. He's trying to drum up business. And that's kind of to your point. What happened? Look at the context clues. Final year of his deal. Okay. As the Caps get ready to sort of climb up, not even sort of, Caps getting ready to climb up even more in 2026-27. He's already done something that we weren't sure if he would need another year to do, right? In terms of the goal record.
Yes.
So now it's just piling on. Now you go past the 900 threshold. Now, when you end up at 925, 931, whatever it is, you've done something that nobody else has even sniffed. The greatest hockey player ever did not score 900 goals. There you are, right? To me, I think that's exactly what's happening. I think it couldn't have timed up better for him to walk away. This is just me speculating. I'm not sourcing anything, haven't talked to anybody. It makes sense to me, though, again, just based on all the context clues, that he's walking away. I think they probably know it. I think they want to let the Stanley Cup Finals happen. The offseason happens. He'll make the announcement when he wants to. If he wants to play his final game and then stand up and say, okay, that's it, I'm done, bye, he's allowed to do that. If he wants a retirement tour, he's allowed to do that too. Whatever he wants, he should get. But I think they know internally that this is it. And I think it leaked. I think the problem isn't the information. I think the problem is the leaking of it.
Yeah, I think it's probably something that if you gave a percentage chance that it's probably his final season upcoming, it's probably north of 80%, right? I mean, it sounds like you're probably thinking more 85, 90%. I'd say I'm right around 80 because, look, I think sometimes we get into this mode where we think, put yourself in his shoes, right?
Mm-hmm.
You just went through a grueling season where you were the number 1 team in the Eastern Conference. You bowed out in a disappointing series against the Hurricanes. And so you probably want a little bit of time off before you even think about next year.
Right.
Especially someone like Ovi that's accomplished so much. And look, he looked older and it's like someone that might be not fit against playing against the Carolina team, right? Like he struggled in that series. There's no question about it. But he probably needs a little bit of time. So I think a lot of times we just assume, oh, he knows. He might not, right? Like sometimes these guys know. They know when they need to hang it up. You hear guys talk about this all the time in the NFL. Like I got hit the one time. I've heard Mitch talk about, I was catching a punt and I was thinking what I was doing. He's like, at that point, I knew I was done. Ovi scored 44 goals this year. I don't think at any point he's looking at it saying, yeah, I don't think I have it anymore. I think he was totally fine. But you look at, like you said, the context clues, final year of his deal. What does he have to chase left? He might win another cup, and you can chase that every year. Like, we can obviously talk about that. But, if he wants to get to the next milestone is 900, he's going to play next year. He's going to get to that. Does he want to get to 1,000 career goals? We were talking about this before the show. If he wants to get to 1,000, that's likely at least 3 years, unless he's scoring 103 goals in 2 years, which he could do. You're never going to count out the grade 8, but I don't see that being very likely. And if that's the case, final year of his deal, he said he wants to go play in Russia for a year when he's finished. I mean, it kind of all lines up perfectly where it was a magical season this year. Next year can kind of be the Ovi Farewell Tour. And by the way, you've still got a good Capitals team as well that they're going to go into next year with how they played this season as a potential cup contender again. And they're going to make moves to improve this offseason. So I don't see any reason why this is a huge issue. This email and everything. I get that you want to give him his chance, but I would say there's probably an 80+% chance that next year is his final year.
So the way I view this is it's just kind of a bummer that if this turns out to be true, it's a lot like the stupid name change for the football team when they didn't mean to reveal it while they were trying to do content in the micking the brand or whatever those videos were, or having stuff in the team store, having the helicopter look overhead. It stole the thunder from the announcement. Now, the announcement sucked, and we've gone through that, and it's the worst name ever, and I wish they would change it. But whatever. Point is, it let out some of the steam. That's what this is to me. And again, this is just what happened to Bleep. I'm not sourcing any reports. I'm just looking at the context clues and going, yeah, it probably makes sense. I bet you they have a great feel that this is it. Now, maybe the guy, you could tell me, made a mistake and looked at the same salary cap table I'm looking at going, last year of his deal, I got to find a way to get my ticket sold. It's a hard gig. So that's what he put in the email, and he's out of school. Entirely possible. I don't buy that, though. To me, this is one of those, I think everybody's on the same page. I think the organization has talked, and I think it's, Ovi knows, the club knows, and they're trying to do right by him. So the bummer here is it kind of, they wasted the good surprise on you. Like they pulled the pin here a little bit too early, and the fireworks are going off, and we haven't even sat down for dinner yet. That's what it feels like to me. But I wonder what you guys think. 800-636-1067. To catch you up, a salesperson from Inside Monumental Sports put in an email to season ticket holders. October, the start of Capitals hockey and Alex Ovetchkin's final NHL season. The Capitals PR staff, about an hour and a half ago now, came out and said, no decision has been made on Alex Ovetchkin's future following the 2025-26 NHL season. An email was sent from an individual with the corporate sales department that mistakenly alluded to next year being Alex Ovetchkin's final year. No further comment on that. What do you believe? What do you believe? Has no decision been made? Has a decision been made and he's not only playing next year but beyond? Or do you think, like I do, that this is the farewell tour and we just kind of found out about it in an anticlimactic way? 800-636-1067. Grant Danny on the Fan. Toby in for GP. Is Ovi hanging him up after this year?
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In baseball last night, the Nationals had their get back against the Mariners, winning with 8 extra base hits and 4 home runs, including one from James Wood and Robert Hassel III's first career home run. The rubber match tonight at 9:40. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Mackenzie Gore takes the hill for the Nationals. The lefty is 2-5 with a 3.47 ERA. He'll take on Emerson Hancock, who is 2-2 with a 5.95 ERA. Last night in basketball, the Thunder finished out their series in the Western Conference Finals to advance to the NBA Finals. They beat the Timberwolves 124-94 in Game 5 of that series. Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals tonight, Pacers and Knicks at 8 o'clock. Pacers looking to close it out and meet the Thunder in the finals, which begins next week. They lead the series 3-1. The Panthers finished off the Hurricanes last night, Eastern Conference Finals in hockey. They won 5-3 to advance to the Stanley Cup Finals. Oilers and Stars, Game 5 tonight. The Oilers lead that series 3-1, looking to meet the Panthers once again in the Stanley Cup Finals. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Thank you, Toby. G&D here on the Fan. Tobes in for Jeeps. Mention it, so I'll mention it also. The Nationals last night, but a laser show. 24 hours before that, they couldn't hit water if they fell out of a boat. Following night, you get a double. You get a homer. James Wood hit an obscene bomb. The kind of bomb that everybody goes, oh my God, why'd you have to do that? You hit that too hard,
yes.
James. And how about the kid? How about Robert Hassel Jr.? The third, rather. Not Junior, the third. The third Robert Hassel hit himself a nuke last night. That was cool.
That was awesome to see. And if you want 50% off some pizzas today, feel free. James Wood hit a home run yesterday.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Darius, did you see this, buddy? By the way, welcome back.
Thank you. Glad to be back.
Never leave again. Did you see James Wood's commercial?
I did. I see that he's literally out here feeding families.
Pretty good.
Did you hear Dave's call last night? Jags'
No.
call? Darius, if you want to grab Jags' call, he mentioned it. He's
Did he
like,
really?
Get yourself some pizza, James Wood.
Oh, I love it.
It was awesome. One of my favorite things to do, we have Charlie Slows on the Blitz a little bit later, so I want to get his thoughts on this. One of my favorite things to do, though, is we obviously know that Jags and Charlie and these guys are used to watching him. But my favorite thing to hear is visiting broadcasters getting to see him for the first time. And last night, the Mariners broadcast on TV was like, whoa, that ball was annihilated. Yikes.
Yeah, like what Stanton used to do here, right? Where it's like, oh, God, that's mean, This is Jags' call from last night.
George Kirby has retired Wood twice. First pitch here in the 5th inning. It's cracked a mile high, deep right field. When will it land? Oh, my goodness. Off the facing of the second deck. James Wood has done it again. That's number 15, makes it 6-0. Get yourself some pizza, James Wood.
Tip of the cap for Jags. Good stuff there. James Wood is awesome. This continues, and we will make sure to have more updates in the future about the awesomeness of that young man. We posted a poll, as is our want here at 106.7 The Fan. Grant Nanny's poll of the day is presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long distance, residential, or commercial. 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. The poll is simple. Do you think the 2025-26 season will be the final season for Alex Ovetchkin? So far, very early returns on the voting. 85% yes, 14% and change no. And that's the topic of the moment. 800-636-1067. There was an email that was sent out from a salesperson with Monumental Sports that referenced very clearly that this was Ovechkin's last year. Get your tickets because you're not going to be able to see him again. And Capitals PR came out with a statement that said that's not correct. That was premature. No decision has been made, and that's that. What do you believe? Pretty simple. 800-636-1067. Let's go to Shane in Canada. Do you believe this is Ovi's swan song?
Commander Toby, how y'all doing today?
What's going on?
Hey, Toby, I got to give you a compliment, Toby. You are killing it right now. Hey, Grant, is it like a starting quarterback? It's going to be hard to get that chair back. Good job, Toby. You're killing it, buddy.
Appreciate
Grant
it.
should be worried right now. Everybody loves the backup, right?
Hey, look, here's the thing. I do not believe that he's a salesman, for God's sake. And how does he make his commission? On what? On everything he sells. Absolutely. You know what, though? That's a great selling tactic. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But no, I think he comes back next year. I think he has one thing to prove to himself. I think he wants one more ring. But you know what? I think he deserves to go out and do his farewell tour and have all the stadiums give him what he wants. And let's say what it is. Alex Ovetchkin is the GOAT of D.C. He's the greatest athlete to play in this city. This is his city.
Yep.
Of Odell Green and all of them. This is Ovechkin City. He deserves a key to this city from everything he's been through this city, from the ups and downs to now the greatest scorer of all time. But he's a GOAT in this city, and he deserves whatever he wants. If he wants to play it out one more year, another year, give him the contract. Look what he has done to this city. He's brought hockey to this city. This is a hockey town. It's starting to be a football town again, but let's call it what it is first. This is a hockey city.
Shane, love it. Appreciate you as always. So to Shane's point, obviously having grown up around here, you basically either had to have a buddy if you wanted to see hockey not at the pro level. You had to have a buddy who belonged to a country club that had an ice rink. The Chevy Chase Club had an ice rink. Or you went over to Fort DuPont by where the Nats Youth Academy is, and there was occasionally some hockey there. I remember it was a novel concept when, while I was in high school, we started a hockey team. There were only a handful of people that, or a handful of schools rather, that were actually competing and playing. And now it's ubiquitous. Whether you go to the St. James or a dozen plus places where there is competitive hockey being played. There's travel hockey now, the same way there's travel baseball and AU basketball and soccer and everything else. That didn't exist before Ovetchkin. It just didn't. Hockey was the distant fourth place thing. And there were always hockey fans. There always been Capitals fans. I mean, I went to Landover, Maryland, like everybody else did, to the USA Arena, Capitol Center, whatever you call the damn thing. And there were boisterous, vociferous, this is their thing, Capitals fans. So when you brought them to that downtown arena, early on, that's kind of who was there. You credit the marketing folks, you credit everybody for kind of turning this into the cool thing. It's no longer the grizzled older dude that, been going to Caps games since the 70s. And some of those guys are still there. But it was like the young hip person thing. It was like, I work on Capitol Hill, I'm going to happy hour, and then I'm going to the Caps game. Or, I'm a consultant. Get it? Because there's no consultants in D.C. That's a joke. And they're going to the Caps game. Like, it became the hip thing that everybody does.
Yeah.
And that's an Ovetchkin catalyst, right? Where people know about it. It's not just, again, a handful of hockey fans. I mean, that's the sport I probably went to the most. As a kid, you could get tickets, right? So he has transformed hockey in this marketplace. I think there's no question.
Yeah, I mean, growing up, I wasn't a big hockey fan. And admittedly, I've only really gotten into hockey since I started working here. And I would watch playoff hockey, but I didn't care about much else. But when you thought hockey in this area, it was Alex Ovetchkin. It wasn't anything else. It wasn't even really the Washington Capitals. It was Alex Ovetchkin. I didn't watch hardly any hockey, but as soon as someone would bring up Sidney Crosby, I had to go, Alex Ovechkin's better. It was Ovi. And he brought so many people to the game. And now kind of getting towards the end of his career, whether next year is his last year or not, I think a lot more people are getting into, now we have to watch regular season hockey. And this team is so fun to watch that you're getting more and more fans. So there's no question that Alex Ovechkin, at least in my life, and I think a lot of people my age probably are similar that aren't diehard hockey fans that grew up that way, feel the same way, that Alex Ovechkin is hockey to me.
Well, Shane brought up a good point. And here's the thing. This is not the best way to build a franchise. This isn't what I'm about to say, not the best way to build a team. But if Ovetchkin would like to play beyond his contract, I say okay.
Yes.
And that probably isn't the best thing to have a 41-year-old or 42-year-old who, can't skate with the Hurricanes the same way. And it's understandable that he can't. I mean, the deposits are in the bank. That whatever the hockey equivalent is of the gold jacket, he's getting that. The greatest goal scorer ever to live played here the whole time. All 890 and change were in a Washington uniform. So the fact is, though, he's meant so much that if he would like that Godfather offer where it's like, listen, man, what do you want to do? You want to make however much money? We won't be that good, but you've earned that right. I mean, honestly, to me, he's transcended good practice for hockey or for sports building, for team building. And I know that ruffles a lot of people and rubs them the wrong way because the whole point is for the team to win. But sometimes that individual, very rarely, transcends that. I think he's past that threshold for me.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things we saw what happens when one of these things gets ripped away. And you saw this in Dallas when Luka Doncic got traded, right? Where a bunch of Mavericks fans were like, screw the Mavericks. I was a Luka fan. Even though they've been diehard fans of that team their entire life. I think people that were diehard Capitals fans, now they're Ovi fans. And so Ovi gets to do whatever he wants. If he wants to continue to play for 3 more years and chase the 1,000-goal mark, let's do it, Ovi. As long as you want to keep playing and you're in a Capital sweater, great. It's one of those things that he does transcend the team a little bit, even if it maybe is a little, like you said, counterproductive and maybe in some ways might hold them back slightly. He's still also playing at an incredibly high level. It's not like he's a dead weight scoring 10 goals a year. He scored 44 in a year where he missed a lot of games. Like Russian machine never breaks.
Yeah, he was a non-factor in the Carolina series. But my counterpoint to that is most of them were.
Yeah, I mean, the entire team was.
Nobody, if you had a bunch of factors and one guy not carrying his weight, okay. That's not what happened. Nobody could get going. Let's go to Kevin in Arlington. Kevin, what do you think on this?
Hey, Danny. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, bro.
So I'm going to be a little contrarian, I suppose, here. This reminds me a lot of when Art Monk was wrapping up his career for the Skins, and the management gave him one last year. He still wanted to play, and we all hated seeing Art in a Jets or Eagles uniform.
Broke
and
my heart, man.
Both.
Yeah.
But here's what happened. Because of Ovi, he kicked open the contention window again, right? And so all of a sudden, with all those big moves a year ago, we win the East and we make the Elite Eight. Now, we came up against a team that we're not as good at, and we can't beat currently in the postseason. That's Carolina. Just Carolina can't beat Florida. But at least they've done that in the Final Four. I want to keep advancing. Alex has 1 year left on his contract. So does John Carlson. Guess what? Alex, John Carlson, and Lars Eller, great Stanley Cup heroes, they can never play at the level needed to get beyond the Elite Eight. If Ovi wants to play, say, after this coming year, it's okay with me so long as he takes a home team discount and helps us in the regular season. Because at his age right now, his game is made for the regular season, not postseason. It's just a hard truth. We have to face it. And that's kind of where I'm at with it. I love the guy. He put hockey on the map, even though I've been following the team since the first puck drop in 1974. But at some point, you've got to do what's right for the team. You want to continue to advance. You want to build a cup contender. We want that second cup for the franchise. And eventually that's going to mean Carlson's going to need to step aside. Ovetchkin's going to need to step aside. I don't know how they're going to finesse it.
Yeah, how do they do it?
It's got to happen.
Kevin, it's a great call as always. I agree with every word you said. I do. I just, it's one of those, the meme or the little emoji where like the person's shrugging their shoulders. That's what I'm doing. I agree with every word of that. And that held them back for these years post Stanley Cup. How do you tell Nicholas Backstrom? How do you tell TJ Oshie? Hey, this is awkward. You can't do it at the high enough level anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, they're still getting paid a bleep ton because, they were heroes, but they broke down. The only person that doesn't break down is this freak of nature, Alex Ovetchkin. Everybody else, Father Time starts chipping away. Your hip goes, your back goes, whatever. It happens to all of us. Doesn't happen to Ovetchkin, apparently, and to the same degree, at least in terms of injuries. That broken leg had nothing to do with age. That was just a freak thing that went down. And he came right back from a broken leg to score 44 goals. Absurd. But I think Kevin's point is right on.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's right, but I think maybe you can make an exception here with hockey. It's almost disrespectful to say maybe Ovi can take a back seat to everybody else and play on the fourth line and occasionally come in on power plays. And it's like, you still kind of got to give Ovi his role, right? It almost feels disrespectful to do that. But if there was a sport where if he understood and was, fully in on trying to go for a cup and understood, look, I'm not able to get out here in the Carolina series. I can hop in on the power play. I can play in some of these specific scenarios, but I can't be playing all the time 5-on-5. And I'm maybe more of a net negative defensively and everything than I have been throughout my career. Maybe you could still do that because this is a sport, unlike basketball. Like you're one of five out there, and basketball, like you can hide someone in hockey a little bit more, Danny, is my point. And so maybe you could get away if he understood that he was going to have to take more of a backseat role where no one's ever going to question his greatness. No question about it. Even if he's only playing 8 minutes a night, right? Like it's absurd to think about, but it's not going to hurt his greatness at all. But if that's maybe one way that you could get around it, if he was like, hey, let's keep playing, but I still want to go for a cup as well.
Right. It's a good point. Good discussion on that. I actually have more. A second full-fledged Capitals topic coming up later in the show. That's the 5 o'clock hour in the wake of at least the Eastern Conference Finals being all wrapped up. I got a take, and I want you guys to weigh in on that. But next, we're going to tell you no. We're going to explain that something is not a thing, but that we should feel good about it. How's that for a tease?
I like it.
2:45 next on The Fan. It's a great day to hear on the fan. Shelby is in for GP. Here's what we got going on right now. I want you all out there, wherever you are, okay? I want you to feel very proud. I want you to feel very happy. In general, I want that, but I especially want it now. What are you talking about, old Fanny Mouillet? What are you talking about, Danilo? Here's what I'm talking about. A player in the NFL who's good is gruntled, maybe even disgruntled. He's dissatisfied with his current surroundings, and he wants out. Talking about Jalen Ramsey and the Miami Dolphins. Jalen Ramsey either has gotten to the point where he's allowed to seek a trade or they're keeping that quiet. I mean, the point is he's exploring options. It's another team where it seems to be their fault that he's not happy. It's funny how that goes with Jalen Ramsey. I don't know. I can't remember if it was the Rams' fault or the Jaguars' fault or this time it's the Dolphins' fault. I don't know.
It's pretty shocking.
That guy's really, listen, he's really good. When he's on the field, engaged and healthy, when everybody's needs align and the train tracks are going for it, that dude is nasty. He can play. But what happens? He's linked to Washington. You get the NFL Network talking head type guys. You get the rumors. There is no substantial or substantiated report. If there is, we'll talk about it. There's no report of interest. We're not even getting to that Diana Rossini, Ian Rappaport, Adam Schefter, who's hearing that there is potential for Washington to be interested in having another player, and his name is Jalen Ramsey. We're not even getting to that point. We're not doing that. There's no non-report level. See what I'm saying? There's like the report all the way up the top, which is Washington is trading for Jalen Ramsey.
Yeah.
That's a report. The next level down, which we now major in as a 24/7, 365 football consuming society, is the non-report report, which is Schefter going, they could have interest. There's potential where they've called. A call means nothing. I call Tobes. I'm like, hey, man, can I have your sandwich? No. I call Toby asking about a sandwich.
Right.
That's not a report.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, like, hey, what are you looking for? You do this all in fantasy football all the time, right?
Yes.
You text the guy, hey, what are you looking for so-and-so? They're like,
nothing on your roster.
Exactly. You're like, okay, sweet.
Yeah, Toby
done.
explored a trade.
Yeah.
That's what
so Jalen Ramsey being linked to the Commanders, great. To your point, the reason that you should be thrilled is because you're now in that point where everybody's like, oh, good players available. They can help out this team to go to a Super Bowl.
And there it is. That's the summary, Tobes. That's your takeaway. That's your net. Right now, again, if there is a non-report report, if Mike Garafolo says, like, I talked to somebody and Adam Peters has called whatever the guy's name is, the gym in Miami, Greer, has called Greer about a deal. Okay, we'll react to that. We'll have a grand old time. We'll throw the ball around. We'll figure it out. The point is, somebody is gruntled and they're linked to Washington.
Yeah, I mean, it's happened multiple times.
Right.
Jalen Ramsey, Trey Hendrickson, go down the list. And it's going to continue to happen because this team, whenever there's a little bit of a hole, people are immediately thinking, how do we get this team over the top? Not because, oh, get this guy out of there and maybe he helps out a little bit, but because people are thinking, oh, this team was in the NFC Championship game. Maybe that piece that they can go get, whether it's Ramsey, Hendrickson, disgruntled player X, maybe they can go get that guy and it pushes them over the top where they win the NFC Championship game and are in the Super Bowl. We haven't been there in a long time. In my lifetime, we haven't been there.
That's right.
We've been linked to players that, frankly, weren't going to do much.
And I want to draw a distinction, if I may, Tobes. In years past, they were linked to everybody because it was always about headline and big game hunting and shopping and that sort of thing. It was the way, and it's still the rep Washington has, by the way, or had even in the later years of Snyder, even though they stopped doing that. Honestly, to the point that it was upsetting. They wouldn't go get bigger name players at times. Sort of refused to do that. But it was the Mark Carrier, the Bruce Smith, the Deion Sanders, the Albert Haynesworth. We know those stories, right? Where they were always looking, and they always linked to the next big guy because that was the most exciting thing. This is different. This is people are speculating, to your point, because Washington's right there. They thought it was one of the right there teams, right? When NFL Network, when Kyle Brandt and his six-pack abs are doing who's the biggest threat to the Philadelphia Eagles, and they go through a list. Now, Washington wasn't on his list, but that's the kind of conversation that they're in. Detroit's thought of as maybe a hair ahead. Tampa's pretty damn good. You could pick whoever else you think is excellent in the NFC. Washington is right there. And that's all of a sudden, they're going to be linked to any defensive end that, the Hendrickson stuff won't stop. So I saw another, a little, I think it was, I can't remember if it was a report or not, whatever it was, that Hendrickson's dug in his views, and the Bengals are dug in because that's what the Bengals do. They try to alienate people, and they're great at it.
They're awesome at it.
Yeah, they piss off their players like nobody's business. And there's an impasse. So what's step 2 of that discussion? So here's the report. Hendrickson's dug in. Part 2 is what could Washington put together and trade? Right? I mean, that's part of it. He could fit in Washington, could fit in Philadelphia, could fit in Detroit. That's the cool part about all this.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know that I've said before I wasn't in on Hendrickson. I'm obviously not in on Jalen Ramsey. I believe you're kind of in that same boat that I don't want to go trade for Jalen Ramsey. But I think, like you were saying before, Washington's been linked to good players before that were available, disgruntled, whatever, for a trade. But this time it's different because when you read why people are saying trade for this guy, it's this piece is missing for them to go to what? A Super Bowl. Right? Like that's what they're talking about. And that's the difference between right now and before. Before it was like, yeah, this could help them out. This could help them go from a 6-win team to maybe an 8-win team. Now it's, hey, this team could be pushed over the top to go win this thing. And I think that's when maybe these things need to be considered maybe a little bit more seriously as well.
Yeah, and they went and got Deebo Samuel and Larry Tunsil this offseason via trade to kind of to prove that point. We had a regularly scheduled program, but something has just come across my desk. We have an investigation, a show investigation that we will get to the bottom of. It involves corporate actors.
Okay.
It involves bosses. And it involves a lie.
Oh.
And also an inappropriate compliment. We'll do that when we come back next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is powered by Old Glory DC Rugby. Scrum together, glory forever. OldGloryDC.com. In baseball last night, the Nationals got their get back against the Mariners, winning 9-0. An impressive night for the offense. 4 home runs, James Wood, Luis Garcia, Josh Bell, and Robert Hassel III hitting home runs. It was Hassel's first career home run. Also, Lyle and Robert Hassel III getting their first career extra base hits in the game. The Nats will look to keep it going tonight in the rubber match against the Mariners in Seattle. 9:40 first pitch. Can hit the game right here on the Fan. Lefty Mackenzie Gore takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 2-5 with a 3.47 ERA and still leads the majors in strikeouts. Emerson Hancock gets the ball for the Mariners. He's 2-2 with a 5.95 ERA. In hockey last night, the Panthers dispatched the Hurricanes, winning 5-3 to win the series 4-1. Western Conference Finals tonight, Oilers and Stars, Game 5 at 8 o'clock. Oilers looking to wrap up the series. They lead 3-1, looking to make a rematch of last year's Stanley Cup Finals, meeting the Panthers there. Eastern Conference Finals, Game 5 tonight in the NBA. Pacers and Knicks at 8 o'clock. The Pacers lead that series 3-1. They're looking to advance the NBA Finals, where they would meet the Oklahoma City Thunder, who beat the Timberwolves last night 124-94 to win that series in 5 games. Join Cakes and JP from the Junkies this Saturday at Old Glory DC's final home game of the season. Grab your $10 ticket now at oldglorydc.com using promo code Junkies. Be one of the first 100 with that ticket and score a special treat. Just stop by the fan tent. More at oldglorydc.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. We are exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condorian Morab, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with our team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Welcome back. So we had a regularly scheduled program here. We had some content we were going to bring you, but now something has occurred today behind the scenes that demands our immediate attention. So we are joined in studio, Toby, myself, Danny Rouillet, by our corporate advisor, our supervisor here at 106.7 The Fan, Ryan Christopher Clary. Corporate Clary, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well. Doing real well.
Appreciate you joining us. And our boss, Mr. Chris Conner. CK, how are you?
Danny, how are you?
I'm very, very well. So what I want to do here is try to establish the facts and try to establish the issue, if I may. Please correct me. This is both of you now. If I say something wrong. There was a meeting today via Zoom at 1:30.
Yesterday.
Yesterday is what I meant to say. Thank you. There's a meeting yesterday at 1:30. Ryan tells everybody, in addition to the one note that he plays, which is to hop in the stream. He doesn't talk to us anymore about anything else. Just wants us in the stream. Sets up the stream. The thing's not working. He's like on his hands and knees underneath trying to fix his camera.
Yelled at a few people, I think.
Yeah, I heard, barked at people.
Going under the hood.
Far.
Yep.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I was going under the hood, trying to figure some things out, and did not figure those things out.
And it took like a long time, and it's like he's down there, then it's awkward. So he's late for the meeting because he wanted to go get a cup of coffee.
Yep.
So far, yep. Right. So it's a Zoom meeting at 1:33, give or take.
I would say 1:32.
1:32, 1:33, somewhere in there.
Sure.
Right around there, a couple minutes after the start of the meeting. On the meeting with our boss, our guy Lou, and the new person you are reporting to.
Lou, yes.
The new person you're reporting
Lou
to.
is the new Lou is the new
Lou is the
person.
new
Yeah,
person.
Lou's my boss.
Way to go, Lou. I didn't know that.
Let's go, Lou.
We're announcing a Lou promotion. That's
Lou.
very nice. Good for Lou. All right. And then there's somebody else in the meeting too. 4 people.
No, it was just CK, Lou, and I.
I mean, that makes it more incredible.
Yep. Oh, it was awkward.
So the meeting starts. No Ryan. A couple minutes later, there is Ryan.
Just me and Lou, just sitting there waiting for Ryan.
Just sitting there making eye contact, making small talk.
Just 2 managers waiting for Ryan.
And Ryan hops on and says, I believe I've got this correct. Sorry I'm late. I was going to say that I was late because I was talking to CK. Yes. One of the three parties in the meeting.
Yes, I did say that.
You said that during the meeting.
I did.
Which, by the way, would have been a lie because he was not late for that reason.
Okay.
We passed in the hallway right outside my office. I sat down and got on the Zoom, and then we waited for Ryan. Ryan was late because he went to get coffee.
Right.
We were all waiting for Ryan because he was getting coffee. And he said at the beginning of the meeting when he got there late, "Oh, I was going to lie to everybody and blame it on CK." That's what he said. and I was in the meeting.
He was in the meeting.
This is the part that I can't believe more than like if you weren't in the meeting, everyone would know who you are.
Mm-hmm.
And he could say, I'm getting away with it, or I'm making a joke about that or something. There are three people in this meeting, and you're one of the three.
Yeah.
And he starts the meeting off with a lie while being late.
While also technically meeting my new boss at this time. So it is kind of a double whammy, but let me just say this.
Okay.
Let me say this. I was going to get some coffee. It was 1:29, and actually I saw CK walking by. I was like just a mess. I had like a laptop in one hand, I had like my water bottle.
You've been on your hands and knees down here with trying to be an electrician.
Why don't you recount the lengthy conversation we had when we passed each other in the hallway?
Like, hey, CK.
And then
what?
Hey, Ryan.
And then
I went to go get coffee.
Oh dear.
But what about all the time there that caused you to be late? All the things that I said that made you late.
I was planning to go in the other studio, and I bypassed that studio because I was like, I'm gonna get some coffee. I need some coffee. You know me, Danny.
Coffee guy.
I drink a lot of coffee.
We're coffee guys here. You and me are part of the coffee club.
Yes,
no problem.
We drink a lot of coffee. And so I was thinking like that I would have some time, and lo and behold, it's 1:32, and all of a sudden I'm like, I'm 2 minutes late. And I was like, oh, well, I mean, I talked to CK in the hallway. I'll just be like, I was talking with CK. Like, he's the boss. Like, Lou's going to be like, oh, no problem.
But what did you think when you saw my face on the Zoom? Did it occur to you to go, maybe I shouldn't use that as the excuse and then say it to him as well?
Before the meeting, did you know who was going to be in the meeting generally?
I just thought it was a one-on-one meeting with Lou and I. So here, you know what? Like, I know I love Lou. Lou's my new boss. I've worked with Lou for a few years. This was supposed to be a one-on-one meeting, and then all of a sudden,
so CK honed in on your meeting.
So CK all of a sudden just came into this meeting, in which, by the way, I'm not going to back the bus up anymore. But
oh boy,
according to today, CK was like, I forgot about that meeting until I saw you.
Well, I was optional because I am the vice president of sports.
Oh my God. I'm just saying.
Tiger uppercut.
My presence was optional, yet I was still on time.
Good.
But here's the thing. You were coming back from the coffee machine, and I was going to the coffee machine. And also, let's just say this. In the Zoom world, I think it is appropriate to be like 2 minutes late.
No.
I think 2 minutes late to a meeting is fine.
That's the most self-centered thing I've ever heard in my life.
It is a little bit.
So annoying.
But okay, let's be honest. Everyone is.
No.
Everyone is.
No.
I barely have meetings.
Not everyone is late to 5 minutes.
First of all,
to
you have
2 minutes.
You have meetings all the time. Second of all,
it's a lot of meetings, I will
but
say.
I don't remember what all I'm on. Third of all, maybe the people. 2/3 of who's in that meeting are in that hallway at that point in time. It's optional for him. He's on time and you're not.
But just the thought process of I'm going to go ahead and say this thing. I'm going to go and tell everybody I was going to lie and blame it on one of the people in this meeting.
Yeah.
Like, why would you not go, it was Darius's fault?
Well, Darius was out yesterday. Darius was out. He was on vacation.
Or blame it on Drab. Everybody else blames everything on Drab.
I
mean, fair.
Here's a crazy idea.
Yeah.
Say I lost track of time and grabbed coffee.
Well, no, because I
had trouble with my computer. I had trouble logging in. So anything other than, sorry I was late. I was going to blame it on you.
Okay. I mean, it just, so here's the thing. It's like, if you come up with like the computer excuse, it's kind of like the same thing as my dog ate my homework. Like everyone has a computer issue in 2025. But if I'm like, well, I was talking with CK's the boss.
Except that I was there.
He was.
I didn't know. I know.
You saw my face on
I
the
saw
Zoom.
your face.
What was going through your mind?
I don't know. I was going to use that excuse, and I just thought it'd be funny because I was like, oh, sorry, I was like 2 minutes late, guy. Like I was actually going to use CK as an excuse because, I mean, technically, if you look at it, we did have a conversation.
Oh, stop this. Again, the conversation was, hey, Ryan. Hey, Chris.
Yeah. And I did say, now that I think about it, I was like, hey, just better hop in a meeting.
Yeah.
So I think you may have said like, oh, what's up? And I was like, hopping in a meeting right now, just walked right by. Didn't know he was going to be in that meeting.
We should have more meetings.
I was going to say
a lot of meetings.
At all.
Yeah.
There's so much that's incredible to me about it. you said it's an ever-present excuse with Zoom. I do Grant and I do our weekly hits with our buddy Derek Forrest, DC News Now, and I have to restart Zoom 60% of the time.
Yeah.
It's just a thing, right? When you don't pay for it or whatever. Like, that's the most reasonable, normal excuse in human history. Sorry, I had to restart my computer for Zoom. I don't know why restarting it works, but it does. The same way I don't know why unplugging this camera 51 times and the 52nd time it eventually works.
Well, it doesn't work now.
It doesn't work. Yeah, Toby's using his laptop. But the point of the dude's story is, is it in your mind? Are you going, this is a funny joke as to why I appear so selfish, or is it I've been caught? Like what? Like
this? I was like, this is a good excuse. I was like, this is gonna work.
Right.
I was 2 minutes late. This is gonna work.
There, you can't. It would never work because I'm literally there. That's why we're here today.
Well, yeah, I know. That's why we're here today. Like in hindsight, it's not the best excuse. I could have used the Zoom sucks, and I'm like, it just took me a while to load up, which sometimes it does. But yesterday, loaded up like that, and everything worked. I was just like, I was just joking around, and be like, I was going to use CK as an excuse while I was 2 minutes late.
Can I ask you a very important question?
Yes.
Is there anything else you're planning on blaming on me? That I need to know?
No.
Nothing else. You're sure?
Today.
Is it my fault that the camera wasn't working?
No, I'm not going there yet.
Okay, not yet.
Yeah, not yet.
And you know what hasn't happened now that I'm thinking about this, now that we're all here together? Does this room appear really clean to you?
Nope.
Nope. Whatever happened to that?
Why am I supposed to be clean the room?
Because you stole the wipes, buddy.
You
stole the
it was cleaner.
Theme of dishonesty.
Yeah.
Here. There's a
Cleaner.
little bit of a theme here.
But the cleaner was not dishonesty, though. That was not
theft.
It was theft. It's theft, and that's different.
Yeah.
That's different. And I was caught.
It's worse.
And just saying,
I think you were caught in this lie. Too,
You were
buddy.
pretty dishonest
I was
to
caught.
Grant.
No, I was not. I told Grant that I was borrowing it, which I
Well, that's a lie.
did. I think
Another lie.
right. I borrowed it.
Another one.
I borrowed the cleaner, and the cleaner's great.
It's working well
It's
for you?
really good.
It's doing it.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Brian, can you explain what a white lie is? Because it seems like you use them very often. Do you know what that phrase means?
Don't.
Can you explain it anyway? Is that possible?
You do your best.
It's a very thank you, Darius.
Yeah.
It's a very potent lie. I would
It's a
say.
potent lie.
A very potent lie that I think I have gotten away, maybe in some instances here and there, with the cleaner saying that, like, I was just gonna borrow it. Maybe I did borrow it.
Yeah.
Maybe I took it home, and maybe it's sitting under the sink right
Is
now.
it a lie about something like really serious?
It's a
potent lie,
stupid.
though.
It's a stupid, tiny lie.
Potent one.
But like,
it's
so
very-
help me out. That's the part I'm getting hung up
Okay,
on here.
yeah.
It's a good follow-up question here. So help me out with potent.
Potent means like a dense, like thick
Yeah.
situation.
Like a dense, thick.
Yes.
All right. So like if I had like a great submarine sandwich with a bunch of like corned beef and Italian meats
potent
on,
sandwich.
that's a potent because of the thickness.
It's potent. It's thick.
Okay. Yep.
Thickness. So how would that make? What kind of lie would be a thick lie then?
I think, let's say, I think a thick lie would be saying that, like, your dog ate your homework.
Right.
Like we've all.
That's a
I mean,
thick lie.
I think
What's a thin lie then?
a thin lie. I believe, in my opinion, is using CK as an excuse as to why I was a few minutes late.
So that's
to a
a
meeting.
thin lie.
I think that was a thin lie. Like I think it's one of those that's like, okay, whatever.
So
But
which one's the white lie?
Probably the thinner lie.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I think we got there.
So
remember, we went from potent lie to the thin lie. Is
thick. Also
and
thick with a couple of
Thick.
C's?
Yeah.
Or is it
I would say 2 C's. I would use 2 C's for that one.
Okay.
It is a big
thick lie? All right.
It's a thick lie.
Man. Okay. Thank you for that. I feel smarter now. But let's get back to the fact that you were late to the meeting.
Yep.
Because of your own actions, your own, if I could say this, I don't think this is who you are, but your own selfishness.
Yes.
Your own, my time more valuable than their time.
Yeah.
Part of it.
It was.
And then you chose to blame
the boss.
a third of the meeting. Like,
Yeah.
You said like one of the 3 people that's involved.
I did.
Man.
I guess it was honest of you to admit that you were going to lie about that.
I suppose.
It was honest.
It was stupid.
It was dumb.
It was really dumb, but it was honest, I guess.
Yeah, I was
and
honest.
we need to work on that with you, so that's good.
It's
There's been a few,
there have been a few slip ups here and
A
there
few slip
with
ups.
some cleaning issues, all that stuff. But I will say this, like, I owned up to it, And I will say, like, I enjoyed that meeting, CK. You were in it. I think it was a great meeting. And some of the things.
Was it very productive?
It was a productive meeting.
That's
I thought.
good.
I kind of blacked out after that happened,
did.
and all I could think about was, "Oh my god, I can't believe this guy."
What did Lou say?
Lou was just sitting there like just laughing. Lou's a great guy. Love him. My new manager. I mean, he's awesome. The best boss there is.
He's got a lot of work to do.
We're all Lou fans here, but you're laying on a little bit thick here. I think because you lied in front of him. And you were late in front of him.
I did.
We all get Lou's quality. But what was Lou saying about the fact that you were like, yeah?
I think it was more so Lou was kind of just sitting back and watching everything unfold because CK was like, why would you use me as an excuse if I'm in this meeting? I'm like, well, that's the thing. I didn't know that you were in the meeting. So if he wasn't going to be in there, then I would just told Lou.
Right, you saw me.
See his face?
Well, I did at that time. And that's why I was like, oh, like this is awkward.
Before you said that, you saw me. I was definitely there.
I know. I was waiting. I was like, well, actually funny. I'm sorry, guys. I was running late. I was actually going to use CK as an excuse as to why I was late.
Is there anything you want to blame on Lou while we're here?
You know, I'm not going to blame Lou for this, but
unbelievable.
But it was supposed to be a one-on-one meeting. I felt like I was getting like I was like interrogated there in that 30-minute meeting. Like honestly, it was supposed to be a one-on-one. Yeah.
Is it you feel interrogated because you were maybe a bit defensive?
I was defensive
from the lying.
Yeah, I needed my coffee. I'm a grumpy guy if I don't get my coffee. I didn't have my coffee yesterday.
That's true.
Maybe it's the guilt that you have.
It was a little bit of the guilt.
Okay.
I mean, it was the lie. But also, I will say this. I just needed my coffee. And I didn't want to say that because then it's like, well, why didn't you get your coffee at 127 rather than 129?
That's a valid
question. And it's a fair question. I'm
Yeah.
like, you know what? Like, you got me. My bad. I won't do that again. But in reality, I could just have a cop out being like, you know what? Like, what is Lou going to say? Like, you can't talk to CK.
Because here's the part that I don't like about it, respectfully, is it's like that. I was going to be on time, but you know how CK is. Always, and
saying hello to me and all.
Always chirping my ear off, right? You know, it's like he loves meetings. He wants to have meetings all the time, and you can't get off the meeting with that guy because he's always. That's the implication.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think
100% what you were doing.
No. It's
because he's not even my boss anymore because I'm with corporate.
Yeah,
I'm with corporate.
And he's always bothering me.
In that one-on-one meeting that you're now annoyed that he like sort of weaseled his way into, apparently. What's the implication?
I did not say that. I did not say that. It's
You
just,
implied it.
I was saying
pretty heavily.
it's in the wording of the email from Lou that it was a one-on-one interview and meeting. And I was like, okay, cool, no problem. And then CK was happy to me.
Are you on that email?
I was not, but I was invited to the meeting via text.
And he joined.
Yeah.
So you had no idea that it was possible?
No idea. No, I thought it was just gonna be Lou and I. Like, in fact, I was gonna be like, dude, like, if you want to do Zoom, we can. Like, Lou and I talk, we text. I was like, you just want to call me, whatever.
So I'll be late whenever.
I'll be late.
Yeah, I'll be there when I get there, bro. Here's my question. I'm not accusing Lou of this, by the way. All right, because I think Lou's a stand-up guy. But do you feel lied to by Lou that it wasn't a one-on-one meeting? And how does it feel to be lied to?
No, it was not. I don't think he lied to me.
He misled you?
He misled me. Because let's be honest, like, CK's the boss. He's the guy. Like, and then all of a sudden,
and
he's
who
the
better
third
to blame everything on than me?
I know.
You know, I saw the boss in the hallway.
Like, who better to lie about than the boss?
But then also, yes, you might say that. Obviously, now that I got caught with it, yeah, that's bad.
Gosh.
But in that moment,
it's like I don't know. You stole something and then you went right to the courthouse and said, I got to tell you, I just stole something. I just robbed that bank over there. Like, that's literally what you did.
Here's the money bag.
I know.
Yeah. I walked in there with the gun. I was going to rob him. I decided not to, but I guess technically you should put me in jail.
Yeah,
that's kind of what you did.
I know it's kind of and that's what it sounds like. But also, just if for Lou's sake, if I were to tell him, like, oh, like it was CK, if I told him that, no offense, but if I told him that Toby would distract me, he'd be like, dude, like, come on, like, you have a meeting to do. But if it's CK, what is he going to do? Like, dude, don't talk to CK.
No offense,
CK's,
Toby.
Yeah, no.
If it's some peon like Toby.
I can tell you one thing. I was never going to be on that meeting, so you could have used me as an excuse.
I could have, but it wouldn't have been a good enough excuse, in my opinion.
Would have been smarter.
It would have been smarter, I guess. I could have used Drab, but Drab wasn't there.
But so my final one, and I'm trying to get to this one point here. If you feel misled and a bit betrayed by Lou, you think that's going to help change your behavior at all? You didn't like that feeling, did you?
I did not like that. I think Lou should disclose that, like, because at first, again, the messaging was it was a one-on-one.
I got that. I heard that, but it did make you feel good. right? You didn't
Right.
like it. Do you think going forward, you could not make others feel that way?
You know, I probably could. I probably could. Yeah. I probably could. There's some growth that I need to have.
There's some growth there.
And I think as a corporate employee now, I think I will get that because I am getting used to all these meetings. It's a lot of meetings.
It's a lot of meetings, buddy.
It's a lot of Zoom meetings. And you know what? Like, would I have done anything different? I try not to live with any regrets.
What I hope is somehow, and I know this would be all sorts of HR violation type stuff here, CK, but I would love to see this on a performance review. Like, I'd love to see this incident chronicled and documented when Lou has to file this.
Like a PIP. Yep. Maybe we do a PIP about thick lies.
Thick lies.
No more thick lies.
This one was more thin. The other one I stole was pretty thick. Ryan, CK, thank you both very much.
Of course.
Caleb Williams addressed what would you say that was from Seth Wickersham? A pretty damning,
bombshell,
jaw-dropping bombshell of a report. He took it head on and explained himself away. We got that audio for you next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Last night, the Nationals got back on track, beating the Mariners 9-0 with 4 homers and 8 total extra base hits. 9:40 first pitch tonight for the rubber match between the Nats and the Mariners. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Final game in Seattle before they take on the Diamondbacks for 3 in Arizona. Tonight, Mackenzie Gore takes the hill for the Nationals. He's the MLB leader in strikeouts. He's 2-5 with a 3.47 ERA, 93 strikeouts on the season. Emerson Hancock gets the start for the Mariners. He's 2-2 with a 5.95 ERA. In hockey, the Panthers advanced to their 3rd straight Stanley Cup final as they beat the Hurricanes last night 5-3, winning the series 4-1. Oilers looking to meet them there for the 2nd straight year as they take on the Stars in Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals tonight. They lead the series 3-1. That'll get underway at 8 o'clock. Last night, the Thunder beat the Timberwolves by 30 to advance to the NBA Finals, winning 124-94 in Game 5 of that series. Tonight, the Pacers taking on the Knicks, looking to close out New York tonight at 8 o'clock. The Pacers lead that series 3-1. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Chance to win Post Malone tickets at 4 p.m. Got to be listening to win. Grant and Danny here on the Fan.
I know you're a video game guy. You know what I immediately think of when I hear this song?
What?
NBA Street. Back in the day,
It was in
Volume
NBA
3.
Street?
I believe this song was.
How about that? I didn't know that, actually.
I loved that game.
Was that kind of the evolution of NBA Jam?
A little bit,
to
yeah.
a degree?
A little bit, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It was so
kind
much
of-
fun.
It was on the oh, that's gonna kill me. I think it was on the Wii. There was a basketball game. It was actually pretty fun. I think it was NBA Jam. It was actually pretty fun to
NBA
use
Jam
the
was
Joy-Con
great,
touch
yes.
controller or whatever. Super fun. But it was good quality.
NBA Street. It used to play back on the GameCube. That song was on. Yeah, it was awesome. Awesome. NFL Street was great too. Bring back some of those games, please.
I love that. Yeah, the real ones that Darius plays and then gets mad at, but still does. They're too good. They're too realistic. It's like too hard to do stuff. I want to have. Just because I feel like it, I want a 3,000-yard rusher.
Yeah,
or I want a receiver to go for 4,000 yards. I want to do that kind of thing.
Yeah, I want Ricky Williams to have a game breaker and he throws people to the sun when he trucks them.
Into the sun.
Right? Like that's what I want. Just throwing dudes off 30 yards away.
So speaking of what people want, initially, according to a Seth Wickersham article, or actually an excerpt from his book that's coming up in September about quarterbacks, Caleb Williams did not want to go to the Bears. His dad didn't want him to go to the Bears. And this isn't just, hey, I prefer he goes somewhere else. This is, I don't want my son playing for the Bears, quote. Williams told several agents, talking about Carl, his dad, in 2024. The rookie cap is just unconstitutional, Williams told Wickersham, later adding that the CBA is the worst piece of bleep I've ever read. It's the worst in sports history. I need to go to the Vikings, he told his dad, talking about Caleb Williams. Let's do it, his father replied. This is all from this Seth Wickersham book, or the excerpt here. The quotes in here are staggering. The anecdotes are staggering. All the stuff that you heard about, like they were trying to get a piece of ownership or all these other kind of weird reports that, you couldn't really verify. Well, here you go. Here's your smoking gun. Point blank, he did not want to go to Chicago. They were trying to alter the draft process to engineer Caleb Williams being able to go to Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
Caleb Williams correctly, by the way, said that's the place quarterbacks go to die. They've got a worse quarterback history than nearly any other franchise in the sport. They can't get it right there. Waldron shouldn't have been the OC, but was. And Williams had a quote as part of this. I don't think I can do this with Shane Waldron. So this is, if you're a Chicago fan, you're reading this going, oh my God, I thought we had something. Year one wasn't great, but it wasn't a disaster that everybody's making it out to be. But this
is
now,
a disaster.
This feels like a disaster, etc. Well, Caleb Williams responded. This is a little bit longer, so we'll be able to pause and kind of jump in here, Tobes. But so this piece comes out, I think, May 15th, which is a couple weeks ago now, almost 2 weeks to the day. And Caleb Williams at the podium responds to some of the details in this Seth Wickersham. I don't know if it's the Wickersham article or the excerpt from the book, whatever you want to call it, but filed to ESPN. The details from Wickersham's book is what we'll call it. He responds to some of those. This is Caleb Williams.
This whole storm that happened, it wasn't something that we wanted to happen at this point. We're focused on the present. We're focused on now. We're focused on trying to get this ship moving in the right direction. And I think so far that's what we've been doing. But for this to come out, it's been a distraction. So coming up here and talking about it and addressing it is important today. And so that's what we're here to do. Next is all that went down, all that was said. Yeah, I had a good visit at the other place, Minnesota, with Ken O'Connell, good staff and all of that. Obviously, he just won Coach of the Year award and things like that. So obviously, good staff and things like that. But something that keeps getting lost, something that keeps getting, I think, not being addressed the way it needs to be, is the fact that I went on that visit first, came here, and then after I came here, I went back home, talked to my dad, and all of the things that were supposed to be these big things that everybody's been talking about recently. One never happened in the sense of they were all thoughts, they were all ideas, and I think if you're in the situation, I think if you're son or daughter, anybody is in a situation to be in that position, I think you think about all of the options and you look at it, the history and the facts and all these different things. Those are thoughts that go throughout your head in those situations. So
pause right there, Darius. All right. So again, this is an excerpt from the story. That left only one option: to publicly attack the Bears in the city of Chicago, hoping that it would make the situation untenable, similar to what Jack and John Elway had done with the Baltimore Colts in 1983. He worried about me taking bullets, said Carl Williams to Wickersham of his son. I don't care. I just don't agree with this bleep. I'm more interested in making sure that he can do what he wants to do. But Caleb was concerned that if they did try and the Bears refused to trade him, it would make a tough situation worse. In the end, Caleb Williams told Wickersham, I wasn't ready to nuke the city. End quote. So far, Williams trying to kind of walk both sides of the tightrope there. One, addressing it head on, Tobes, I would say. He's doing that. Saying, hey, I'm here to talk about this. Let's get this out in the open. But two, to go, these are just thoughts. These are thoughts. It got beyond thoughts, didn't it?
Yeah, it definitely got beyond thoughts. I mean, the idea that you were hiring lawyers to look at loopholes that you could get out of this thing and say, what if we played in the UFL for a year and then came back and we're just a free agent and could sign anywhere else? Which, by the way, is a massive thing, because if he could have done that, we could have been for a world of hurt. We could have been into a huge catastrophe for the National Football League, because any quarterback ever coming out could have said, I'll go play in the UFL, or quote unquote, not even play, right? Like I'll go sign with some UFL team, maybe play a game, and then chill on the bench, and then I can go sign wherever I want. Great. So eventually he finally realizes that there is no way around it, ends up in Chicago. I think two things, right? I think it's very mature of him to come out and say the things that he did. Obviously, a PR person worked with him on what he was going to go through and what he was going to say and hit on the various things. And, like you're taught as a kid, right? Honesty is the best policy. And I think him coming out and being honest about the fact that, yeah, this stuff wasn't a lie, because he could also done that, right? He also could have come out and say, I don't know what the heck Wickersham's saying. Like we've seen that all the time, right?
He's got quotes from you, dude.
Yeah. So like he could have tried to do that too, but instead he's honest and realizes, look, it's better if I face this head on. There's going to be problems, but I think too, he's going to face some flack from people immediately. This is always going to be something that gets brought up anytime something bad happens. But by him doing this now, it puts it to bed a little bit more than if he would have just said, yeah, stuff happened in the offseason, and before I got drafted, there was a story that came out. I'm not going to address it. This kind of quells it a little bit.
So let's pick it up from there, Darius. This is Caleb Williams responding to the excerpt from the Seth Wickersham story.
And then after I came on my visit here, it was a deliberate answer and deliberate and determined answer that I had, that I wanted to come here. And just like Ben spoke about, obviously, the past years, as everybody knows, it's a fact that quarterback play, there hasn't been a 4,000-yard passer. There's, these all these different things that come up. And so, being able to have those thoughts is I think fair, to be able to have, good and bad thoughts. But like I said, I came here on a visit, and like I said, just like Ben said, it's a challenge. to be able to come in here and try and turn around. And that was the main goal of all of that, is to, through all of, what was, going on, through all of what happened in last year and previous years, I think that was enticing. I think that was something that was glaring to me, that I wanted to come here and be the guy, and be a part and be a reason on why Chicago Bears turn this thing around. So that last thing that was said and all of that, I think, was the most important thing, is that I wanted to be here. That I love being here. I love my teammates.
We can cut it off there. That's basically the where he turns it and says, and this is part of the story too, in fairness. So we laid out the more salacious parts, but at the end is, once Ryan Poles said, "Sorry, kid, we're drafting you no matter what," I told him and his agent, etc. The right thing to do, by the way, if that's your conviction. You don't let somebody dictate to you. That's not how the rules are set up. If they set up differently, you can behave accordingly. But once the meetings happened, Caleb Williams was then all in. And it chronicles also in this piece some of the nonsense that was going on. For example, he watched film by himself, according to the story. No coach is telling him what to look for. He just would turn it on and just sort of do it. Best of luck. Sort of left a twist in the wind. There's a reason quarterbacks go there to dive, and sort of to use the euphemism. But that's how it turns. And so a lot of folks in Chicago, and I think sports fans nationwide, are kind of reacting in two opposite camps on this. Camp number one is, what are you doing, dude? Mostly upset, I think, at the contents of the story. And then when he stands up there and addresses it, it's a, dude, all you got to say is, I got no comment on that. I'm here to win football games, or something like that. And then eventually it dies down and goes away. The other side is, dude, good for you. Good for you for saying the true thing, which is they don't ever have good quarterbacks there. No one throws for 4,000 yards, ever. Hasn't happened. And this situation I'm walking into sucks. And now you're saying, yeah, but I take it as a personal challenge, and we're trying to win for you guys.
I think it's interesting because you might get a little insight into his mentality here. You can kind of take it for what it's worth, but I think it's 100% honest and true. And I'm sure any quarterback getting drafted to Chicago has these sorts of thoughts like, man, this place has never had a 4,000-yard passer. In a league where everybody has had someone, it feels like, go for 4,000 yards and look really, really prolific, they haven't had one. They've got to Super Bowls, they've won Super Bowls, but it wasn't because of their quarterback play. So you have to think, is there something going on? Is this franchise, for whatever reason, snake bitten a little bit with the quarterback? At the same point, you have heard athletes throughout time that say, never been done before, but I can do it. I can go over there and change things. And so does it give you a little insight into him? Maybe, it might be a little unfair to say he doesn't have the killer instinct, but, a guy like, think of Kobe or a Jordan or so many of these great athletes say, never been done before. Think of LeBron, right? In that 2016 finals, down 3-1, never been done before. We can do it. We can find a way. I know I can accomplish it. And so I think it's an interesting parallel there where it sounds like he was a little trepidatious because of the history. Sounds like once he was in the building and talked to some of the people that maybe that changed a little bit and he felt maybe I can be that guy. But it's just an interesting insight there that maybe he doesn't have that killer gene that we think, because I think some people would look at it as a challenge versus he was looking at it and say, can I go anywhere else, please?
What you just said reminds me, that's how my ADD brain works. Comedy buddy of mine named Bay Wesley used to have this great joke about the praying mantis. And the praying mantis, every time the male praying mantis mates with the female bites its head off. It might make you think twice, most people, right? But the male praying mantis is like, dude, hey, every time someone, with her, she bites the head off. Not the way I do it. I'll be fine. And then your head gets bitten off, right? Like you mentioned the athlete going, I'll be the one to fix it. That athletic arrogance. Williams had a full panoramic, had a 360-degree worldview going, I know I'm pretty good. I've got some confidence in myself, but my God, I bet you some other guys did too. It's never, ever worked there and expressed some trepidation. I just think it's a fascinating conversation. This is, I think, going to be more and more normal. Not somebody trying to torpedo the draft and, do whatever, but we're going to see more openness among athletes who've been kind of raised in this, your age and younger, Tobes, coming up, where used to be strong silent type. Nobody says peep. You go do your job, and anything out of the ordinary is met with derision. You're going to see more sharing, one way or the other, whether it's good or bad. It just is. I think it's more commonplace. So yeah, those comments don't look very good, and you got to hit it head on. I actually think he did a pretty darn good job.
The irony of all of this? The guy that brought this to our attention? because he thought it was really honest? Ryan Clary. He thought him being forthright, coming out, being 100% honest with the situation was the way to go. And if you heard our last segment, that doesn't sound to fit with Ryan Clary's MO.
I was just looking up the definition of ironing. Double play is up next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Post Malone tickets at 4 p.m. Don't go anywhere. We're going to get you a chance to win Post Malone tickets in about 12 minutes. You got to stay tuned for that. But we do this every day at 3:45. What's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports. It's known throughout these parts as the double play, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. Toby, don't get thrown off. A big voice guy is going to come on and tell you when it's time to go. He's going to start talking now.
So yesterday we established that I'm a little bit dorky and I like some geography stuff. I also enjoy some history stuff. Well, there was always an interesting fun fact about a U.S. president who served long, long ago. Okay. And that president was the 10th president of the United States, John Tyler, a part of the Great Whig Party. I know nothing about the Whig Party.
The Whig Party.
Yeah, but regardless, he served as the president of the United States from 1841 to 1845. His final grandson just passed away this week.
Okay, wait. 1841 to 1845 is when he was president. So his final...
He had a living grandson.
Whoa.
So his grandson...
Had to be about 100, right?
His grandson, Harrison Tyler, just passed away at the age of 96. And so it was always a long, great, fun fact to throw out there. So he passed away. He'd done some restoration of some properties in Virginia. I believe he'd gone to Virginia Tech. Go Hokies. And so the way that he described it is his grandfather was born in 1790, talking about the president of the United States, John Tyler.
Crazy.
His father then, Tyler's son, was born in 1853, and this gentleman who just passed away was born in 1928 and just passed away this week. So up until a couple of days ago, there was a grandson of the 10th president of the United States still living.
Dude.
Isn't that crazy?
That blows my mind. So, like, in theory, you got someone like, who's after that? Like Abe Lincoln or someone in the 1860s, 1870s, somewhere in there. Their grandson could still be kicking.
Yeah. Yeah.
That guy was president in the 1840s, dude.
Yeah. I mean, he was born during 1790, which the Washington Post has an article about it, I can send you. He was born, here it is. He was born in 1790 during George Washington's first term. So he can legitimately say that his grandfather was alive when George Washington was in office.
You know how nubs things were in 1841? You know how nubby 1841 was?
So it's crazy because apparently his family struggled a little bit with finances. And
John Tyler's?
Or the
Tyler family.
Yes. Harrison Tyler is the one that just passed away. And his family was struggling with finances at times. And there was someone that was close to the family that, just to show you how old this family is, they wrote a president to say, hey, could you help them with finances? Obviously, a grandson of a former president. That president was Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Like
I'm not
FDR.
laughing at financial troubles,
but like
really,
it's crazy to think that this guy was born in 1928. He just passed away. And the reason that they were in trouble was because of the Great Depression.
That blows my mind. That blows my mind. You sleep on this. John Tyler did not have a vice president.
Did he not?
How weird is that? There was a time when they're like, we're not just going to do it. We're just not going to do it. He was vacant throughout the presidency. And then Millard Fillmore, who you all sleep on. Everyone sleeps on Millard Fillmore.
Yes.
That's the last fact I have about Millard Fillmore. He didn't have a VP either.
Huh.
Anyway, that's the sidetrack.
That's funny.
Again, there's no other thing other that you would say other than, oh my God, that's crazy.
It's mind-blowing. So that fun fact is no longer valid, but a long life well lived by Harrison Tyler, 96 years. So the last grandson of a president from the 1840s just passed away this week.
So like nobody from Franklin Pierce, who was president in the 1850s, no James Buchanan's, it could be a great-great-grandson or something, but not like the grandson.
Just crazy.
That is beyond wild. Toby, good double play. Speaking of wild, it's time for my double play, Dares. So Ryan brought the story to my attention. Some wolves were released into the wild in Colorado. And those wolves did what wolves do and went hunting for food and are now killing a bunch of calves and cows on people's ranches that live close to the wilderness. Some people were like, hey, the wolves need a place to go because they're endangered. Makes sense. And then the other people were like, hey, if you put them there, they're going to eat the cattle. And it's going to be hard because we can't kill them because they're wolves and they're protected. And the whole thing's a mess. So there's no good solution. That's not a great story. That just is. It's kind of a thing. If you watch Yellowstone, you know how big a deal it can be if a wolf gets hurt. In fact, Rip had to do this whole thing where he took the collar on the wolf, put it on a tree branch, and sent it down the river. I mean, it's a whole thing to track the migration of the wolf that was accidentally killed because they were hurting the cattle, because you can't afford to have the cattle hurt when you're a cattle rancher. It's part of it, okay? Anyway, point of the dude's story is this. Whenever I hear that word, what's that word? What animal is it, Toby?
Wolf.
What?
Wolf.
Wolf. What do you think of? I think of this.
Johnny, to make the understatement of the day, has had a very tough life. We can give you maybe one or two stories. We don't want to get into too much of the privacy area. Let's start when he was 12. He was doing work on his grandmother's house, and a hired hand showed up with a wolf on a leash. Here's the 2-0 pitch, 2-1. Anyway, Johnny loved dogs. He had never owned one, though he had no idea about how serious a wolf might be. So he walked up to the wolf, and the man hollered at him, "No, it's a real wolf. Don't pet it." The 2-1 pitch in, the man ties up the wolf, goes around the corner to mend the fence, and Johnny goes back to the wolf, saying something like, "Oh, I'll talk to him, it'll be great." And the wolf attacks him, has knocked him down on his chest, just about ready to devour him. 2-2 pitch, check swing, no swing, ball 3. Johnny suddenly, totally and completely relaxed. He was done. He knew it. And whatever he did by relaxing, the wolf decided, I don't have a rival here. Yeah. And the wolf got off his chest. Johnny got up and walked away. Ground ball by the diving Turner, and the base hit by Johnny Gomes.
The at-bat that was happening live coincides with the story that Vin is telling about Johnny Gomes and the wolf.
So good.
It's the greatest thing ever, as far as I'm concerned.
So good.
It's my #1 audio clip in the history of audio. The number of times I have harassed and bothered the various women in my life with saying, let's start when he was 12, or, wolf. And I apologize to them in advance because it's coming back up again. Ryan brought me a story about wolves, and we're going to talk about Johnny Gomes has had a very rough life. We're doing it again. It's all coming back to me, Celine Dion style. Darius, thank you. And Ryan, thank you, buddy. Thank you.
By the way, this is part of why I think generally the pitch clock has gone over well with just about everybody. This is the one issue I have with the pitch clock.
Vin wouldn't be able to tell a story.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm still not the biggest fan of it, but it's grown on me. The pitch clock, though, takes away from the ability of people. I didn't get to listen to a lot of Vin Scully, but I was out in Milwaukee for some time. So listening to Bob Uecker tell stories on the radio, just listening to baseball broadcasters just weave in stories beautifully. Then the 0-1, and then back to the story, and then, the 1-1. So good. Scully was great at it. Uecker was great at it. It's awesome.
Now imagine that check swing. Imagine he went on 2-2. Now what do you do?
Yes.
You can't tell the story anymore. The story's over. Anyway, but it works out, and it was perfect. That's a nice little trip down memory lane. Time to win Post Malone tickets. We'll do that in 6 minutes when we do the Beltway Blitz. Come on back.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In baseball last night, the Nationals even the series with the Mariners, winning 9-0, 4 homers on the night. Nationals look to win the rubber match tonight at 9:40. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. They'll wrap up their road trip in Seattle, then begin 3 in Arizona. Tonight on the mound, Mackenzie Gore goes for the Nationals. He's 2-5 with a 3.47 ERA, has 93 strikeouts on the season to lead the major leagues. Emerson Hancock gets the start for the Mariners. He's 2-2 with a 5.95 ERA. Nats and Mariners rubber match tonight, 9:40 right here on The Fan. In hockey, the Panthers advanced to their third straight Stanley Cup Finals, beating the Hurricanes last night 5-3 to wrap up the series in 5 games. Tonight, Western Conference Finals Game 5, the Oilers looking to meet the Panthers for the second straight year in the Stanley Cup Finals. 8 p.m. puck drop tonight, Oilers and Stars. Oilers lead the series 3-1. In the NBA, the Thunder advanced the NBA Finals for the second time in their franchise's history, winning by 30 in Game 5 with the Timberwolves 124-94. They win the series 4-1. Tonight, Pacers and Knicks Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals, 8 p.m. tip-off. The Pacers lead that series 3-1. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Caller number 10 right now this second at 800-636-1067. You'll win 2 tickets to Post Malone with Jelly Roll, the Big Ass Stadium Tour, Monday, June 2nd at Northwest Stadium. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. You know, because it's 4 o'clock and because of that music, it's time for the Beltway Blitz. We'll spin you around what's going on in the realm of DC sports. We'll start on the diamond, please. Our guy, Charlie Slow's voice of the Nats, right here on the Beltway Blitz. Charlie, tale of 2 games. Game number 1 against I almost called him St. Louis, against Seattle. They couldn't have hit water if they fell out of a boat. Last night, they couldn't stop hitting. It was a fun one.
Yeah, you never know what you're going to see when you come to the park, and you think that it's always going to come down to what kind of day the starting pitching had. And, you know, in game 1 of the series, Logan Evans, the Nats couldn't touch him other than Wood's home run. And lo and behold, after 88 pitches and allowing a run on 4 hits, he got sent down to the minor leagues after the game by the Mariners.
Yeah.
But yesterday, Trevor Williams was the beneficiary of 2 back-to-back home runs, solo homers by Garcia and Josh Bell in the second, got to pitch with a lead, and probably was his finest outing of the year, finest outing in a long time. Just 3 hits. They never really threatened. They had a runner at second, actually a runner to second, just once got to third in the 6th inning. It was an easy night for him. He even had a runner caught stealing, 77 pitches in 6 innings. But the offense was a big story. I mean, another titanic home run for Wood in the 5th inning, 435 feet after the longest of his career the night before at 448. This one he pulled, not one of these line drives. This one was way up in the air, a majestic home run. He had a 2-run double in the 8th inning. You also had Robert Hassel with 3 hits in the game and drove in 2 runs. His last hit was his first major league home run. But Josh Bell, we mentioned his solo homer. He had not had a multi-hit game yet this year, and he had a home run and 2 singles and another ball caught at the fence. So if he's about to get hot, and we know when he gets hot, it lasts for a while, maybe last night was the start.
Charlie, you guys have had some great calls of James Wood homers this year. One of my favorite things to do as well is after listening to you guys and hearing how you guys describe it is go into the opposing team's broadcast to see how they feel the first time they see James Wood. And last night, hearing the Mariners broadcasters talk about that home run last night, what's it like calling his home runs and seeing him as a first full time around the bigs now, seeing him be able to do what he's done this season?
It's really incredible. Even going back to last year, hitting all the home runs the opposite way. You guys were in spring training when he hit that low line drive to left field.
Yep.
Didn't look like it could possibly look like it went through the fence. I mean, he didn't think it would get over. So, I mean, he hits it every type of way, and everything seems to be hit hard. And he's figuring out now when they pitch him in how to turn on a ball. And and pull it with more regularity, it's pretty scary, because if you thought you could pitch him in and that was, not let him get his arms extended to hit the ball up the middle and the other way, good luck now.
Charlie, how big a deal was that start for Trevor Williams, who'd been scuffling a little bit, kind of coming into that one? Not used to seeing him go past, really get through the fifth inning, let alone 6 full, 0 earned runs, only 3 hits, 3 base runners allowed. He was tremendous. How big a deal was that for him?
I haven't talked to him yet about it, but I'm sure, he felt great. Davey said after the game, felt the difference was he wasn't trying to get swings and misses. He was just trying to execute his pitches and throw strikes, because walks and hit batters had become a problem. Just a lot of base runners in all of his starts. There were 3 balls that were hit deep. They were all caught. It is a pitcher's park. It's hard to hit home runs there. The Mariners will tell you that. They're a much better offensive team on the road than they are at home. But again, he needed a game like that. And, other than those 3 fly balls, nothing was really hit hard against him. And he did get swings and misses. He got a lot of called strikes. It was certainly his best game of the year. And he probably could have pitched more than 77 pitches over 6 innings. But I think they were, thanks very much at that point.
What have you made of Mackenzie Gore this season? It feels like he's always shown that he's had that. He's had this kind of stuff to be able to strike out guys like he has this season, but maybe the mentality wasn't there, or he wasn't able to be as consistent. Feels like for the most part this year, he's been pretty consistent, even if he's not going into the 7th, giving you at least 6 innings. What have you made of Gore's start this year?
Yeah, I think he's been unlucky at times with bad results on good pitches. Maybe, he's the best 2 and 5 pitcher in baseball right now, leading the major leagues in strikeouts with 93 and 62 in the 3rd. That's an amazing ratio. He's given up less hits than innings pitched. The walks are better. He stayed out of the 30 pitch innings. He's given up just 8 home runs, 246 average against him. Sometimes you're just unlucky, particularly that game in Baltimore where he struck out a ton, and then every time the ball was put into play, something bad happened where it turned into a hit. So, you hope that you have some innings like Jake Irvin did in his last start where he didn't strike out a bunch, but he got a lot of, early outs on the low pitch count. He could use a game like that also, like similar to what Trevor Williams had last night. So, I look forward to every time he pitches. He's probably, with stuff-wise, the closest thing we've seen since Max Scherzer was here.
Charlie, you mentioned unlucky. I feel like nobody's been unluckier, maybe Dylan Cruz is the exception, than Luis Garcia. His batting average on balls in play is sub 240. All the metrics are good. His hard hit percentage is the highest of his career. Strikeout percentages among the lowest. Feels like he constantly either is getting robbed or hitting the ball to the warning track or whatever. Just terrible luck for Luis Garcia. It was good to see him get one last night.
Yeah, he's had, I think, more outfielders make great catches on him. The game 1 of the series, he hit 2 balls a ton to right center field, and Leody Taveras, who's a center fielder playing right field, ran both of them down deep in the gap. I finally said to him after the game, we got back to the hotel last night, you finally hit one he couldn't get to because it landed over the wall. He's like, it's unbelievable. Then he had a ball hit to center field, and Rodriguez made a sliding catch on a ball he hit in the 5th inning. So, yeah, I would say, he should have better than a 233 average and more production than he has. But, as long as he keeps swinging, trying to take the ball up the middle, not trying to pull everything. And then, of course, the best thing this year for him, besides the bad luck offensively, has been he's outstanding. He's been the best year he's ever had in the field defensively. No question.
Charlie, thank you as always, man. We'll talk soon.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
See you, my friend. There he goes. Hit that Wizard/NBA sounder, please.
Joining us now from Monumental is Chase Hughes. Chase, we see the Oklahoma City Thunder advance to the NBA Finals last night. The Wizards bring a guy over from that organization just a little time ago with Will Dawkins. Do you think we're going to be able to see this team maybe try to take some of that blueprint that they've built there and maybe apply it here?
I think some of it, it's a difficult plan to replicate because their recent rebuild began with an MVP in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. They made the decision to trade Paul George, got what we thought at the time was a great haul. Little did we know the player that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander would become. An MVP, and he's only, 25, 26. He could go on to have a career that puts him amongst the all-time greats. So that's going to be tough to replicate. Sam Presti is a terrific talent evaluator. I think if he gets a ring this year, he's going to have an argument as one of the best in all of sports, not just in the NBA. But I think what is going to sort of carry over from the Thunder is just a general philosophy. They play fast. Defense is really important. Positional size is really important. And the Thunder, it's a little bit different because they have SGA running the show, but they like to run 5-man lineups out there with 5 different guys who can dribble, pass, and shoot. And you see that with Chet Holmgren, his versatility. And I think the Wizards are trying to recreate that with their 5-man lineups, and Alex Sarr would be the guy who could kind of do some Chet Holmgren-like things as a big man.
What is Will Dawkins specifically? He was in some of those rooms when they're finding guys like Lucas Stewart, Chet Holmgren, and company. What sort of things has he tried to bring and kind of, establish here in Washington of, this is how we find those guys. This is how we teach them to play. This is the system that we want to run, et cetera. What have you seen kind of that similar thread between the two orgs?
Well, in terms of scouting, I think just casting a really wide net. Will Dawkins over the years I think he rose through the Oklahoma City front office in part because he was willing to go on long scouting trips in Europe, go to Australia, go to Africa, go wherever he had to go. And I think in the past, the Wizards, didn't have the type of scouting personnel that they now have. They have a much bigger front office in a lot of different respects. But I think the one thing that has really been felt that's more tangible than that is the way they treat the players. Oklahoma City has a great reputation as being one of the best teams, not just in the NBA, but in sports in terms of how they treat the players and their families and how detail-oriented they are with the sort of goals that they give their players and the communication that they have, how direct they are with what they want to see from those players in terms of how they improve. And I've heard the same feedback from Wizards players and agents, and the reputation for the Wizards has really improved around the league since Will Dawkins and Michael Winger took over, because both of those guys came from Oklahoma City and they saw the power of treating players like that and essentially putting them first in every single aspect, and how that can pay off in the long run when word gets out around the league and players who are making decisions in free agency and where they want to go in trades, that stuff gets factored in.
Something we kicked around the other day when David Aldrich was home with Doc the other day on Memorial Day, and he had brought up the idea of the way that they protect Chet Holmgren and OKC with an Isaiah Hartenstein on the defensive end could maybe interest DC in drafting Malawach out of Duke at the 6th pick to kind of help out Sarr. What are your thoughts on that?
I definitely think it's a possibility. I mean, at first blush, it's like, oh, well, they just drafted Alex Sarr. They don't necessarily need another big man, especially one whose rim protection is his best trait. But they are kind of a little bit different. Now that we've seen Alex Sarr play a full NBA season, it's very clear that he's more comfortable on the perimeter than he is around the rim, at least on the offensive end. And so if you got Keim Malawach, you'd have a guy who can set screens, can roll to the rim, can catch lobs, can finish around the basket, and then that would free Alex Sarr up to play on the perimeter. And then defensively, it would also free Alex Sarr up to be more of a roaming defensive player who can switch on to smaller guys. But as a rim protection duo, I mean, that could end up being one of the best in the league, kind of like an Evan Mobley and Jared Allen that we see in Cleveland. So I think it does make some sense. I think they could play together, especially if Alex Sarr's shooting touch improves. And if you talk to people who have seen Keim Malawach play over the years, they insist that he can also knock it down from 3. And apparently he has been really impressing in workouts and at his pro day as an outside shooter. You didn't see that at Duke last year. I don't think he attempted more than like 2 or 3 shots from 3-point range, but they didn't need him to do that. But I think long-term there is upside for him to be a guy who can also stretch the floor.
Chase, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great weekend.
Absolutely. You too.
There he goes. That is our boy, Chase Hughes. Local 53, please, Darris. Our guy, Michael Phillips, the Richmonder, Odyssey Richmond, to break down the football boys. Miguel, what do you make of the guys not at OTAs? McLaurin, Lattimore, Tunsil.
Well, it's pretty easy for McLaurin. We've done this before, and he's been just fine, and he came out of it last time with the new contract, and I think this time he'll come out of it with a new contract. So zero worries there. He's been there for the first 2 of the 3 sessions, the off-field stuff. I don't think anybody would doubt he has a great relationship and rapport with Jaden Daniels. Zero worries there. Tunsil has done this his whole career. He just kind of doesn't come to these things. Conceptually, it's not really necessary for an offensive lineman to be at these things. They don't do a ton of important, install and in the trenches work. The coaches, I'm sure, would rather have him than not. It's not the best look when you're on your third team and you're a star offensive lineman to sit them out. It's a nothing long term. Like, would you rather have him there than not, just for the message it sends? Yeah, it says maybe you got a little work on the brotherhood thing with him when you do get him in the building. But on the whole, he'll be fine. They brought him in to do something. He's going to do that thing this fall, which brings us to the third one, right? Lattimore's an interesting one because I'm not sold that Lattimore makes it out of training camp yet. I think it's a very real possibility they kick the tires here and say, not good enough. Now, there may be injury rehab work that we're not aware of that's going on behind the scenes. That feels possible. But on the whole, you'd say he's the one with the most to lose / maybe losing the most by not participating in this.
Do you think that the moves they made were in potential that they weren't believers in Lattimore, bringing in a Jonathan Jones? It sounds like they wanted Amos anyways, but they draft him in the second round. Do you think those sorts of moves were, hey, if Lattimore doesn't work out, we still feel good? Or was it still, hey, Lattimore's our guy and we're just bolstering the secondary?
Whatever they say, they can't possibly feel 100% compelled that he's the guy, right? You give them the confidence, you give them that boost of, whatever they need to say. Yeah, he's our guy, he's our starter. We believe in him. All those press conference things. But I don't see how you could possibly, as a responsible general manager, and I think at this point there is a responsible general manager in town. I don't think any responsible GM would say, well, no need to do anything there. We've got Marshawn Lattimore in 2025. Whatever they say, there's some work to be done there, and there's some proving that needs to be done on Lattimore's part, which gets back to the original point of he's not guaranteed anything, no matter what they say here.
Put you on the spot here, Michael. Give me a player on offense and a player on defense that you think kind of has a breakout, someone we're not necessarily considering as maybe a viable option or something big time for them that actually steps up and plays really well.
Man, I'd love for it to be Ben Sinnott. I'm not calling my shot that I think it will be Ben Sinnott. I really want it to be Ben Sinnott. I think that solves a lot of problems for you with Zach Ertz. You can't count on him to do 2, 3, 4 more seasons here. The Jaden Daniels rookie contract window, right? But to win in that window, you're going to need a really good tight end. You've got one right now in Ertz. Is Sinnott one? We didn't see any flashes of it last year. Doesn't mean he's not. We've seen guys come along, be late bloomers, year 2, year 3 in the league. But man, it sure solves a lot of problems because there just aren't a ton of those guys available in free agency, available by trade. You almost have to go use a high draft pick to go get a Brock Bowers, get a guy who's going to come in and be that. So man, it sure solve a lot of problems if they could find one. On the defensive side, I'm waiting for one of these linebackers, right? And I don't know which one it'll be, but Bobby Wagner's not going to play 100% of the snaps. That just feels like a bad idea. I don't think it's going to go down that way. There are snaps available at linebacker. And the fact that, most people probably couldn't name who's going to take those snaps tells me whoever steps in is going to be an unsung guy.
Michael, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great weekend.
Take care, guys.
We will see you. There he goes. That's how we Beltway Blitz. That's how you do it. You pick 3 different teams or sports and you talk about them in little 5 to 6 minute bursts. A couple questions and you move on. That's the Beltway Blitz, people. You heard that question of Michael Phillips. I'm going to tackle that with my guy Tobes next. Breakout on offense and defense. We'll also do disappointment on offense and defense. Somebody that might have a down year. We'll talk about a couple breakouts, a couple disappointments with the Local 53. We'll do that next. My name is Danny Rouillet, and I'm a Ted Britt guy. Here's why. They won my business. Years ago, the lady wife and I, we needed a bigger vehicle. We had the kid, and, you couldn't go 5 feet without 17 pack-and-plays and a bunch of blankets and diapers and the whole 9 yards. We needed something bigger for our family, right? So we test drove a couple different rides out there at Ted Britt Ford, and we settled on something. I said, okay, we braced ourselves for the thing. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You've bought a car before. You've leased a car. You've gone through it. And I waited for that miserable experience. It never happened. It was so pleasant. They got me in and out with an unbelievable deal. I was thrilled. It was on that day that I said, wife, we are Ted Britt people. And I've been back multiple times since. I think it's 5, 6, maybe even 7 cars now over the years from Ted Britt Ford. The latest is my favorite. I got a Mustang Mach-E. I love that thing. You can get one just like mine. $2,500 off the MSRP, plus a super low 3.9% APR for 72 months. And that Ford Power Promise. You know what that means? A home charger with installation covered by my guys over at Ted Britt Ford. Go see him at Ted Britt, and please do me a favor. Tell them Danny sent you.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Rubber match for the Nationals tonight. Taking on the Mariners at 9:40. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. The league leader in strikeouts, Mackenzie Gore, takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 2-5 with a 3.47 ERA. He'll take on Emerson Hancock, who is 2-2 with a 5.95 ERA. Nats and Mariners rubber match out in Seattle, 9:40 tonight, right here on the Fan. In basketball, Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals tonight, Pacers and Knicks. 8 p.m. tip-off. The Pacers looking to close it out. They lead 3-1. The winner of that series will meet the Thunder in the NBA Finals. Western Conference Finals in hockey tonight. Oilers and Stars, Game 5 at 8 o'clock. Oilers lead the series 3-1. Winner of that series will meet the Panthers in the Stanley Cup Finals. This may only get $125 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
G&D here on the Fan. No GP, but yes, Toby's hanging out with us. This is Grant and Danny. What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Moron can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We love those guys. We have plenty of good sports content coming your way here in a moment. Well, we got to update. Ryan, what happened during the commercial break here? This is a whole new, this looks like a brand new unit over here, this camera that's looking at me.
So
and now I look different on the stream.
Yeah. I thought we had the fix there. We actually got a new camera in here. And as I just found out as we got back in, for whatever reason, this camera looks smaller on the stream.
I like mini Danny.
Yeah, it's less of me, which is usually good. It's usually both the camera and my body weight add pounds.
Yeah.
So this makes me look a little bit less, which is, I guess, nice.
You look very slim and trim in
Thank
this
you,
very
Tobes.
small
Yeah.
profile I see.
It's just a smaller version of me. And if you can go to the YouTube page and find us right there, 1067 The Fan. We're broadcasting live all over the world on the YouTubes. But it feels like I've been diminished a little bit, doesn't it? Doesn't it, Topes?
What is that movie, Downsizing or whatever? That's what happened here. Downsized.
You know, like little Marie Kondo over here. I got thrown away.
Honey, I Shrunk the Danny.
Yeah, it feels a little smaller. Oh, whoa.
Now he's too large.
Now I'm zoomed in. What are you doing over there? Now, there we go. Yeah. That's how you get back on Lou's good side to get yourself promoted.
Yes.
That's what you do.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
One thing about Ryan that we knew, like when he got hired to do this position, he's very tech savvy.
Very tech savvy.
So that's something that was always going to work in his favor. Is he's very good with technology.
Yes, he is. I've seen him plug in, unplug, and plug back in a lot of stuff.
Yes.
Genius.
Very good. I couldn't do it.
Who could? You know, you don't just walk into a position like that. You got to get trained, man.
Mm-hmm.
You got to go through a lot of extra schooling to rise that corporate
Lots
ladder.
of meetings.
So many meetings. And sometimes you go to a meeting and you're late for the meeting and you blame it on one of the people that's in the meeting already. And now it's only me on the camera, not Toby. What are you doing over there, dude?
I'm trying to figure this thing out.
You got to not touch it for a second.
I know.
And also, I'm not trying to do a bit. It's actually really distracting when I'm zooming in and out and stuff like that. I have to do the show. What we're going to talk about? Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. I asked Michael Phillips this question, and I want you guys in on the phones as well. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. The question is this. Tobes, you now will throw this around. Give me a breakout player on offense and defense, and give me a disappointer. Sounds a little George W. Give me a disappointerizer. Give me somebody that doesn't reach expectationals. Somebody that comes up short. He didn't quite reach the goal. Somebody that plays a little worse than we think.
Okay.
Right? Give me a breakout on both sides and a disappointment on both sides.
All right. So we'll start with a breakout, and we'll start on the offensive side of the ball. So The easy one would be Jalen Lane. I could say his name every single time we say breakout guy. I'm not going to do that. We already hashed that out yesterday. I think he's going to be awesome. The guy that
what does that look like for you, real quick? What awesome means once a month we notice it?
What does it mean? I think by the end of the season, he's their legit number 3, potentially 2B to Debo. Like we always talk 1A, 1B. I think he's right there with Debo. Because to me, his skill set reminds me a lot of Debo. Body type are not similar.
I mean, he's not the thumper that Debo is.
But he's got more speed. I think he's a little bit shiftier than Debo. Debo's going to run through you. He's also got some shiftiness to him, but he's going to be able to run through you. Jalen Lane isn't going to run over anybody, but I think he has more breakaway speed and is a little bit shiftier. So I could see him being really, really good for this offense. But I could spend all day talking about Jalen Lane as Toki over here. The guy that I think we're sleeping on a little bit, and it's partially why when you take a step back and think about that first-round draft pick of Joshua Connerly, I think it helps out, obviously, at the right tackle spot. But Brandon Coleman, I think, is going to be not just a serviceable tackle like he was. Yeah, I think he's going to be not just a serviceable guard now. I think he's going to be really good in there. I think he's going to be able to road grade in the run game. I think he's going to open up some bigger holes than we saw last season. Because I think, when we look back at the end of last year, we blame, it's B-Rob. I think it's a combo of things. I don't think the play calling at times was great with it. I don't think B-Rob was great. I don't think the O-line was great. So everybody can have some of it. I think the O-line is going to be much better because they move him inside. I think he's going to be a difference maker. So that'd be my breakout on offense.
I like that one a lot. I think it's a smart one because it sets him up in a less challenging role where he's already proven he could play tackle in the NFL. I don't think he was great last year. But for a guy that, half the league or more thought was a guard, you're thrust in as a lefty, a left tackle as a third-round pick from minute 1, basically. I thought he handled himself pretty well. You would think moving to guard, especially that right guard spot, at least maybe initially, we'll see what happens if and when Sam Cosby comes back, if he has his sea legs underneath him. But that's certainly a great candidate. Jalen Lane's another obvious one. That, to me, is the, if the promise, if the skill set, if the measurables translate into football production. You never know, obviously, with anybody, let alone a 4th-round pick that was available, into the hundreds as people are selecting, and they passed him over multiple times. Who knows what the reason for that is? Everyone could be wrong. You could be right. Who knows? I hope that's the case. Having that extra, if you pay too much attention to bleep and bleep, you're getting pwned. Or the guy that can keep you honest. I want that. I covet that. I'm desperate for it. So I hope that's the case. To me, Michael Phillips said my answer. Ben Sinnott. And this is going to go with my disappointment on offense, too.
Oh.
So what was the story? Or what was the thought when Zach Ertz signed here?
Going to train Ben Sinnott how to play the tight end, and he's going to end up being the guy.
He was signed. Remember, he was basically out of football or almost close to it. And I was wrong about Zach Ertz. This was I was like, there's no downside to having Zach Ertz around. He could be, a limited catch and fall guy who's going to help your quarterback. Nice little security blanket, veteran dude who's won a whole bunch, maybe, close to being a Hall of Famer, a really, really good player. No issue with that on a short-term deal. Doesn't cost you very much. Make that signing every time. But, and here was the caveat, he's going to miss a bunch of time. He has been constantly banged up over the last several years. Hasn't lost one step, has lost several, probably 5 or 6, maybe 8 steps. In I don't know how many he has to lose. Nothing, not threatening, not going to break any tackles, not going downfield, not going to be explosive at all, ever. Again, still useful, but come on, he's going to miss a bunch of time. Enter Ben Sinnott. That didn't happen last year. He was consistent and, in fact, played better in the second half than he did in the first half in terms of being targeted, catching the football, production, look at the touchdowns, etc. The narrative and the story about Zach Ertz, I still think is the same. It didn't happen last year. I just think we put it off for a season.
Sure.
I think the norm, and again, this isn't me ripping Zach Ertz, because this is egg on my face. I was wrong about what Zach Ertz was going to be, and I was wrong in the first half to beat up on him. But I think he's going to get hurt. I think he's going to slow down. You took a player in the second round where Adam Peters evoked Kyle Juszczyk. Like, that means something to me.
Yeah, and George Kittle.
And when you hear Kittle and Juszczyk, that ain't nothing. I need that. I want that, right? He's more dynamic. Zach Ertz right now is the better player, and that's obvious. I mean, you could see the impact and the import that he had. Every 3rd and 4, every goal to go, narrow situation, that's the guy they're going to. But at some point, dynamic has to win out or has to be a participant. They took that dude in the second round last year, Topes. That's my breakout candidate for offense.
Yeah, I love that one because I was surprised that he wasn't a little more involved at times last year because there were times when the offense got to a point where they couldn't run the football and it felt hard at times to move the ball. They were still able to do stuff. A lot of it was all dependent on Jaden. And I was curious if you couldn't run some stuff, just simple, short stuff to get Sinnott the ball and let him do stuff after the catch. Because remember, we all got excited in that preseason game. Was it against the Jets? I can't remember who it was against. When he caught the ball and then broke a couple tackles and went for 30, 40 yards. And it was all after the catch. Zach Ertz gives you none of that. Zach Ertz is the better route runner. He understands where to sit down in the zone. He understands leverage against man. There's no question about any of that stuff. You're right about that. But if Ben Sinnott can grow on that a little bit, but also still be dynamic after the catch, I could definitely see him being someone that breaks out this season. My disappointment on the offensive side of the ball, I don't know where you're going to go here. I think we probably both feel about the same on this guy, though. I'm going to go with Brian Robinson. If it's true, the way that people have talked, we've asked various people, hey, what's the plan at running back? And they believe in Brian Robinson. Well, I think you're going to get the same thing, maybe even a little bit less out of Brian Robinson. Last year, 187 carries, just under 800 yards, 799, 8 touchdowns. Solid year for him. But I still feel like when we were talking yesterday about what's your pecking order for weapons, number 1 and number 2 are Terry and Debo. I wanted a running back to be number 3 there. And there's not one unless Krosky Merritt turns out to be that guy to me. And so Brian Robinson, yeah, you can turn around and hand him the rock. I'm really not that worried. Like if he ends up with 10 carries a game, fine. If you get Eckler involved, find other stuff. Honestly, it showed enough last year with Jaden being able to get the ball out, protect himself, and improved O-line. If it just means that your run game, that I kind of hate this idea that people throw around all the time. Oh, the screen game, the quick game, it's an extension of the run game. I kind of hate that a little bit. I hate when people say that, but I think that might be it because I don't think he's going to have a spectacular season. Is he serviceable? Yes. He's not dynamic, though, and so I think he's going to be a little underwhelming.
I just alluded to mine. I figured you would take Brian Robinson. So my answer is Ertz, and it's not because I'm down on Ertz. I just think, again, looking at the career pattern, he was banged up a bunch, slowed down a bunch, hurt a bunch. I think we got away with it last year, and we're sort of counting on that to continue. I think that's a bit naive. So I think he'll play. I think he'll be helpful, but I do not see another season where he has 66 catches, second most on the team, for 660 yards. I don't see it. I think it ends up being a little bit less than that. Still valuable, still helpful, but that's kind of leads me to my Ben Sinnott conclusion. What do you guys think? 800-636-1067 is the number. 800-636-1067. We've given you breakout and disappointment on offense. We'll do that for defense next. Want to hear from you guys as well. Plus, we got a little bit more on the Capitals in the 5 o'clock hour. I want to ask you guys how you should be feeling after Florida wiped the floor or the ice with the team that wipe the floor or the ice with Washington. We'll do that at 5. But next, your calls on breakout and disappointment with the Local 53, 800-636-1067. What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here to share with you what could be the fastest and easiest way to sell your home. My friends Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds Power Home team with Keller Williams remove the stress that comes with selling a home. Who wants showing after showing after showing, or to get the kids and the dogs out of the house and constantly keeping the house show-worthy clean? It's the easiest, most simple way to sell your home, and here is how that program works. You call Debbie, Sarah, and tell them about your home. They will bring you multiple cash offer options. You pick one, and then you get to choose the closing date. No showings, no hassle. That's right. Multiple cash offers presented to you instantly. Reynolds Power Home team was honored to help John sell his home in only 5 days with a cash offer that was $15,000 over the asking price. Call the only ones you should trust to sell your home. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds Power Home team today at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD. Or just visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. One more time, that's DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. G&D on the fan, Tobes in for Jeeps. We've given you a couple breakout candidates on offense and defense. No, on offense, rather. We're giving you a couple guys we think might disappoint on offense. For breakout, I went with Ben Sinnott. For disappointment, I went with Zach Ertz. Not because I'm down on Zach Ertz. Again, just looking at the career track record, the injuries, we avoided them last year. Older players that are unhealthy don't tend to get healthier as they get older.
Yeah.
Right? It was a freak thing that happened last year. It's awesome. What a year he turned in. I'm not saying I trusted. Your breakout candidate was?
Brandon Coleman, and my disappointment was Brian Robinson.
Let's go to the defensive side of the football. Give me your breakout candidate. A little bit harder here. I mean, if you get counting stats, you could come up with sacks or interceptions for certain guys. But give me somebody that goes from we're not counting on this to plays well.
Javonte Jean-Baptiste. I think that he could be a solid
Opportunity
player.
will be there, yeah.
Yeah, and look, I don't think he's suddenly going to take Dante Fowler's role and end up with double-digit sacks, but they really just need somebody opposite Dorrance Armstrong that can give them solid play. And I think they have one of those guys. I think that's going to be Dietrich Wise, but we see this with teams all around the NFL. It's not just your starting 4 defensive linemen that get a lot of play. Like, your other rotational guys are going to get significant play. I think Javonte Jean-Baptiste, when he was on the field last year, was effective. Were his numbers great? No, but I think that he can be someone that has a role for this football team. So I think that he could be a little bit of a breakout because there really are no expectations for him, but I think he could be helpful this season.
My breakout guy is Will Harris. He's going to start at safety. And everybody has already done this where they've downgraded at safety. They lost Jeremy Chin. Do you think this team, with these guys in this front office, with this coaching staff that's got a pretty good grasp, it seems to me, of defensive players and personnel, would just let somebody go out the door and not have a pretty viable, smart, capable candidate that thinks going to fit in their system? I bet you we're singing Will Harris's praises in the first month of the season.
Interesting.
I think that guy starts. I think that guy plays well opposite Quan Martin. I think that guy's going to deliver highlight reel hits. I think that guy's going to be a glorified kind of linebacker plus in the new way the NFL goes, where your box safety is basically now a linebacker on a lot of downs. I think that guy's going to play well in this scheme and system. I think you're going to see him the same way it felt like you saw Jeremy Chin, feel like you saw Mikey Sanders still like in on every tackle, right? Always around the ball. I think that's coming for Will Harris. I think that dude is going to end up playing really, really well, and nobody's counting on it.
That's an interesting one. Yeah, I think when you look at they're kind of comparable in some ways. Like, I'm just looking at their PFF grades to get an idea. The numbers are worse for Will Harris, but
absolutely
overall grade 61.5 for Harris. Pass rush grade was a 61. Obviously, he's a safety, so not going to do a ton of that. Run defense was a 63, and coverage was a 60. Jeremy Chin for run defense was a 72. Coverage was a 66. So slightly down, but for bang for your buck, I do think that he could end up being a nice piece for this defense. My disappointment on the defensive side of the ball, I hate it. I hate to do this. I think it's going to be his final year in Washington. I think Daron Payne.
Yep. I think that's the obvious candidate,
yeah,
right?
I think at this point, the ship has sailed, and we already see the writing on the wall with what happened with John Allen, because John Allen was actually solid last year, I thought. And then especially when he came back from injury, I thought he was impactful. The last time we saw Daron Payne be impactful was when he was up for a contract. Really, he's had some flashes. There have been times where it's like, whoa, Daron Payne for those 3 plays on that drive was dominant.
Yeah, you remember there was it the Denver game? It was like a couple years ago. It's sad that you can reference this one sequence, but there was a Daron Payne drive where Denver got nothing because that guy took over for the series, and you go, that's in there somewhere. Why can't we get that more regularly?
Yeah, so I think we're just not going to see that. We'll see flashes from time to time, and don't get tricked. Every single time that we show up to training camp early on, they had their way. John Allen and Daron Payne would always dominate early in camp. Maybe it'll be different because the O-line is slated to be better this year, but don't be surprised if Daron Payne, first couple days of camp, everyone's like, wow, look at how good he is. It happens every year, and then perennially when the actual football starts, it's disappointing. I think it's going to be the end of the road for Daron Payne. He'll be serviceable. He'll be a good starter. He'll help you out, but he's not going to be an impact player like he's paid to be.
So that's there. I think there are a couple candidates here. I mean, just based on what they paid Javon Kinlaw, I don't think you're getting that production. Again, I hope I'm wrong. It would be a kind of a fork in the road for their offseason, really for this defense. But my answer, it feels like I'm beating the dead horse on this one. I know he's missing OTAs, but it's Lattimore.
Yes.
I'm just not a believer. And the excuse is, hey, he was never 100% last year. He came here, he was hurt, missed more time than everybody thought, and that hamstring injury just kind of kept dragging and dragging and dragging. And I understand it. I tore my hamstring where you can't make it go. It's not a toughness thing. It's not a competitive thing. It's not a desire thing. If you want it to fire and it doesn't fire, there's nothing you can do, right? So I understand maybe that was the main issue. It seemed to me to be beyond that. It seemed to me, just my early returns on this, and again, who knows, but that New Orleans got one over, that they got a third, fourth, and a sixth out of it. And we were, at the analogy I used with you yesterday, Tobes, is that we were rowing 2,000 meters, and we got to the 1,700 mark and had a broken oar. And somebody came along and said, hey, man, you want an oar? And we said, well, yeah, we're here. We got a chance to do something pretty cool in this race. We should probably take that oar. It's going to cost you. No, I understand. I'm not worried about it. I'll pay it right now. Now in the fog, that was, in the fog of war. Now that you've got some time to remove, you go, damn, I don't think I would have done that deal.
Mm-hmm.
Now he plays well. I'll shut up. I'll apologize. I'll say whatever I have to say. But I'm not a believer. I just don't think it's going to happen. And now we're kind of starting with this OTAs thing. And I don't know if it's a contract thing. I don't know if it just doesn't feel like it. I don't know what I don't know. It doesn't look good to me. And the vibe isn't good. He didn't play real well. They've got ready-made replacements, be it Sandra Still, Jonathan Jones, Trey Amos. I don't think you do what you did if you go, oh, yeah, that's a lockdown. We're just fine there. I think you've kind of prepared for life with or without him.
Yeah, and I think Michael Phillips on earlier on the Blitz basically said he's not guaranteed a spot out of training camp.
Yeah.
And I think that's interesting because the reality is he's not. You'd save $16 million if you just moved him right now and you were done. So he's not guaranteed anything. And you have a chance now. Like we all say, rookie corners, it takes some time. What if Trey Amos is just awesome right away? Early reports and everything is so early. It's OTAs, but they say he looks fluid, looks solid, looks like he could be someone. But what if he is? And you have Jonathan Jones, who's been solid throughout his career.
Mm-hmm.
And Sam Ristill's a good corner, showed that he can play outside. He has that versatility. What if it's just like, you know what? It was a nice try. It was a swing and a miss. It's better to have that cap space throughout the season. And he's a net negative on the football field for us. Adios. Like that's crazy to think that could happen, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. And it might even be something that's a legitimate possibility we'll stare in the face pretty soon.
Yeah, I hadn't considered, and until Phillips brought it up, the, training camp time or, after kind of right now. I thought once they went through this beginning of the offseason where they signed who they signed, drafted who they drafted, we weren't going to be in that place where they moved on from him. But maybe that's still on the table. Maybe that's still in the cards. If you come to training camp and it's like, you know what? He ain't moving around that great. The salary part of it is obviously right there at the core of it, right? Where you don't lose very much in terms of a cap hit. You gain a bunch of space. To me, though, my math, my rudimentary brain goes, I use cap space in the offseason. If I'm going to do that, I would have already done it. I would have used that $16 million to go sign one of the better corners that was out there or something else. They didn't. So doing it later didn't occur to me, but I suppose that's a real possibility.
Yeah, I mean, you could move on if he's just a net negative for this football team. And there are still guys that are out there that you could potentially go. I'm not 100% sure that this is fully updated, but it's looking like a Bradbury. I haven't seen him sign anywhere. I think old friend Kendall Fuller is still out there. And if you're looking at it and saying he's going to be maybe our fourth best corner, then yeah, he's not worth it. He's worth having that extra bit of space for the season. Rasul Douglas, Stephon Gilmore. I mean, there's some names out there that you can go get that are going to be less of a headache as well. And the other part about this too, do they know? Did they know that he was going to skip OTAs? We'll never know. But if you expected him to be there and he's just not there, it's not helping his case, right? Like again, it's voluntary. I get all that. You could have just showed up too. Like it wouldn't be a problem for you to show up.
Wouldn't it have been cool if you just volunteered to show up? Wouldn't that have been awesome?
Could have been there.
That's Toby. I'm Danny. Grant and Danny here on The Fan. We're not going to break down the Eastern Conference Finals in hockey. I'm not going to give you the line pairings, the Corsi for and against, and all the other type of stuff. But I got something for Caps fans that I've been chewing on for a little bit, and I want to bring that to you next. The bottom line is this. The team that kicked your ass just got their ass kicked. That's what happened. We should be feeling some type of way. We'll do that at 5 on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp, coachwooten.com. That's 2 O's and 2 T's. On the hardwood, the Thunder advanced to the NBA Finals last night, beating the Timberwolves by 30, 124-94, winning the series in 5 games. Tonight, Eastern Conference Finals Game 5 between the Pacers and the Knicks at 8 o'clock. The Pacers lead that series 3-1. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Mariners in a rubber match tonight in Seattle. 9:40 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. The major league leader in strikeouts, Mackenzie Gore, takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 2-5 with a 3.47 ERA. He'll take on Emerson Hancock, who is 2-2 with a 5.95 ERA. Earlier today, the Atlanta Braves took on the Philadelphia Phillies. The Phillies won 5-4 in game 1 of the doubleheader. Bigger news for the Braves, though. Their starting pitcher, A.J. Smith-Shawver, said he felt a pop in his elbow. Manager Brian Snitker said it's not looking good. He's going to head back to Atlanta for imaging on that. And in hockey tonight, Western Conference Finals Game 5, Oilers and Stars, 8 p.m. puck drop for that one. The Oilers looking to advance to the Stanley Cup Finals for the second straight year as they lead the series 3-1. Last night, the Panthers finished off the Hurricanes with a 5-3 victory, winning the series in 5 games, advancing to their third straight Stanley Cup Finals. Coach Wooten's basketball camp, they instill love the game by teaching kids how to play, values the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to the rising high school star and experience the legacy of the Wooten basketball camps. Coach Wooten. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We got some football TV ratings to discuss. We'll do that at 5:45. Get you a Nats lineup before we get out of here in the 6 o'clock hour. I got a Capitals conversation on deck for you, but want to squeeze in Chad in Richmond, who was kind enough to call us at 800-636-1067 to type our conversation we just had, Tobes. Grant Danny on the Fan, Toby in for GP. Breakout and potential disappointing candidates as Local 53 gets underway with their OTAs. But Chad wanted to weigh in. Chad, what's up, buddy? You're on the Fan.
Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Appreciate you, man.
I had a question about the last.
Jim Zorn in. They're going to give space for Zorn. Go ahead now, Chad. You're up.
Wanted to ask a question, and I'll let you guys go about the Lattimore thing.
Mm-hmm.
I was just curious. I love the front office. I love what they've done and what they're doing. Keep it up. But what does it make a lot of sense to trade for a player? What we gave away that was already hurt? Was it just for the name, or was he on the back end of this injury, or what do you guys think?
Thank you, Chad. Appreciate it. Tobes, you go first.
I mean, it was one of the red flags when they traded for him, right? A guy that's seemingly dealt with hamstring injuries throughout his career and was out with a hamstring injury. So it was a risk that they felt like they were willing to take. Maybe, they obviously, once you finish a trade, you have a physical and you go through all that stuff. So the doctors had evaluated him and felt like he was going to be able to get back out there. I think if you asked them, Danny, they expected him to get out on the field earlier than he did. And frankly, I think they expected him obviously to be better than he was. But that's a risk you take. I think that's a valid criticism, though. You trade for a guy with an injury history that was injured when you traded for him. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's a gamble that they took. I don't know that it's paid off.
I think that's the answer, is that it's a gamble. And it's one that I would have made. I said so at the time. Here's what I think we forget about. Remember, Emmanuel Forbes was on the roster for 6 weeks until they finally said, we just can't do this anymore. We can't. No, thank you. The guy they drafted to be a slot corner was one of their boundary corners, and they were rotating between Benjamin St-Juste and Michael Davis and Michael St-Juste and Benjamin Davis, and none of it mattered. They were all bad, and they were all holding. They couldn't stop anybody. Noah Igbenogany, I thought, was fine as a boundary corner at times, but that's not the plan. Their secondary, most specifically their corners, I think were a disaster. And in November, there aren't many reinforcements available. Right, that's more of an offseason thing. That's more of a draft thing. That's more of a free agency and trying to build thing. At that stage, you are desperate because you're better than maybe anybody thought you could be. You thought you'd be good. You thought you'd be better, improved from a year before when you were a disaster picking second for a reason. But here you are. You find yourself in this fight. You find yourself with a chance to do something special the organization hasn't done in decades. So they turned to an available option that had at times played really well, that exhibited some of the things they were hoping to find at the cornerback spot, whether it's toughness, physicality, ability to play a little press, to be able to mix and match some coverages that they lacked, quite frankly. They knew, and I really believe this. I've beat this drum, and I firmly believe I'm right, and nobody else seems to think the way that I do, and that's totally fine. I think they weren't a good run defense. I'm not saying they were. I think they were made that much worse because they knew how truly bad this group was.
Sure.
And we can't leave them alone for a microsecond. So they didn't. And this was an attempt to fix that, to be able to play some of the better opponents on their schedule they're going to have to play in the postseason, an attempt to try to fix it. I think it's a swing and miss. I think that's how it's going to end up going.
Yeah, I mean, to the caller's point, though, too, this is also why he was more affordable. Because if you're going to trade for a corner like this, one, corners that are of that caliber really aren't available, especially at the trade deadline. They're not available in season. And if you're going to trade for a guy like a Marshawn Lattimore, you're going to have to give up more than what they gave up, unless he was disgruntled like a Jalen Ramsey, which we talked about earlier. So it's a give and a take. You swing sometimes for a guy that's injured. You get a little bit better of a deal, but you also can't be shocked when a guy who's been injured and was injured when you traded for him is still injured and hasn't been the same guy that he was when he was an All-Pro.
Let's go to Ike in Arlington. Also wants to weigh in on Lattimore. Ike, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how we doing, guys?
Good,
Big
pal.
time listener, first time caller.
The first timers are coming out of the woodwork on Marshawn Lattimore. Tim Zorn is just sitting there hoping that it's a first time caller so he can weigh in. What's up, buddy?
That's right. Well, I don't hate the Marshawn Lattimore move from last year's perspective. Going into this year, mindset's a little bit changed, but at the same time, Adam Peters was new in town. We had a growth in our team that we'd never seen before, at least in my lifetime. 98 born. So I like the aggressive move, and I think we're counting him out too quick. I know he's out at OTAs, but I want to stay optimistic and hope that him and Stanistril and that defensive unit can put it together this year. Keep my faith up on him.
Appreciate you, Ike. Thank you, dude. So I agree with all the first part. I've obviously, shared my skepticism here about his season, but I'm with you. I want to be very clear. I don't like when somebody has an opinion, calling balls and strikes, and then pretends that's how they thought all along. Does that make sense? I was so in favor of the trade. I said, yes, I'm excited about this. Because again, of my view that their secondary was terrible. I wanted Lattimore. I approved of the move. I would trade a third, fourth, and a sixth every time for the potential to dramatically improve that cornerback spot. Yes. Where do I sign up? It didn't work, I don't think. And I don't believe it's going to work. It doesn't mean I'm criticizing the move, right? This is one of those where on the balance sheet, still looks real good. Brandon Peters and Lance Newmark and company. That's very positive, right? You don't have to look too far. You don't have to start searching for reasons, right? You don't have to find, maybe they're hidden expected points. Nope, 12-5 NFC title game. Yes to them. And yes again, right? I think this one didn't work. I get why they tried it. I probably would have tried the same thing.
Yeah, I don't blame them for trying. I wasn't the biggest fan of the move when they made it. I haven't been the biggest fan of Lattimore, obviously, with how he was here, like proven a little bit right there. But I wasn't necessarily the biggest fan of the trade, but I don't blame them. Like, I liked the value that they got. Part of the reason, too, that I liked the value was I wasn't assuming he was going to be as bad as he was, Danny, but he was also under contract for this year and next. So you could have gotten a corner who could potentially be your number one, and not just number one for a rental, but number one for 2.5 years. And who knows, maybe it's not even going to be more than a half a year. But I don't mind them swinging and missing and trying there. It was a little bit of a risk, but sometimes you have to take those risks and see what happens. And they took the risk, and right now it doesn't look so good.
It hasn't worked yet. Maybe it will. And I hope it does, by the way. They're much better. This offseason will look a lot different if they're right. If he's good, that changes a lot of stuff. There's two guys.
Their entire defense.
Yeah, there are two guys, Kinlaw and him. If they're right, this front office is right, that's a game changer. All of a sudden, the defense, where I'm going, I don't think it's better on paper than it was at this point last year or at the end of last season, is, I don't want to say it's good, but it's viable. It's good enough to go with their playoff offense. They have an NFC championship offense. I don't know if they have an NFC championship defense right now. In fact, I don't think they do, right? But if they're, what do you want to call it, league average or fine or solid, I think that's plenty good enough. Opportunistic. That's really what Dan Quinn's defenses have been, not non-Legion of Boom time, is You may get some yards. You may get them a couple times, but they're going to turn you over. They're going to harass you. And to me, that's what I want for this offense, right? I want more opportunity for this offense to get some plays and some game-changing stuff. I think only a handful of defenses nowadays, given the rules, can not only stop you down in, down out, but then also dictate to what you can do, can and can't do, and then turn you over a bunch. I don't know that defense is out there. You're chasing a white whale. The emphasis should be on offense, and let's try to be as good as we can on defense.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, when you think back to those Seattle defenses with Dan Quinn and the Legion of Boom, they were built from the back to the front. Generally, we talk about being built in the trenches and then having secondary afterwards, but they kind of built from the back to the front by having Sherman and Browner and Chancellor and Earl Thomas, right? And then they had Michael Bennett was a solid pass rusher, but they didn't have as many guys up front. I think you saw by the way that they went about this that they're trying to do that again, where you have more guys on the back end so that I know I have solid coverage. I'll manufacture that pass rush.
So people are now calling about Lattimore. I'll allow that. 800-636-1067. Seriously, totally fine. I'm not bullish. I don't think it's going to work. How do you feel about that? Pretty simple, right? Let's call balls and strikes. Again, I want to be very clear. I was in favor of the move. I have no problem with them trying to do something pretty special right there because of the opportunity where they were. Elijah, DC, your thoughts?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
Like you said, you have to be able to look at yourself in the mirror and realize what you think you're going to need. And what I like about Washington is they were aggressive enough. And because I was telling Mayman on a whole, you have to think they beat out Kansas City and other teams. Even if he didn't and he doesn't pan out, I respect the work that went in to get this player. And if this is an inkling, I know the performance may not have matched up, but if you're talking about future investments and future decisions in the moment when it's like you could talk about all what you need, all you want over the off season, but it's a very rare the few teams that are able to make moves in season to give them a better chance and a better position. And I love a general manager who says, my responsibility is to do everything I can from a week-to-week basis to put these guys in the best position to succeed. And if he said, this is what the best we have, we got it now coming into this year. We don't have to worry about some of the other corners. I don't want to bash those guys. So saying their names is irrelevant right now. They're NFL players that did what they were supposed to do to their degree, whatever they could do. But you see that they realize this line of scrimmage goes all the way to the boundaries, all the way to the sideline. So if you don't have cornerbacks who are working in tandem with your defensive line, it's going to be problematic. Marshawn Lattimore, he's a good veteran to have presence. If you want to know how to be an NFL player, looks and different things that you're going to have to prepare for, he's a good fit for just when Amos is coming in, undrafted guy. There's so many guys. I think of it as like, if you want to get better at football or if you want to be a part of an organization that's going to push you to the max, it doesn't matter if you're in this uniform or not. If you come to Washington, you're going to have an opportunity to grow as an individual and as a player.
And that's the hope. Elijah, thanks for the call, buddy. Really appreciate it. Let's go to Vinny in Seat Pleasant. Vinny, your thoughts on the Lattimore deal?
Man. So what's going on, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, so last season, I think it was a disappointment. But can we please get a chance to wipe that away? I'm pretty optimistic about this season coming up. I think Marshawn's hamstring will be a lot better. But considering the fact that his presence, being a physical specimen out on the field, it's a threat to other receivers and other teams. I remember one game last season, I don't even think they threw the ball to his side. So
Saints game,
I'm
yeah.
looking at it as an optimistic type thing. And I think, this year we should just go ahead and, plug him in and try to see what we can do.
Vinny, love it. Appreciate the phone call. So let me just say this real quick, Toes, and I'll tag you in. 9 games played 2024, 10 games played 2023, 7 games played 2022. That doesn't make anybody nervous? That doesn't make it, you see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I of course I'm going to give him a chance. I mean, now, when you have to make an early call as a front office person, there's a reason I'm not a front office person. I'm barely qualified to do this, let alone make decisions for a franchise. But when I was calling balls and strikes in the offseason, I'm going, you know what? I don't believe it. I would have cut bait and used that $16 million in savings that I would have gotten in the salary cap to go get a marquee corner. They didn't. They did the Vinny plan. I got no problem with the Vinny plan. It's well thought out. What it means is we're not in any rush. Let's go get a couple reinforcements, no stars. But if he plays well for us, what a great value. But I'm scared of the recurring injury thing. I'm scared of how bad it went. And I would have probably cut bait earlier.
Yeah, I mean, part of the reason that he's even being talked about right now, Danny, is the fact that he's not at OTAs. Like if we did our normal topic where we're talking about, like we did earlier, where we're talking about who's a breakout, who's a disappointment, maybe we bring up Marshawn Lattimore. But he's not helping his case by not showing up for OTAs.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's volunteer. I get all that stuff. I understand that. And really, him being there isn't going to affect whether he plays well or not this season. Probably not. Not a big time factor. But if he could at least show up for that after a very bad season for this team, I think we're not having this sort of discussion today. I think a lot of people are down and your opinion is already poor. And then you give more of a reason for people to dislike you. So that's kind of why we're at where we're at. I appreciate the optimism from Vinny, but I don't think many people are on that side.
Dave and Raleigh, what's up, man? Talking Lattimore.
Hey, guys, I agree with your guys' sentiment. I agree they should have gotten a quarterback last year. I just don't know why they got this guy that's injury prone, and I agree. I thought he had a bad year. But, Danny, I don't understand. If I recall correctly, you were big on the fact that you thought that they're one of their biggest needs. In fact, their biggest need was defensive end. I always thought it was cornerback. So I don't. If I'm wrong on that, I apologize. But if you think that Lattimore is going to be a bust, as do I, why do you think that the defensive end was their biggest area of need?
Oh, appreciate you, dude. Thank you. So it was on my list. Certainly, I looking at corner. Now they went and got Jonathan Jones. They have Sammer still returning. I think Noah Monogany is going to be back, and they drafted Trey Amos. Right. So there are cornerbacks there that they went and addressed. Now, I don't know how many of them are marquee or stars or ones or alphas or whatever. Time will certainly tell. But to me, there was a glaring hole at pass rusher, at defensive end. That was a weakness last year, and it certainly didn't get any better where there's a net negative, a net loss this offseason when you lose Dante Fowler. I think they found lightning in a bottle with Fowler. Totally fine not winning a bidding war for him. So I think that's my answer. But if we're looking at top positions of need and want for me, quarterback was 100% on there.
Yeah, I think it had to be, but I mean, if you thought Lattimore could come back and help, then maybe not. But there was no premier guy. Like if you asked how many guys do you trust at edge rusher, I think Dorrance Armstrong's fine. Right? Like, he's fine. He's not great. Mm-hmm. He's not exceptional. I think there were guys, at least one guy, in Mikey Sainristil that I think you think is a plus. So that's why. I mean, it was glaring. You didn't have much of a pass rush. Your guy that had double-digit sacks last year was gone. So I think. Look, both positions were places where they needed someone. I think they've addressed both slightly. You know, defensive end, I don't think they did a ton. They brought in guys that can help out the run, hopefully, but it's not like they brought in a big-time pass rusher, but they addressed corner. So I'm interested to see how Amos does, and if Lattimore, again, we're down on Lattimore, but he could be the difference in this defense going from being an average defense, if everything hits, to, wow, they're actually pretty good.
Charlie and Silver Spring, last word on this. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys, what Toby just said was very key. I think Marshawn still has a chance to be fantastic for the Commanders. 2024 was an injured season. To hear phrases like cut bait or it was a bad move, I think that's kind of silly. And one thing I'd like to add about the league is the rules are not in favor of cornerbacks. You're not going to have true shutdown corners anymore. It's just Sauce Gardner's not a shutdown. Jalen Ramsey was not a shutdown. The last shutdown corner was Darrelle Revis. Marshawn was never a shutdown. He was strong, he was nasty, and he can be that again, but he was never a shutdown corner, which is what we were calling him when we traded for him. Everyone was so excited because, you know, we thought we had a shutdown. One more thing, I don't think we win that New Orleans game without Marshawn Lattimore because that day he shut somebody down.
Charlie, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. I don't think he was targeted in that game, if memory serves.
Definitely.
So that was deference to him from New Orleans, who knows him very well. So to Charlie's point, I totally hear you, but we're all talking on the relative scale, right? In other words, like 5-6 years ago, everybody threw for 5,000 yards and 50 touchdowns. Now the league leader cracks 40 barely, right? And now to get 30 is a huge deal. So we're all talking the scale. The scale moves at the same time. You're 100% right. There's no Deion Sanders or I don't know. You could pick your shutdown corner over time. You're 100% right. But still, within that framework, just because there's no shutdown corners doesn't mean Benjamin St. Juste is good. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I understand your point, Charlie. Maybe the expectations were out of whack. You can't tell me that he was a net plus last year. Now, if the point is give him a chance to be a net plus this year, very reasonable thing to me.
Well, and the other issue that I have with the call there is he said, well, you can dismiss a little bit last year because it was an injured season. You just laid out. His last however many years have been injured seasons.
3 straight.
That's the problem with Lattimore, and that's part of the reason why there was a red flag put on when you traded for him. He's someone that is very injury prone, and he was injured last season. So you can't dismiss that as, oh, he was injured when he's constantly injured. If it's something where a guy is playing all the time and he just so happens to miss a game, like we talk about this with Ovi, right? This season when he gets hurt. There's the first extended amount of time he missed all year. He gets the benefit of the doubt on injuries. Lattimore does not.
That's Toby. I'm Danny. It's Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Tobes is in for GP. Good conversation we stumbled into there on Marshawn Lattimore. Appreciate all the phone calls, good feedback. That's kind of the medium. That's the medium in action, right? You're not rigid. You're not stuck doing something. You can do it live. We'll do it live. Caps fans, talking to you next. I got a conversation I think we need to have. That's at 5:27 on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is powered by Old Glory DC Rugby. Scrum together, glory forever. OldGloryDC.com. In baseball tonight, the Nationals taking on the Mariners for the rubber match of the series. 9:40 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. The major league leader in strikeouts, Mackenzie Gore, takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 2-5 with a 3.47 ERA. He'll take on Emerson Hancock, who is 2-2 with a 5.95 ERA. Also in baseball today, the Dodgers are trading for Reds reliever Alexis Diaz, giving up a draft pick from one of their last draft in 2024. In hockey tonight, Western Conference Finals Game 5, Oilers and Stars at 8 o'clock tonight. Oilers lead the series 3-1. NBA Eastern Conference Finals tonight, Pacers and Knicks Game 5 at 8 o'clock. Pacers lead the series 3-1. Join Cakes and JP from the Junkies this Saturday at Old Glory DC's final home game of the season. Grab your $10 ticket now at oldglorydc.com using promo code Junkies. Be one of the first 100 with that ticket and score a special treat. Just stop by the Fan tent, more at oldglorydc.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Dude, I love it. I watch it every year. I love it. Every year, you get something. It's a random, strange sports thing that I love. I watch the Women's College Softball World Series every single year. The nastiest pitcher I've ever seen at this college level is this girl, Carlin Pickens from Tennessee, who throws 80.
It makes no sense.
The fastest pitch ever recorded in women's softball history. Filthy. I mean, she is nasty. Oklahoma, who has won 4 straight natties, they're going back and forth. Bottom of the last inning. Couple runners eke their way on. I didn't see who the hero was, but Rhino called it a 3-run bomb to give Oklahoma the walk-off win of the Women's College World Series. I love it. I watch it every year.
Insane.
I have a great time.
Insane. I got to see a replay of this. I was mid-update watching you lose your mind.
Yeah, because Ryan goes, dude, watch this 3-run bomb. And then she did. Oklahoma won it. That was incredible. It's awesome. Anyway, I watch it. I'm going to go home and watch it. It's my favorite. Welcome back to the show. It's Grant and Danny here on the Fan. So I want to have an uncomfortable conversation with you folks. Here's where I'm at, Caps fans. You want to weigh in? You want to yell at me? That's fine. 800-636-1067. The team that just made you look like a second-class citizen, the team that just beat the brakes off of you over 5 games, a gentleman's sweep, just had the same thing done to them by the Florida Panthers. Florida's going to their 3rd straight Stanley Cup final. Maybe they win it, maybe they don't. I have no idea. You have a great chance to. How should Caps fans feel about that? I'm not talking about how much I hate Carolina. I hate them. I'm glad they lost. I'll root for them to lose forever. Fine, no problem. I'm just talking about from the perspective of you couldn't manage much. You couldn't get an offensive draw. You couldn't have any zone time. You couldn't get quality shots or scoring chances. You couldn't score. Your world-class goal scorer was, frankly, not a useful player in that series. And again, it's not an Ovetchkin criticism, just what happened. Nobody did anything. You played well against Montreal, deserve credit for that. But this goes in a long list of classic Capitals playoff performances. I offer a couple data points. Within the last 3 years, the Florida Panthers have been to more Stanley Cup finals than the Washington Capitals in their entire existence. Within the last 6 seasons, the Carolina Hurricanes have been to more conference finals than the Capitals have in their entire existence. Within the last 6 seasons, the Tampa Bay Lightning, who have been bounced out of the first round, have both won more Stanley Cups and been to more Stanley Cup finals and been to more conference finals than the Caps have, again, in their entire existence. The Vegas Golden Knights are an expansion team with more Stanley Cup finals trips than Washington. They existed the first year. They went and lost to Washington in the Stanley Cup final. I got my championship, Tobes. Okay, it happened. Now, these teams are at the top of the sport right now. There are others that would trade their situation for ours, sight unseen. Ask Toronto about playoff success.
Definitely.
But so that's not the point. The point I'm trying to make is once every 20 years, a Capitals team defies the odds, gets out of the place that they never get out of, and goes to a championship. They lost in 98, won it in 2018. I'm grateful for that. What they did in 2018 took away the poison for me as a DC fan. I've been sitting here as a guy at the time I just turned 40, I was close to 40, who had experienced so much success as a little kid up until I was 12 years old. And then that was taken away. Then it was decades. I'm not a victim. I'm just telling what happened. Like, you guys were there too. For 30 plus years, no team even got to a conference championship game, let alone to a finals, let alone had a real chance of winning anything. It was unprecedented. In a city with most of the time 3, now 4 major sports, never having once been a legitimate championship contender, it was astounding. Even joke franchises, even terrible places with 1 team or 2 teams or whatever, they got conference championship appearances. Never in Washington. It was absurd. The Caps opened up that valve. All the steam, all the poison came flying out, and now I can just kind of enjoy sports for what it is. I will be forever grateful for them for breaking the ice. They won. Next year, the Nationals win. A baseball team in my hometown won a World Series. I still can't believe that's the thing that happened to me, buddy. But facing facts here, there has been something systemically amiss with this franchise that does a lot of things really well, talking about the Capitals. So this is kind of a two-pronged conversation that I want to have with you folks, and I want you to weigh in too. Prong number 1, it's hard to get excited about any kind of regular season anything. Now, Ovetchkin setting a record. That was exciting. That was awesome. Yeah. Give me that again. When we learned that regular season success has nothing to do, to a degree, with playoff success, how am I supposed to be excited in December when the Caps are a couple games over 500 and have a good power play? How is that supposed to be exciting to me when I know what's around the corner? Hard to separate for me. There is something systemically busted and broken about this franchise that over a 20-year span went to the playoffs 16 times and lost in the first or second round 15 of those times. That's damn near impossible to do. And yet they've done it. A previous group over 20 years actually went to the playoffs more than this Rock the Red era. They went 17 times, lost in the first or second round, 15, had one sneaky, weird conference final appearance, but they lost that too. 3 times in my life, 3 times in the history, 50 years, celebrating 50 years this year, Tobes, this Capitals organization has gone to the conference final. Twice they've gone to the championship round. 1-1, lost 1. That's impossible. To be in the playoffs that often and have it work in your benefit, have it work out for you so rarely. The second part is the team that kicked your butt just got their butt kicked. I'm really bummed out, as you could tell, as a Caps fan right now this minute. It feels pretty depressing to me. The fun part, the other plate I can spin, is Ovi-related stuff. Every goal he scores is the new record. He's up at the top of that list. I'm excited to watch that. His farewell tour is awesome. But in terms of team success, hard for me to be excited. Tag, you're it.
Yeah, so a couple of things. Off your first point, historically, they have. Everything you said is correct. They've struggled in the playoffs. Historically, that's definitely a thing. But I think if you zoom in more on what they are now, they weren't expected to be where they were this season. And I'm not going to pull it's exciting. And they weren't supposed to be anywhere. Number 1 seed is fine. I get it's disappointing to watch how they bowed out against Carolina, and they were thoroughly dominated throughout the entire series. Even if the scores weren't always lopsided, just watching the games, it felt lopsided. Losing game 1, it was worse than a 2-1 scoreline in overtime. But regardless, you look at the growth from year 1 to year 2 under Coach Carbs. You look at the growth of a Connor McMichael. You look at the acquisition of a Jacob Chikrin. You look at some of those things. It gives you hope that maybe this time is different. At the same point, Danny, it's been 50 years of feeling like, okay, maybe this time is different. Maybe this time is different. And truly only one time has been different in 2018, right? So I can understand that maybe this is the same folly and insanity doing the same thing over and over again. Mm-hmm. But I think if you're trying to zoom in more so on what they're specifically doing, then maybe you feel like, okay, they're going in the right direction, and we'll see where they can do next season if they can take the same sort of step that they took from year 1 to year 2 of Carbs. Can they do the same thing of year 2 to year 3? To your point about Carolina just looking thoroughly outclassed against Florida, That's where it gets interesting because we talk all the time about styles make fights.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was pretty clear Washington against Carolina. The style for Carolina was too much for Washington because if there was something that Washington, watching them throughout the season, especially when they were struggling during the OV goals chase to actually win hockey games, it was they struggled so badly to clear their own zone so many times. And you're playing against a team that just wants to live there and shoot every puck at the net. And I think you saw what happened there where a team struggles against a team's strengths and you end up with a really, really bad matchup. And in turn, Carolina dominates that series. The difference for me is Carolina looked outclassed against Florida.
Like completely.
Yeah. And so that's where I think it's interesting, where to me, the series against Carolina, it's okay, that's a style thing. Maybe you could say the Capitals were outclassed to an extent, but I think you make a couple of adjustments in terms of this offseason, make a few key acquisitions, change a few things, maybe change a little bit of your philosophy, shift up the lines a little bit. Maybe it goes a little bit differently for you next year if you end up in the same spot against Carolina. I'm interested if they would have matched up against Florida, would they have been thoroughly outclassed? Because to your point, if you're a Caps fan, you were in the final 8. Awesome. And you had a team that you thought was better than you go in and, all right, they beat us. You tip the cap. It sucks that it's Carolina, but you tip the cap. And then they just get completely mollywopped in the conference finals. So it makes you feel like, well, we were the top seed in the Eastern Conference. We got beat by a better team, and then that team just got demolished. So maybe we aren't that good. I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's my takeaway. I think the style was wrong against Carolina, and I think Florida is just so far and above everybody else right now in the Eastern Conference in terms of that. So they're still in that same tier to Carolina to me. Maybe they would have had a little bit better. Maybe it would have been the same against Florida. But I don't feel worse having seen Carolina just get destroyed by Florida.
800-636-1067. So this is kind of two-pronged for me. I'm going to spin a couple plates here with you guys. Number one, Carolina, who kicked the Caps' butt, got their butt kicked. I don't feel better today as a Caps fan. Again, fan-wise, I love when Carolina loses. That's great. I hope they lose every game for the rest of the time and Rod Brindamore gets fired. But in terms of that, I feel a lot worse. A series where Washington really wasn't that competitive, and everybody wants to tell me, well, look at the quality shot. I never want to hear about quality shots again. It's the same thing, and it's the same thing I feel about the heavy game. The word heavy game means you lose to me. I don't want to hear about quality shots because Carolina didn't score on quality shots. They scored on flicking the puck at the net, and Washington couldn't score. So I don't care. I care about the results. The results where you couldn't get out of your zone. The results where you couldn't get offensive zone draws. You put no pressure on them. That's what I want. I don't care about the million shot attempts. I care about not letting the other team breathe, and the other team could breathe just fine against Washington, despite all the ideas that they'd be so heavy that everyone would get tired. Teams played well against them in the third period. Even Montreal in the first round played just fine in the third period. In fact, dominating third periods. Washington was hanging on for dear life.
Mm-hmm.
What was supposed to happen, I was told, was they check so much that everybody starts to get tired and they play worse. Wrong. That's not what happened. Again, Washington won in that first round. I'm aware of that. To me, I feel worse as a Caps fan. So that's part one. Do you feel worse? 800-636-1067. Part two, I kind of got this. It sounds like I'm being depressed and whiny about it. And maybe you can accuse me of that. That's fine. But I'm kind of going, hard for me to be optimistic or excited about this regular season, about kind of the next steps coming up. I got data points here. I got a bunch of teams that have had way more success in a small amount of time than 50 years of the Washington Capitals. I'm kind of bummed about it. I'm kind of down about that. 800-636-1067. Little Caps talk here on a Thursday next. About 40-some minutes left with me, Danny Rouillet, and Toby, who's over there on the fence. Grant and Danny, welcome back to the program. Stumbled into a Caps conversation I wanted to have after Carolina got eliminated last night in Florida. Whatever they wanted, it, by far and away the better team. The same should have been said for Carolina against Washington. I know the scores weren't 10-0 blowouts every time. I mean, a couple of the games that got away, I think it was empty nets here and there. But if you saw, you know, Washington couldn't manage a loud clap, could barely get the puck out of their zone for minutes, periods at a time. It seemed like Carolina by far and away the better team. And then they just got boat raced themselves by someone that's going to their third straight Stanley Cup final, more than the Capitals have been to in their entire existence. And I'm pretty down about it. Wonder where you guys are at. 800-636-1067. Jamie, Annandale, what's up, man? You're on the fan.
Hey, Danny.
How you doing, bud?
Good. I mean, I don't feel any different today than I did in Game 5 when the Caps lost. Carolina had a system that we just could not play well against. I know we did in the regular season, rather. I know we played okay against them, but playoffs are a different animal. You need all four lines have to be going, and we didn't have our four lines going. They had opportunities when they would pressure us. We turned the puck over way too much and gave them opportunities, and that was that. And I know this is an unpopular thing that Caps fans are going to not want to hear, but we weren't going to beat Florida. That team is a machine, and they're probably going to win the Cup again. But it's really hard to play against a team like Florida and Carolina, which we're going to have to play against if we're going to make it past the second round coming in the future years. But I think Carbs has got us on the right direction. They might need to revamp the roster again a little bit next season. Probably going to lose some guys and maybe bring in some guys that are more skilled than the ones that we had that didn't perform.
Jamie, thank you, buddy. Really great phone call. Appreciate it. A lot of guys on hold. That's why I'm moving on.
Yeah, and I think there's no question they have to revamp the roster. There's just not enough speed and skill from some of the other guys. And unfortunately, some older players maybe need to be moved on from, but they have to make some adjustments for next season.
Let's go to Rich in Richmond. What's up, buddy? You're on the fan.
Hey, great show. Thanks for having me on.
Appreciate you.
Before I move on to the Capitals, let's hold on a second. Winnipeg fans got to be disappointed too. They had like a 90-point goal differential.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, in your opinion, what do we need to do? Do we need to? I understand better skill players, but does guys like Lars Eller and Ovetchkin need to retire? Do we need a better goalie, a better defense? I don't think it's the coach, but do we need another coach?
You want to know what they need?
Hear your opinion.
Yeah, Rich, Thank you. Appreciate it. Now, full admission, I never played hockey. So I don't know it as well as I know the other sports. Here's what I know. Here's my perspective. I want to get yours, Tobes. As a Capitals fan, because that's what I watch, I know what terrifies me. And I want to do that to people. I'm like Batman without the charisma, the money, the utility belts, Alfred, the Batmobile, the Batwing, any of the gadgets, and the courage.
Okay. So just like him.
I want to take the thing that makes me so afraid I can barely watch the game and do that to other people. That means I want more Bavilliers. I want more of guys in the regular season that frankly aren't going to do all that much, right? The thing that we light the lamp a whole bunch. We'll go find another skill guy, another this, another that. And nothing wrong with the Dylan Strome, and nothing wrong with the Connor McMichael. I like those guys. These are good players. You need some of them. I want more of that constant, no space giving harassment and haranguing of opposing players where they can't get it out of their own zone. I want the goalie to be able to take a nap. I want Thompson to sit there and go, I don't have to do anything for minutes upon minutes upon minutes at a time, because that's what's been done to me. That's the thing that strikes fear in my heart. I want that. So I don't really need another, 70-point guy. I'm not that excited about another skill guy. That, I think, lights the lamp with the regular season, another 105-point year to lose in the first or second round. I don't care about that. I want to take everything away from the opponent. I want the puck to stay in their end. That, to me, means speed, quickness, relentlessness that you can't do for 82 games. That's exhausting. Playing back-to-backs, traveling across the country, traveling across North America. Too hard to do. That's why these teams don't do it. But playoff time, where you get a day off between everyone, and you could put that grind on, that's what I want.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, I don't watch a lot of hockey outside of the Capitals, but when I do turn on other teams just to see what's going on sometimes, just to have some background noise or whatever. When you watch some of these other teams, the speed with which they play is much faster than the Capitals. So I think they need some speed on the offensive side. And, coaching, I think is fine. I think Coach Carbs, you saw year one to year two, he grew. I think goaltending, what you need is Logan Thompson from pre-Four Nations, not post-Four Nations. And specifically game 5 against the Hurricanes, Logan Thompson was not very good. So you need better goaltending in terms of he just has to play better. I don't think it's a different guy. So I think they have a lot of pieces in place. But if you can make some strategic moves, like look at the difference Chikrin made in 1 year here. If you can make some more strategic moves where you can find some guys that can fit, because now you have to build to be able to beat a Carolina, beat a Florida, because you've shown that you can be really, really good. Whatever that is, I'm no expert in building a roster in hockey, but whatever that is, they need to make some adjustments there.
Let's stay with this. People are buzzing the phones about it. 800-636-1067. One more segment from Toby and I. We got a Nats lineup for you. We'll get to you. But I kind of stumbled onto this. I am so bummed after the team that crushed the Capitals got crushed. And I had to look back at the history, and it's just so disappointing. The Capitals in the postseason. Regular seasons, you're damn right, they've been great. The postseason, nobody remembers who the President's Trophy was 5 years ago. But we remember that the Capitals have not had the postseason success to match the regular season success, and it's not even close. So pretty down about it. Wondering where you guys are at. 800-636-1067.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. In baseball, the Nationals wrapping up their 3-game set with a rubber match against the Mariners in Seattle. 9:40 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Major League leader in strikeouts, Mackenzie Gore, takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 2-5 with a 3.47 ERA. He'll take on Emerson Hancock, who is 2-2 with a 5.95 ERA. Nats and Mariners 9:40 tonight right here on the Fan, wrapping up in Seattle before they take on the Diamondbacks for 3 in Arizona starting tomorrow night. Otherwise, in baseball, the Dodgers traded for reliever Alexis Diaz from the Reds. In the NBA tonight, Game 5, Pacers and Knicks, 8 p.m. tip-off. Pacers lead the series 3-1. The winner of that series is going to meet the Thunder in the NBA Finals as they beat the Timberwolves last night by 30, 124-94 to win that series in 5 games. In hockey, Western Conference Finals, Game 5 tonight, Oilers and Stars, 8 p.m. puck drop. Oilers looking to finish out the series. They lead 3-1, looking to make it a rematch of last year's Stanley Cup final with the Florida Panthers, as the Panthers beat the Hurricanes last night 5-3 to finish off that series 4-1. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka, or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
If you're just checking us out, what's up? Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Toby in for GP. Let me catch you up. Here's what's going on. I'm spinning a couple plates, but it's all Capitals related. I'm bummed today, man. I'm down. The team that destroyed the Capitals just got destroyed. That in of itself tells me maybe there's just smoke and mirrors. Maybe they weren't particularly that great, right? They got away with a lot of stuff in the regular season. Stuff I was worried about, a lot of it didn't come home to roost against Montreal, Tobes. But it certainly did against Carolina, where they were the second team in that series by far. Wasn't close. Million different ways to put it, but that's it to me. And then that team that dominated you just got dominated. That, plus you look at the history, where again, I keep pointing up these data points. The Vegas Golden Knights have existed for 8 years and have been to more Cup finals than the Capitals have in 50. The Carolina Hurricanes have been to more conference finals in 6 years than the Capitals have in my entire existence. The Florida Panthers are going to their 3rd straight Stanley Cup final, again, more than the Capitals have in their entire history. There's a number of these data points out there. And again, there's some teams with worse success. The Capitals are a regular season juggernaut, have been, will probably continue to be so. It's just hard for me to give a damn about that now. And those two things combined have me pretty down as a Caps fan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not as down as you are. I mean, it's disappointing to see how the season ended and a team that you thought was pretty good in Carolina, who didn't they have like the best odds going into those final 8?
Among them, yeah.
Yeah, and
to win this individual series.
Yeah. Well, and also to go on to win the Stanley Cup, I believe as well. I think they had the shortest odds, or they were right there. And so they were expected to beat the Capitals, and they did. And they looked very, very dominant in doing so. But then they just got destroyed by the Florida Panthers. I think it just shows you for the Capitals that there's another gear that they have to get to. I don't have as long of a track record of being hurt by the Capitals because, frankly, I wasn't as diehard of a Capitals fan as you were, Danny. Mm-hmm. So maybe that's a little bit of the difference here for us. If I had all the scars that you have had by being a Capitals fan, diehard, in there every single time and all the heartbreak, then maybe I'd feel a little bit differently. But I'm not as down because it feels like this season they took a big step forward. They were the top seed in the Eastern Conference, which, like we saw, like you said, regular season, how much does it really matter when you're the number 1 seed and you get dispatched like that by the Carolina Hurricanes, who then get dominated by Florida? But I think it showed that they can take steps forward, that they're going in the right direction. And under this new coaching staff with Coach Carbs, they've taken a huge step from year 1, where they were looked even worse in the playoffs, remember, getting swept out by the Rangers, to then at least advancing a series. If you can take a step forward from what you did this season to next season, then I think you're going the right direction. So I don't look as long-term the whole entirety of the 50 years, and so I'm not as discouraged, even though it is a little bit annoying to see Florida just dominate a team that you looked so outmatched by.
Yeah, I mean, think of who were the dregs this year. Boston was a disaster over the last 15 years, more Stanley Cup finals than the Capitals have been to in their entire existence. Again, you could just keep looking them up.
Yeah,
and even teams that are good and bad, everyone kind of has ebbs and flows, and the Caps, to their credit, are consistently good, and they deserve credit for that. But then if you're going to do that, you got to paint the whole picture.
Correct.
And the second half of the picture sucks.
Yeah, and I do hate the idea that, it's all puck luck and this. Well, if it was all puck luck, wouldn't it go your way a little bit more? Right? Like, if it's all luck related once you get into the playoffs, shouldn't it go your way just a little bit more? Once in 50 years you win. What'd you say? Twice they've been there, right? So shouldn't it go your way a little bit more than that? So to me, there is something there that you have to figure out what it is, identify it, and fix it. But yeah, it can't be just, puck luck, because other teams have had, it's not like they're just getting that much better luck all the time.
Let's go to Matt in Annapolis. I'm pretty down about the Caps, my friend. Where you at?
Well, hi, Danny. Good to finally talk to my heroes. So I don't really think you need to be that disappointed with the Capitals. They kind of came, from being, like you said, way down, winning the division, being the best team in the East, and then, they just kind of got exposed by the hurricane speed, I think, really kind of messed with the Capitals. But then you look at the Hurricanes when they play against the Panthers, that speed kind of hurt them a little bit because the Panthers just terrorized them. You know what I mean? Like, they were just hitting them, knocking them around, and then they would create the puck luck by getting in front of the net and mixing things up and just creating chaos.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate you, dude. So the specifics of the matchup, to me, I'm a little bit less concerned about here for this part of the conversation. I don't think Matt's wrong, by the way. I actually think his assessment's right on from what I watched of that series. Florida was better, and it looked like all the things that were mystifying Washington against Carolina, Florida didn't have an issue with.
Yeah.
They could get what they wanted just fine, please and thank you, right? To me, it starts with those zone exits. But, to me, this is the bigger picture, right? Individually, yeah, okay. And I think Caps fans are delusional when they go, we would have matched up better with Florida. Sure about that? How sure are you? Easy to say because you never have to see it, but you couldn't get the puck out of your zone against Carolina. That wagon, that's Florida, you would have done just fine. Hard for me to believe.
Yeah, I think when you look at the styles, maybe you could say that they would have matched up. It probably is the same result that Carolina had, right? I think the reality is that maybe they would have felt like they matched up. I don't know. They played Florida fine in the regular season, but it's real easy to be hypothetical. The reality is, though, you got to play who you got to play. And Carolina now looks like a team that is going to be a kryptonite for the Capitals. And so you've got to find a way to beat Carolina. And in turn, hopefully you can beat Florida, but you have to find a way to beat that Carolina team and make the adjustments necessary because you just didn't look right. Like, it can't just be good enough, Danny, that if you get the wrong matchup in the playoffs, like, oh well, we met that team. There's always a chance you could meet somebody. You have to be able to play every single style necessary to win.
Let's go to JD in Alexandria. Where you at on the Caps, buddy? What's up, man?
Hey, guys. How are you? First and foremost, spoke a couple weeks ago, was optimistic, especially because we played with house money. Still feel that way. Here's something I want to point out statistically that a lot of people don't know, right? If you take a look at the last 20 Selke winners, so the best forward at defense, you will find that correlates to a Stanley Cup champion. The Washington Capitals are one of 5 teams that have never had a Selke Trophy winner, right? And last year, Alexander Barkov, Stanley Cup champion, was one of those winners, right? So that's I think what the Caps are missing, and I think a lot of teams are missing because it's a very rare player. Here's the other thing. While I feel kind of optimistic going into it, I knew that this team was sliding downwards and, again, always kind of was, again, a better assessment than what we expected. A couple offseason moves we had in the right direction, but I hate to say it, all the guys we've drafted are extremely offensive, right? The last time we've had a decent offensive defensive forward was Jay Beagle, and what happened that year we had him? We won a Stanley Cup. That's what we're missing, and I think that's what they need to do this offseason, and hopefully we get it. Cheers, fellas. Always a pleasure.
Appreciate you, JD. And I'm, by the way, co-sign. Yes, I don't care about another scorer. That's not as sexy. It won't be as fun to tune in January, but that's what I want. I want swarming, hounding harassment in a very legal hockey sense. That's what I like.
Yeah.
Let's go to Johnny in Fredericksburg. Johnny, where are you at on the Caps?
Man, thank you for taking my call. I'm in the exact same spot I was before, but I will say I am a lot less
Well, I was one of those Cap fans that we'd fare better against the Panthers, and watching that series, dude, I was dead wrong. Like, there's no way we would have matched up against them. My main issue is not so much an issue because I love these guys, but like I feel like John Carlson, Ovetchkin, and even like Lars Eller, they don't have an extra gear anymore. Like, they're gassed at the third period. It's a long 82-game season, and I love them. Like, don't get me wrong, I love these people. I don't care what they get paid. I want to see them next year and everything. But that's like the issue as a Cap fan that I have, you know, is that like I have this emotional attachment to these people. And then another note, I'm going to go back to what your previous caller was saying. He is so right about Jay Beagle. Like, there was a one series where we came back against the Rangers and the dude broke his leg, and then he wasn't there for Game 7. Like, I feel like we do all the right stuff. We get Justin Williams because we stuck at Game 7, you know? Like, we do all the right stuff, but when it comes down to the playoffs, sometimes it's puck luck, you know? We almost had a 3-1 lead against Florida Panthers, but Garnet Hathaway missed that empty netter. Like, this kind of stuff just happens in hockey, so I just feel like it's disappointing sometimes.
Johnny,
you know?
thank you. Appreciate that. So this was the call I was hoping for, where I understand an individual moment or play. Think of the analogy I'm going to use is think of the Kansas Jayhawks, basketball royalty, college hoops royalty. Who has had a better program over the lifetime of college hoops than them? It's a short list. What would you say? Maybe Kentucky, maybe Carolina, Duke with their recent run of 30-plus years, but Kansas, royalty every year. They lost 1 year to Northern Iowa. That doesn't change the dynasty. An upset, a moment happens. Estetikinen missing a breakaway. Garnet Hathaway missing the open net. Totally. But still, the larger truth is you can go through nearly every team that's existed for more, and in Vegas' case, they haven't even existed a decade. You can go through nearly every single team have experienced more peaks than has Washington. Now, Washington, again, has the great regular season. They're in the playoffs more often than almost every team in the sport. Pittsburgh, San Jose, Vancouver, Edmonton, Florida, Carolina, who we already mentioned, Boston, Detroit, even these teams that are dregs right now have more peaks at the same time frame than does Washington, even though we now think of them as also Rans or cannon fodder for the last 5, 6, 7 years.
Admittedly, I'm not the biggest hockey guy, but feels like puck luck and bringing that up all the time is something losers say. Am I wrong in that? Because you think Florida's going out there and saying, well, good thing the puck luck was on our side. They dominated, right? You can't say this every time like, well, sure, there are moments in every single championship run. There are moments in everything that you need some things to go your way. There's no question about it. And maybe there's a little bit more, quote unquote, puck luck involved in a Stanley Cup Finals run. You know, like the Nats had things go their way, right? Decisions happen. Stuff goes your way in championship runs. There's no doubt about that. But like you're saying, other teams in shorter time frames even than the Capitals have had more things go their way, and it's not puck luck. It's not just puck luck. So it can't just be that. It's got to be something that they've got to figure out.
And that's my point. So that when they had a 3-1 lead against Montreal years ago, ended up losing that series, I think that was a puck luck situation. I really do. That, like, every statistical measure said, okay, now we have a pretty good feel for how this series should go. It didn't go that way. That's one of those you got to throw your hands and go, okay, that's a bummer. But we're talking about 50 years of data. I'm talking about two distinct 20-year periods where they were in the playoffs basically 33 or 34 times out of 40. Where in 31 or 32, if my math is right, out of those 34 times, they didn't get out of the first or second round. That's not random anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
An individual moment happens, absolutely. Decades of data points tell you there's something else here.
Well, and is it just because Vegas is in Vegas, they get all the luck? Like, to your point, like, it can't just be immediately. It's something to me that you just have to find an excuse because your team is coming up short, and your excuse to make it seem like it's not the front office, not the player's fault is, oh, it's puck luck. But in reality, sometimes it is front office, coaches, players' fault for not getting through.
Let's go to Joe in Arlington. Joe, what's up, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Good,
Great
buddy.
topic here. Yeah, I am somebody, I'm a Caps fan. I'm not sure a lot of Caps fans would agree with this, but I want another cup, and I would take another cup over Ovi breaking the record. And I'm not sure a lot of Caps fans agree with that, and I'm not sure the owner would agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Having said that, I think they should have started a serious rebuild a number of years ago. They've played too long with the plug-and-play approach while the guys get old, Oshie and Backstrom and Ovi and Carlson. It's not going to work. They're not going to win the cup next year either. because it's just not going to work. They're going to have to, the way you get these guys that to win a cup, you get an Ovi, you get a Baxter, but you draft high and you hope you win the flip. I think this management has done a pretty good job with the hand they've been dealt. Don't get me wrong. I just think it's the wrong hand. I think they should have started really rebuilding a couple of years ago, because I want another cup,
Joe, thank you, buddy. I think that's the complication.
It is 100%.
So the Nats win the World Series. We could all probably go, it's probably not great to give a huge mega contract to a pitcher with injury issues in the past who just led the league in innings pitched. It's already had Tommy John once in Steven Strasburg. But the euphoria, you're going, sure, give him a deal. Let's get beers on the parade float. Well, of course, it turned out to be one of the worst contracts in sports history. And I feel for Strauss. I'm not picking on him. I'm just saying that's what happened.
No, it's reality.
So when Stanley Cup heroes, it's up to contract time, of course, let's keep the band together. But Joe's right.
To your point, this is why I think Bob Myers is now helping out the Commanders and not the general manager of the Golden State Warriors still. I think he knew with the Warriors that he needed to move on from either Steph or Clay or Draymond, and he said, I don't have the heart to do it. I don't. And so in turn, they were able to go on that magical run, and then he realized this probably needs to be done. And so instead he said, you know what, I'll let someone else make that decision. Obviously you have the stuff with Poole and all that stuff that falls out. But I think sometimes that's where you run into with franchises, and you have to make your decision. And I think we talked about this earlier. Ovi transcends the team to an extent. And when you run into that spot, that's where you run into a weird situation where maybe the team's success isn't the first thing that matters to the organization, which is a weird thing to say. But like the caller just said, would they rather have another cup this year, or would they have rather had the Ovi goals chase? I think a lot of Caps fans, I think people over there might have said Ovi goals chase, even though conventional wisdom says, give me another Stanley Cup.
Well, I think if you get to choose between the two, if it's a legitimate choice, you'd probably take the Stanley Cup. But one is far more reachable and tangible and available versus 49 years worth of data that says no matter what you do, you're losing in the first or second round most of the time. But I see your point. David and Raleigh, last word on this. What's up, buddy? Thanks for being patient.
Hey, I'm so glad you guys didn't end the segment on the last negative call. Look, Danny, you're right. All those data points are correct. But let me just give you one little bonus here, that the last 3 years coming out of Lavi, right? We didn't make the playoffs. The steps that this organization has taken over the last 3 years have been tremendous. We had 7 guys this year reach 20 goals. That's never been done. We had career years up and down the board, 30 goal scorers. We have an incredible farm system. We have 3 of the top 20 guys in the farm system. We have the. Yeah, I know you want to look at the past, and it's all right. It's all accurate. I felt like you do about 5 years ago when they got rid of my boy.
Trotz.
Oh, damn. Yeah, Trotz.
Yeah.
I thought it was an awful mistake. But anyways, it's not the same team. We are for sure projected forward. I love that. I just think that, and also one last thing. This team is coming back. Almost the entire team is under contract. We've got about $7 million in cap space next year. We're going to add somebody good. We know how to draft and we know how to pick guys. We're going to be back.
David, appreciate you. I actually agree with everything you just said. And that's kind of my point. We're doing this again. This dance that we just did, we're doing it again. Here's my bet. God forbid, I fall into a coma and I wake up on this date next year. Caps had a great regular season. Had one among the leading point getters in the league. They were fun to watch. It's a good group of guys. Spencer Carberry pushes all the right buttons. A couple guys have career years. A couple of young players step in and really improve, and we lose in the first or second round of the playoffs. I've seen it before, dude.
Yeah.
David, your assessment is right. I see the same thing you see. I look at the contracts, I look at the roster, I look at the stats. I saw those things that you saw. Those are the good things. And yet, so many decades of data, at some point, it's got to be predictive of future events.
I mean, what it is, it sounds like, Danny, is you've run into the spot where it's the pros and cons of being consistently good. The pro is you're there every year. The con is if you're like the Capitals and you've won once, but you've been there a million times and haven't got through more than a handful of times, you sit there and it hurts and it hurts and it hurts. I used to work with a guy in Milwaukee, Bart Winkler. You hear him on the Infinity Sports Network, and he would bring this up all the time about the Green Bay Packers. and he'd be like, we had Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers, and we only won 2 Super Bowls in that time frame. And he'd bring up, oh, well, you're so thrilled as a Packers fan. You're so lucky in this. He's like, but think about all the playoff losses and the disappointment. What happens with it, Danny, is you end up with the regular season fatigue where you're like, can we just get to the postseason so I can see what happens? Kind of sounds like what you're going through, where it's like, we've been here millions of times. It's great to have all the fun, but what does it matter if we're just going to lose in the playoffs again?
So I used to be very bitter about it, but then they won the Stanley Cup. I got my 2 championships. I'm not going to have that venom for a long time. I'm more at peace with it. I'm more resigned.
Yeah.
A little bit less pissed off and depressed and whatever than I was.
But it grows every year.
Yeah, right. And it's it'll if we're still doing this in 10, 12 years, see me then. Hopefully I'm still flapping my gums, but yeah, I'll be more upset about it. It was depressing is all.
Yeah, for
right?
sure.
Where hey, we're pretty good. We're right there knocking on the door. This is a bad matchup. Oh my God, that bad matchup just got swatted aside like a bee to a bear.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Good conversation on the Capitals, though. Appreciate that. It is time now for the leadoff. Brought to you by The Window Man. Since 1989, The Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom. Rubber match of the series with those Seattle Mariners. Opposite Herbie Hancock, name approximate. That's a joke from Tommy Boy. And I realize I'm with people that have never seen that movie.
Never seen it.
No Toby, no Darius, and no Ryan, because it is a movie, and that means they have not seen it. Mackenzie Gore on the bump, leading off playing shortstop seat. Jake. Abrams, I think my controller broke, and you're like, I'm worried. Is he going to keep talking? Did he freeze up? Nope, just dragging it out. Batting second, playing left field, that's James Wood. Batting third, he's playing first, Nathaniel Lowe. Batting fourth, doing the catching, that's Keibert Ruiz. Batting fifth, second baseman Luis Garcia Jr. Josh Bell, your DH, batting sixth. Robert Hassel the third in center field, fresh off his first professional bomb, or big league bomb, rather. Congrats to him on that. Jose Tena hitting eighth at third base and batting ninth in right field, Dalen Lyle. That is your Nats lineup. Tobes, what do you got on tap tonight? You're going home watching some late night Nats? What do you have?
I'm going to go home, chill out a little bit, probably play a little MLB The Show, and watch some Nationals. By the way, a little tasty nugget from the broadcast last night, Charlie and Dave. The Nationals have deployed a lineup with all left-handed hitters and switch hitters. And in however many years the Mariners have been around, it had only happened twice. It's going to happen all 3 games in this series.
Meaning games that the Mariners were involved in, it only happened a couple of times?
Twice, like in their history, that a team trotted out all lefties and switch hitters.
I'm looking at it now. Yeah, now it's 5 because it's 3 straight games with that lineup. There you go.
Crazy.
That's pretty nuts. Always fun hang out with you. Let's do it again tomorrow, too.
Always great, man. Always
thanks
fun.
to Toby. Thanks to Rhino. Thanks to Benito Santiago for manning the phones. Thanks to Darius for coming back. Again, never, ever, ever leave again. For the rest of you guys, really appreciate you checking out the program. We'll be back at 2, Late Night Nats, and we'll have plenty to talk about tomorrow. See ya.
Thank you for coming.